And another huzzah to Dominion bits. Oh, the timer has finished counting down. Okay, great, then we can get on with it. Let's get out of this test game. Let's delete the test game, lest I think it's actually something important. And I can reminisce about previous games. Ballberg, the undead frozen midgets, they were really cool. The Grease Pay Debt, now that was just me using one strategy like a big hammer, and it didn't work for a while until we made it work, just by using more of it. Hobbitses was playing as those tiny little hobbit guys that ride around on larger animals. What a nightmare that was. Lemuria, those were one of the actual vanilla nations. They were pretty powerful, but my god were they a mess to work with. So much free spawn. Completely turned me off of free spawn nations. Lizard Stream. Honestly, I don't remember which lizards those were. I think those were the chariot ones? Yeah, we made those work pretty well if it was. Monkey Snake Game 10 free-for-all. Pass. Also pass on Painful Spiders. Ah, Machatka. I love playing as M.A. Machatka. Great nation, even though I'm told they're terrible. Raktep, I think, was our most recent one, and the Thermal Baths was... I have no idea. But what are we doing this time? We are going to play... Well, let's just get it set up, shall we? Oh, crap. I actually need to set it up properly, don't I? Oh, this is different from normal. Okay, never mind. We'll just do it live. So, what we're going to do is we're going to play in the Zenken map 5 free-for-all. Is 5 right? Is it 6? No, it is 5. This is a map that I had generated just for it. It does scroll in all directions, so when you reach this part of the map, you are now over here. 104 provinces for 5 nations, so it's about 20 provinces each. Assuming that they're equally divided, they will not be, not a free-for-all. So this is our Zenken 5 free-for-all. Middle Ages, because I have everyone in one age. And I'm actually going to human all of them for now. I gotta remember to do this right, and I don't do this often, so I can easily mess this up. So, I will be playing as Zenken, Hollows of Thunder, and I will be playing against Loggy, City of Blight, which is the thing, because I kind of wanted to play as them, but I got a build designed by, I think Chostra made the Loggy build, and you can't have two of the same nations in at the same time, at least not as far as I'm aware. There's also a build for Ton Colomark. Those were the Hobbit midgets, which I could not get to work for me. There's also Checkar. Where is Checkar? Ah, Checkar, Secret Volcano. Can't read my own writing here. And finally, Yasan, the Crypt of Drowning. Don't worry, we'll look at all of these nations shortly. And now we have to build each of them, but this should be as easy as just copying over something that we already have made. So this is one of the nations I'll be fighting against. Loggy, City of Blight. Big, expensive, but very good units. Take this unit, the Avenger of Plains, a size 5 with a massively long attack. Definitely good for repelling, trampling, sun awe, sacred. Very expensive, both in upkeep and upfront cost, but killing one of these is going to be a big undertaking. 39 health, 15 protection, and pretty damn hard to hit. Good strength as well. The rank and file are annoyingly size 4. Well, aren't there some size 3s here? Yeah, in fact you could get these Wasteland Survival guys. They're not slaves, I thought they were. But I think the piece de resistance of this nation is the harbinger of veiled madness. Look at those bats. Astral Death Blood, with an additional 1 random and 1 maybe random. So this guy could roll up to 4 or 5 death, 3 or 4 astral. He could 2 or 3 blood on him. But already having death 3 means he can cast Soul Vortex and just stomp down everything he comes across. Only downside is his pretty low skills and his huge upfront cost. Oof, and his ongoing cost. Hoping not to run into too many of these guys. On top of that, he's ethereal and invulnerable. And sacred. So, god, what a horrible thing to fight. Awesome nation. I want to play as them someday, but I won't be doing that now. However, I just need to set you up, and you'll be given the pre-made Loggy here. So, this is the Idol of Men Pretender God for you. So these guys are going to enjoy Reinvigoration, Undying 20, which means even after you kill them, you have to kill them for another 20 hit points. They're going to regenerate for a quarter of their health every turn, which synergizes with Undying, because they can undie and regenerate their normal health back, so that's a pain in the bum. They can also fly, they also exude a heat aura, and they are fire resistant. What a monstrous nation, so that's scary to fight. Ton Colomark. We've already seen these guys, these are the hobbitses. Nice magical paths. Water, earth, astral, fire. I could have sworn they got another thing in there. Oh yeah, look at the Harbinger here, he gets +2 on his paths. I couldn't make these guys work, maybe the AI will. And the build that we have for you is a water fountain, giving them luck, reforming, and quickness. Truth be told, I don't actually know what reforming does. But these are already designed, so I'm sure it's great. Chakar, Secret Volcano. So who are these guys going on? The Big Holy Tramplers are pretty crummy in my opinion, says Martin. You think so? I like the fact that they had Sun Awe. So they're going to be pretty hard to hit as long as you can see the sun. Right, what do you have? You got these Divine Hands, so wow. Two-handed Battle Axe and a mounted unit, so the defense isn't too bad. Sacred, Slash Resistant, Fire Resistant. And pretty cheap as well, because they... Oh, I thought that was Slave, but that's Patrol bonus. Anyway, very nice Sacred unit. Paths are Astral with Fire and Nature. 3 Astral... Whoa, pretty big on the Astral. Main downside of this nation is their monkey guys have crappy magical resistance. Although 12 in their Sacred isn't too bad. They can do blood sacrifices, I do not know if the AI does that. In any case, what's the build for you? They've got Wise Monkey Floating Sage guy here, who's going to give them Combat Caster, extra attack skill. You get Horror marked if you try and attack one of their Sacred units. Their Sacred units get +5 strength, then +4 strength, then +6 hit points. That's scary stuff. You can't really trust the AI to make a good bless build, so I reached out to people to create builds for these guys, and this is what we're getting. Ah, our own nation, Zenken. The thing about the AIs is they have a lot more points to play with. I will not have so many points, so let's see what we can do with Zenken Hollows of Thunder. I already have a build in mind. I'm going to be playing as Big Fatty here, because he gets full slots on him, and he gets me Earth access, which I would rather like. He already has Astral, which is a shame, because we're already an Astral nation, but let's just throw on 4 Astral and 6 Earth onto you, because I want to do Temple Train Iron Fly, and I want to have Master Smith +2, and the Astral is pretty meaningless to me. I will give extra magical leadership and far casting. I've never actually bothered using fast casting before. It feels like it would throw me off more than anything. Yeah, let's go with Farcaster. Can't think of anything better for you. So this nation here, Zenken. What is there to say about this? I really like the theme, so that's the main reason I've gone for them. You're a bunch of the Calum-style winged dudes. Although you're not quite the archer style of Calum, so maybe they're not Calums. Let's call them Tengus. So maybe I'm wrong in saying that they are Calums. In any case, these winged dudes have gone and enslaved the coral race of the Atlantians. So you've got these Zenkinian Atlantean slave impalers. So they're pretty good units, but they're slaves. Slaves is good and bad. It usually means their skills are pretty crap, and in this case, yes, they are. But it also lowers their upkeep. That's pretty good, but it also lowers their morale. So it's bad and good and bad, but I like the idea of enslaving the Atlanteans. I think all of our units, aside from our Sacreds, are slaves. Slave Shambler, Slave Knight, and that's pretty rare. It's rare to get a mounted slave unit. So yeah, our units are going to be quite cheap to make, at least in terms of money and upkeep. But their morale is going to be a problem, and their skills are going to be a problem. Look at that, a mounted dude who has less attack skill than some crummy militia. A scary thought, but we'll put you to good use. As for our leaders, what do we have? This is our Spy. Amazing map move and Spy on Stealthy, so you're going to be great for jumping around with. Sadly, you're recruitment point 2, so I'm not sure I'm going to make any of you. I usually just go for generic stealthy units to get my spies in place. Tengus are the Weeb National Summons. Ah, there we go. Well, I was completely wrong in my announcement where I called them Calums then. We have a slave commander, so even one of the commanders is a slave himself, But he has learnt to whip other slaves, so this guy is actually probably going to be in charge of many of our slave formations. He's leadership 80, so we can give proper formations instead of just square formation. And that +3 means all slave units get +3 morale. Inspirational is strictly better than Taskmaster, but Taskmaster usually gives bigger values. Here's another slave commander, it's the Master Champion. You're also really nice. The problem is lower hit points, lower protection, so it's quite possible you're going to die. Nice map move on you though. I could actually have you run with the mounted guys, but the problem is you have inspirational +1, which is not the same as Taskmaster +3. You are pretty cheap in upkeep, man. If I wanted to thug these guys out cheaply, I could certainly get them rolling out cheaply. Don't know what I use for them though, I think their skills are a little low for thugging. The Master Bishop is a really interesting guy. He's only recruitment point 1, so that's nice. He also has research ability, very rare on someone that is not a mage. And this almost always comes with this, Divine Insights. So you can have as many of these guys researching as you want, but only up to the amount of Dominion in a province. So if my province has Dominion 5, I can have 5 of these guys there researching. Problem is, they're actually quite expensive, 125 up front, and their upkeep is 50. So there's a trade-off there. You're more expensive, but I can crank out more of you per turn. I can get 2 of you per turn from a standard fort. And on top of that, you're my priests, so you can also double down on priestly duties. And that is going to be competing with the Zenken follower, who is almost half the upfront price, slightly lower upkeep, I think it's 2 gold cheaper per year, and you actually have a magical path, and you're 2 research better anyway. And there's no limit on the amount that I can have on you, but you're twice as expensive in recruitment points to recruit, so there's a strong argument to be made for either of them. And in the end, I will probably get both of them, because I want Master Bishops for one of my blesses, and it's always good to have a bunch of priests around. You never know when you need to recall your god, or desperately pray to have some dominion. Commanding Champion is my leadership 80, but also inspirational guy. Hang on, were you inspirational? No, but you're a fortune teller. That would work well if I went misfortune, but I don't plan on going misfortune. Difficult choices to be made here. Alright, let's check out the mages. We looked at our cheap standard guy. You're going to be cranking out research, and if I really need to, I will bring you guys in en masse, and I can do it en masse because you've got massive map move, to make you probably summon storm power. And then, do I get access to summon storm power? How do we check magic again? View all researchable spells with S. If I wanted to evoke some lightning bolts, that costs 2 air. But if I wanted to summon air storm power, it's only 1. Okay, so if somebody brings up a storm, I can bring in all of my research mages to cast down loads of lightning in a desperate situation. That's cool. I actually like playing with air nations. Air tends to be an expensive path to use, but I really like their evocations in battle. Also, the stuff they forge is some of the most expensive stuff in the game. What else do we have? Our level 2 mage here. He's got level 2 water, with a potential to get a level 3 in water. So you could do us some nice fancy cold spells, cold ritual spells for a fight, if I wanted to freeze out the enemy. The trouble is none of my units are necessarily cold resistant, so I'd have to actually plan for that. Otherwise, the water path seems kind of weak, so I'd probably give you a wide berth in favour of the 2 astral guy, who can go up to 3 astral. 3 astral is a nice bit to get to. I can also give them the skull cap if I want, but oh no, my god could also make the crystal coin, so getting up to 5 astral on regular dudes isn't out of reach. And my god already has 4, so I could boost it way high. We could get some very high astral. What I do with it though, I don't know. Might give a go with Master Enslaved if we get that far. And here are my big 2. I think the only difference between them is one has water, the other has astral. But yeah, look at that. 6 paths with another 7th and a potential for an 8th. They already come out with good blood out the door, but these guys seem too expensive to go blood hunting with. But I can use them to get my blood forging going. and boost up blood pretty high, and then do blood rituals. So I will be blood hunting, which tells me I probably want a fair bit of growth so I can do it somewhat ethically. In fact, I'm hoping that I can go pretty high on the summons and spells and evocations in general, because our foot troops aren't that hot. They are, but they aren't. Let's take a look at them. So the big thing is my troops are insanely cheap. If I had 100 of these guys, they'd only cost me about as much as one of my expensive mages. And they can take a beating with 18 protection, slightly better than human hit points for human size, and they hit pretty heavily with a meteor trident, or better yet a meteor glaive, but their skill is terrible. They will always be hit. Like, a one-eyed, crippled peasant is going to be able to land a hit on one of my slave impalers here, because they only have 5 defense. And 9 attack isn't very good either, but at least with a length 3 weapon, they're unlikely to ever be repelled. Repel would be a big problem for these guys, because of their low morale. Repel is when a longer weapon gets in the way of a shorter weapon and prevents the attack. It's a morale check to prevent the attack, so if they get past that morale check, they attack anyway, but take extra damage. Just 1, though. Slave champion with a blowpipe. I don't tend to go for blowpipes. I guess that could work for fatigue play, but I'd have to mass you up, and your only other weapon is your fist, so yeah, no thanks to that. We've got the slave champion. Twice as expensive as one of the smaller dudes, but massive protection, good health, and he'll deal poison damage if he lands a hit. That's a bit of a tall order. I might be looking more towards the slave standards. They're a bit more pricey, but they're going to bring a very valuable +1 morale to everyone in their formation. So I might just sprinkle a few of those guys in and hope they don't die, because they certainly won't be attacking well. Any national blood summons? Well, we'll check that out momentarily. Here's another slave standard, but he's too quick. Combat speed 10 means he's going to race ahead of everybody else. And then he'll die, and then the point of having a standard is completely lost anyway. So yeah, the Shambler standard will be my standard guy. I'm pretty interested in these slave knights. The idea of having knights that are slaves is interesting, because normally the problem with knights is they're expensive. But look at these guys, 10 gold a year, 26 upfront. Pretty heavy on the recruitment points, relatively so in the resources. And they come in 2 flavors, one that can actually tank hits with its defense skill and shield, and one that just hits like a shock troop with its ice glaive. Of the 2, I'd probably go for the one that has a shield. It does considerably less damage per hit, but its first hit gets a charge bonus, and since they already have the antler attack coming in from their moose, or elk rather, they'll still have that attack coming in regardless, and that shield will aid defense, so they're far more likely to actually survive in combat, so I think I would go with them. Depends on a few things, but that extra damage is really good though. Here's our Sacred, we won't be seeing much of him, the Demon Hand. He's got a Yari, a very long spear, and he's got Lightning Strike, but he only gets 1 of them, so I'm not very interested in that. That said though, small area shock. Yeah, no, even so. You're kind of cheap as well. No, I won't bother with these guys because we're not bothering with a Bless, so I'll be passing on that opportunity. Other than that, it's very standard prices, standard forts. Let's see what we can do with them. We were asking about national spells. Do we have ones that... do we have a thing here that shows national? No, but we can just scroll down and look at the blue ones, and indeed we have. We have quite a lot, actually. We can bring in Kappa. Is that just a unit? I think it is, because it's just a level 1 summon. The Kappa's kind of cool. I would be interested in getting a bunch of those guys, because they're pretty good underwater, and they cripple units that they fight. Pretty sure they have recuperation as well. Oh, we get Celestial Servants here. We're getting all sorts of Tengu summons then. I'm unfamiliar with all of them. So I have no idea which of these are going to be worth my time. Yeah, I don't think I've ever played with Tengu, so that's going to be weird. What in the world is Jigami? There's a Jigami Commander. Well, questions like this is why we have the Magic of the Dom 5 Modern Spectre page, which I am struggling to bring up right now. Hold your horses. I think that is it, although it's the wrong size. Let's see if we can just drag you in here. Right, what in the world was the name of this thing? Jigami. Jigami. Jigami? Ooh, this is my way to break into nature. But Jigami requires nature. However, it only requires one nature, which is ubiquitous. This boosts you up to 2 rather handily. So what's your story? You're a sacred, magical, ethereal being with a good supply bonus. I don't know what summon power 50 does. And I don't know how much it costs, but hey, it's an option if I really wanted 2 nature. Or just more research power, I don't know. Might be pretty mage turn efficient to bring in a bunch of Jigamis. Although 10, I don't know about that. 10 nature? No idea, there must be some good use for them. Dai Tengu requires Earth Crosspath, which I won't really have access to. The Dai Tengu commander with Tengu warriors. Heavenly rivers are so strong you can build your bless and nation around them. Heavenly rivers. Water Astral, which we do have access to. Summon Demon of Heavenly Rivers. Let's have a look at you. Heavenly Rivers, Demon of. We've got Heavenly Fires and Heavenly Rivers. So this guy, size 3, 15 protection, 32 hit points, magical, sacred, amphibious, berserker 4. Wow, and all he's got's the, skull necklace gets 11 protection. Hardcore. Are they really so great though? I mean, their attack and defense skill isn't that great. Their strength's pretty hardcore, but I imagine these guys will get shanked. Maybe there's a way to get lots of them. Not that I'll be building much of a bless, so I'm not too worried about that. Celestial Soldiers, Holy Jing. Lots of weird and wonderful Tengu-related summons here. What else do we have, if anything? I'll just check and see if there's anything new here. Internal Alchemy. 2 Water, 1 Astral. We will have access to that. Haha, de-ages someone by 15 years. Interesting. Water gems are pretty cheap normally, so if there's someone very important that's getting too old, I could de-age them. And my fancy mages are very old, as I recall. Celestial Chastisement. What is this? Hits 1 person and enslaves them. Invokes the laws of celestial bureaucracy, chastises a magical being for serving a false god. Wounded and compelled to switch sides. Well, it's free. Nothing fancy on construction. Nothing new on enchantment. No fancy thaumaturging. What is this? I do have astral blood access. So reascendance, 88 blood slaves required. Summons the Fallen Angel Commander. Fallen Angel? I quite like celestial units in this game. Tell me about yourself, Fallen Angel. For some reason you're not showing up here. You go away, you stay down here, Jigami, you might be interesting. There you are, Fallen Angel. Size 4, 49 hit points, no protection whatsoever, but you break me into fire and death. That is important. This is level 7 blood that gets me into 3 fire and 3 death. That's important. Sacred as well, with Master Smith, that brings me up to forging for 5 fire, 5 death. Very scary, very invulnerable, resists fire. Well, you are one cool potato here. Great skills. The only downside is that lack of protection, and some equipment could help out with that. God, you could be thugged up something fierce. 28 map move. Practically ageless. Great magic resistance. Good morale. Intense leadership. Oh yeah, invulnerability 25. So, against mundane weapons with some armor, you're going to be hard as hell to kill. God, you are tasty. You are a good reason to look into blood. You're a good reason to consider a bless. Look at those paths as well, though. You wouldn't know what to do with this person. Although with 3 death, they can do Soul Vortex. Soul Vortex, Phoenix Pyre, If you get to Blood 9, damage reversal. Oh my god, these fallen angels are phenomenally good. Who gets access to you? It just says various nations and does not elaborate further. Really doesn't want to elaborate further. Late Age Marignon gets you though. But who else? Maybe it's only Late Age Marignon and otherwise just the random nations that we have here. We have full inventory slots. Yeah, we can see that here. 2 hands, their head, their body, their feet, and 2 misc. This fallen angel is delectable. And we are going to do our best to get access to you. So I will keep you pinned over here. I'm certainly keeping you pinned above Jigami. One of the blesses that I took, for better or for worse, possibly for a lot worse, is this, the Iron Fly. I don't do a lot of temple training, but, well, you need access to it first, but this guy seems interesting to me. So, he's got pretty nice protection and defense, 14 defense, 18 protection, 18 hit points, and flying and resists everything. So this could be something that I summon en masse, and then I could have you come out with something like the Biting Winter or whatever. Some kind of rituals for a fight. And then you just go in and shock our enemies quite a bit with your Spark Bite. If nothing else, your whole load of free spawn, so I can get loads of you and play around with you. So that's what we'll do, because I mean my rank and file units, they're slaves and they're not really going to get much better in time. So, if nothing else, it'll be something different to try. But yeah, this reascendance, delicious and an excellent reason to research Blood. Blood 7 is a heavy cost. We're not going to see that in the first 20 or 30 turns, but something to consider. Anyway, there's no point having our god operational anytime soon, so we're just going to imprison the fat bastard. All of these don't require incarnate, so he can stay in prison for as long as he really wants. And that gives us a lot of points that I'm going to spend on my Dominion. Maxing out magic, because we're going to be using some pretty low-level mages for research. Max out luck, max out growth, and I want a bit more Dominion to play around with than that, just so I can have a nice strong Dominion that spreads these good scales. And then the question comes, hot or cold? Since we have water access, cold is quite tempting, because then I can actually use that. I don't have good fire access, so that's not a good reason to go heat. And we fly. Well, some of my units fly. In fact, aren't some of my units kind of cold resistant with you? Yeah, ice protection is actually a pretty compelling argument to go cold, because I do want to use these slave knights. Cold also averts cold-blooded enemies. Do I have any of those? I didn't pay much attention, did I? Anyway, none of our people are particularly resistant or affinitive towards cold or hot, except for the slave knights who are affinity to cold, so that's a good enough reason to go cold. Although, hello, Keeper of the Vile Tradition is fire retardant. Probably going to have a lot more slave knights than I am this weird cross path with water. Yeah, we'll go with that then. Only 5 points left over. I never seem to nail down 0 points left over. This is like writing up one of those old Warhammer 40k army lists, and you get it to a cool 2000, not 1998 or 2002. Right. Okay, you're going to be our god. The question is, chat, who wants to be our god? Who looks at this big, bold belly and bald head and think, that is me through and through? I am completely covered in gold and red robes. And the real decoy just gets in nice and quick and says that that's them through and through. Oh, but it could be Rusli Teostopus. Oh, I do like Teostopus, but no. The real decoy. I'm assuming that's a play on the real McCoy. A good load of crisps. Alright, the last nation to set up, I think it's the last one. Probably. So this is weird. A nation of crabs. Lots of crabs. Lots of look into the void crabs. I don't know if these guys play around with void, sanity, and insanity at all. But they're fiery, watery, earthy, deathy guys. And man, those are some lovely paths. Fire Death has some nice cross paths going on. I'm not sure about Water Death. They get 2 to 3 Earth coming out on these guys. They got one of these one of these mages with no magical paths, but they get magical paths, so these guys are pretty damn good for researching despite the inept researching. And you got another one right here that doesn't. Oh, maybe I'm clicking the same one. Yeah, I think I was. Inspirational +1, 80 commander, 80 commander. Pretty swell. Must be some downside to these guys, because they've certainly got protection up the wazoo. Size 3 with 2 attacks, so that's quite nice. A lengthy attack. Terrible defense skill, but hey, so do I. Meteorite armor is pretty damn powerful. Amphibian, right, the problem with these guys is that we're going to be fighting over the water. Because they can go in water and I can go into water, and the problem is they are better than me. These pincers are typeless damage, so you can't well, I thought it was typeless. Okay, some of them have armor-piercing typeless pincers. Some of them have typed non-armor-piercing pincers. And look at that, 28 damage metal glaive out of the champion. Scary units, but they're also a lot more expensive than my guys, so maybe I can mob them. With 21 protection, whoa. Well, I'm not so sure. They've also got better morale than I do. Yeah, those crabs are a problem if they get in the water, so, well, that's going to be my problem soon enough. In any case, the pretender god made for them is this. Their sacreds get reinvigorated, cold resisting. They get strength +5, and then strength +4 when they land a kill, in addition to defense +2 and reinvigoration, I think it's 2 or 4. Also quickness, that's very scary. That means they move twice as fast and they attack twice per turn. Also they fly. Ooh, okay, well that's... this is all very terrifying to look at, so there you go. I think it's set up now, I just need to make sure everything here is right. If you make one mistake in the setup, you have to go all the way back to the start and do it all over again. I really hope they improve on that in Dominion 6. Right, what do I like? I like score graphs on, maximum Hall of Fame and enchantment slots, no limit. I will be AIing most of them, so I'll switch over to Master AI. Standard Research and Thrones of Ascension. We have 100 provinces, so I'd like 10 thrones. Will we fight to the death? I don't know. Could be here forever if we fight to the death. Right, first I'll think how many thrones we have. 4 and 3 and 2 makes 9. 5 and 3 and 2 make 10. That's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 points. We'll say you win if you grab 11 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you need at least 5 thrones to win then. Now let's crank it up to 12. 11 feels a little low on 17. Okay. My money is on the crab, says Chastro. Yeah, would be, wouldn't it? Right, renaming is allowed, although there's not a lot that we want to do renaming of. And I hope I don't mess any of this up. I don't usually make setups like this. So, in order to get these custom builds, you need to start playing as the nations yourself, then release them to the AI. So I have to go to Loggy, and then I'm going to zoom in so I don't take note of where their spawn is, and then I go become AI controlled. This is irreversible. Okay, so I have to make sure I don't do this on my nation. And then... what do we do here again? Is it... I think I have to end the turn. I think I have to end the turn. God, I hope I have to end the turn. Although I don't know if that... oh god. Player is controlled by Master AI. Okay, right, then I could probably quit. No, I didn't want to quit. I wanted to end turn. Although maybe... I should have practiced this ahead of time. Right, become AI controlled. Yes. End turn. Yes. Okay, there we go. That works. Ton column arc. Do the same. Become AI controlled. They become Master AI. End your turn. Do the same for Chakar. Become AI controlled. Bang. End your turn. Yes. And Yasan. You also become AI controlled. Yes. End turn. Yes. Now I can start playing as my nation. Huzzah. And good, we can't see where the others are. Recht. So, here we are. Let's take a look at our provinces. Well, we're surrounded by 5 provinces. One of them is a throne, 2 of them are swamp. That's a pretty bad start already. Although we have a nice choke point right here. Then again, don't we know that one of the AIs is here? I think we saw one of them here. Ooh, that's not good. Bob on battlefield, I'm going to hope is a pretty powerful throne, because that'll make a nice natural defense into my nation, meaning I just need to shore up defenses around here. But we're right on the water, which is good and bad. Good because we are well placed to go into the water. Bad because so are the crab people. Start looks pretty naff. Yeah, but at least we have 5 adjacents. I use Nyx's mod to make sure that all starts have at least 5 adjacents, otherwise you can end up with really terrible starts like... Well, imagine starting here. You only have 3 adjacents, but it could get even worse. Imagine starting here. Crappy province with 2 adjacents and one of them is a throne. That can totally happen in vanilla, and it totally sucks. Anyway, we have amazing scales, so let's at least be thankful for that. We start out with Manette and Fido as our commanders. The question is, do I want either of them as a prophet? Who do I want as my prophet, actually? Honestly, a slave commander would be a nice choose as a prophet because they are quite likely to survive a long time, and they've got the best task mastering that I have. So I will actually probably prophet up Fido. Manette, I want you to go and figure out what's going on in this direction. Figure out what Bob on Battlefield is all about. The problem is I would really like more spies, but that delays my recruitment of just about everything else. But they're so good. Like, these are so incredibly good as spies. 28 map movement and 65 stealthy. And the spy is... I think that makes them more accurate at what they think is inside a province. So, despite the better idea going for mages for immediate research or better commanders, I'm going to get myself one or more of these expensive spies, and they are expensive. 2 recruitment points for spy is almost never worth it, especially if they're not an assassin, but I'm going for it. Fido. You're starting next to 1.5 Romes. Sounds good. Yeah, we've got the Western Roman Empire, and Third Rome. Yeah. Brazil is the real Third Rome, right? Okay, units. What do we start with and what are we making? We start with very few units. That's bad. And I'm not too fond of the Shamblers to begin with. We're using glaive slave impalers, which are probably not the kind that I want, although they do hit like trucks. I think I prefer the extra 2 well, you know what? There's some such thing as polishing a turd. I think going from 5 defense skill up to 7 defense skill isn't worth it. Better to just accept the fact that they will get hit and make sure they hit back as hard as possible. I don't know, chat, any big inputs on whether or not we should be going for glaives or for tridents? The only difference is 2 damage output versus 2 defense skill. I don't think I'd ever really want these slave standards. They're too fast. I don't want blowpipes around here. More likely to hit myself than anyone else. I do want a couple of slave standards here. Definitely glaives. They're cooler. Certainly a cooler word. Jesus, yeah, I don't have a lot of resources to start off with here. And my units are resource intensive. Ooh, I mean, the only one that isn't really that resource intensive is my demon hands. Yeah, okay, well... Look at that, I can only get 2 of these guys out in a turn. That is sad. There's a lot of sadness going on around here, but this is what I have to work with, so I'll have to make do with it. Go for the ones that have better defense. Killing your enemies matters little if you die in return, says Sergeant Cookie. Yeah, but the better defense is unlikely to make much of a difference. Besides, dying isn't too bad for these slaves, because they're really cheap to crank out, except the resources. So I need to find somewhere rich in resources. Sadly, I don't have that. I got swamps. The mountains down at Mount Moon and Blobhemia could be tempting. In fact, getting a fort up in Blobhemia is a little tempting. In fact, both of these should be forted. Nice choke point. In I can do Blobhemia, Mount Moon, and maybe even these two provinces, I can just have a wall of forts, but that's assuming I can strike out and not be struck back. If I can get that up, I can get into the waters with relative impunity. So yeah, I have a big problem cranking out units from my capital right now, so actually there's a good point in having them not die really quickly. And I don't think I can actually afford the slave standard right now. He doesn't fight hard, and I need units that fight right now. Okay, let's get to it. It was pretty obvious you need to use sacreds to balance the budget. I was questioning why you didn't take anything that would help them. Oh, you mean on my bless? I didn't actually want to play with a bless for this one. I wanted to focus more on using magic and using summons. Because these slaves, they're good cannon fodder, but they're not going to get me through things when times go tough. And I feel like too many games now, I've just used my my sacreds. So I didn't want to rely on sacreds at all for this. Well, commanders, but they won't be using their sacred powers in combat. Right, go for it. Now I can host it, and this is a good sign that they're actually doing stuff, even though I didn't give them commands. And oh dear God. We got knights, we got vinemen, we got cavalry, and we got lizard warriors. This is pretty bad. And Bob on Battlefield isn't that special, so it's not really going to be much of an insulator. And I'm certain our enemy is over here. Why don't you go and check that out, Manette, and then double back over in this direction. So this is the Throne of Ice, which makes the world doesn't make our scales colder, but it does give us cold resistance. Pretty nice. Because I could just sacred up some of my my units by giving them the Shroud of the Sacreds or Shroud of the Saints, and then they'll inherently be cold resistant if I want to go for the Biting Winter spell. Use Mercs. Mercs are great, but the problem is the AI outbids you on Mercs like every freaking time. The AI has so much more money than me that anything I put into this is money that I'm not putting into other things. Then again, Bernard the Brave and the mighty Marcatas. There's nothing mighty about the mighty Marcatas. Okay. Yeah, my expansion here is Grimbo. Fido, you grab everyone that you can. Oh, you could be temple training, couldn't you? Speaking of temple training, I want a Master Bishop to get going on temple training. Was it Master Bishop? Master Bishop has the Divine Insights. You... What's the difference between you two anyway? You are cheaper. But you're not armored. And you could do the researching, which is kind of cool. I think I'll take 2 Master Bishops for now. In between the Big Blue Blob and the HRE, I don't know there could be anything between them. We don't have shields, so we're quite vulnerable to being shot by the units in Providence Ridge. We are not very good at dealing with heavy cavalry. The Lizard Warrior is probably the best thing I have any shot at killing. Oh, and wait, I can't give formations? Why can't you give formations? Maybe slaves can't give formations. In which case, making you my prophet might have been a very bad move. Huh. You also give no squad... Okay, maybe slaves make terrible commanders then. I had no idea they couldn't give formations. Normally, what you do is you check for 80 leadership, and if they have 80 leadership, they can give out formations. But I'm going to guess that you cannot. Right, well, this is a problem. Let's hope it's not going to become a huge problem, but it probably will. Right, Swedish truck driver, I want to know what throne this is, and then I want you to go and search for where our enemies are. Otherwise, let's also check our research, by the way. We already start off with evocation, construction, and enchantment. You get quite a bonus if you start off with 3 magic. And I don't actually know what I want to focus on. There is something to be said for getting a bunch of quill pens using construction. I think they're a construction 4 item. I am loath to use air gems on that, but we do actually get a lot of air gems, so it could be a worthwhile experience. Wait in the cold. Wait for cold in big blue blobs so the lizards fight worse. No, there's no time to wait. I need the resources. Besides, they are unarmored lizard warriors. Even though they get 2 attacks, they're not particularly strong. And we have good armor, 18 protection. Heck, you guys have 21 protection. You both have movement speed 6, so yeah, just go for it. There was a battle in Big Blue Blob. How did it go for us? I think I forgot to tell you to just cast spells. But there's no one to bless here. What you should really do is give them morale, though. Heavens knows they need it. Right, so... us versus lizards, huh? There's this guy who can curse. Shamans are pretty cool units to have, and I hope I'm able to recruit shamans once we're done here. Well, he already cursed someone. At least he didn't curse my commander. Not really too worried about slaves getting cursed, but... there's a lot of attack density here. Tridents and biting. Okay, tridents are going to be a bigger problem than I thought. Well, at least it's only length 3, so it's not going to repel my slave impalers, but it's certainly going to repel my slave champions. Well, that guy just disappeared in one shot. Oh god, this looks bad already. Yeah, we're just not able to hit them, where our skills are so crap. Oh god, we're gonna die. Wow, damn those lizards. Bye, Fido. Well, that was tragic. I guess my units are considerably worse than I thought. Then again, we were significantly outnumbered and they hit with a lot of attacks. And those attacks hit harder than I thought. I do like lizard warriors quite a lot. But dang, that's a problem. My army's gone, I don't have any more resources to use, and it takes me a lot of resources to rebuild my army. Getting bullied into submission right out of the gate pretty much sums up our situation. It would take me a long time to build up an army here. Fisherman. Yeah, this is a problem. Right, what throne do we have here? The Throne of Elements. That's a really nice throne, but I'm unlikely to get it anytime soon against all of these units. There is Loggy. I'd like to just stay in Tarentum to keep an eye on what he does there, but we got to move around and see what's what elsewhere. Turns out slaves are particularly unenthusiastic about fighting for the cause. I mean, they tried, they just could have tried harder. Maybe I should get the elk riders in to help me. Bernard, you're brave men. I might need to rely on you. I need to check what Bernard's brave men consist of. Pikeneers. Okay, well, we're going to be relying on you and your brave men. I will try and get you for 260 if I can. I don't know how much the AI likes to bid on that, but the AI loves to bid a huge amount. Let's go and see what's going on over here. We're getting researching, because we can research, and we actually have pretty good research ability. I'm going to have one of you train monsters in the temple while we're at it. 54 upkeep, 50 upkeep. Yeah, you guys are just cheaper. It's 8 versus 10, and you guys are cheaper, but I get fewer of you. Well, it's going to be a while before I get another prophet, but the slave commander I still think is the better prophet. But no formations is actually a bit of a pain. There might be a good reason to make my commanding champion my prophet. He does have armor, so he's not going to die to a stray arrow. And you actually give that squad morale bonus, but you're not a taskmaster. Difficult choices. Nice map move on you. I think I will actually make a commanding champion my prophet then. And that leaves me with another command point, so I guess I'll get another Master Bishop. This is the saddest. I've had a lot of sad early expansion runs, and this is probably my saddest. We got very few troops to begin with, and they just got massacred by freaking lizards. Making a prophet makes a unit Holy 3, which means they can do the biggest blessings, and they can also claim thrones. Of course, I can't make a prophet for a wee while, I'll just have to live with that. And I did not manage to get the... I did not manage to buy the mercs, despite my massive overbidding. The AI went for... well, Chakar decided to put even more onto that. At least I get a refund, but... yeah, I am just out of units right now, and I can't even expand. Which is terrifying. Canadian playing as a Scot. Well, I guess I'm going to be stuck in one turn of not much for a while. Let's start getting our followers out. Even if I had another province, I could actually do something. But no, I am stuck. This is one weak start for me. But hey, I hear some people like to take 5 turns of doing nothing just to give the AI a chance. So, Dark Vision Blessing on the Throne of Night. The blessing bonuses don't interest us much because we don't run with sacred units so much here. I wish it would leave you with a memory of what's in the province, because I definitely forget these things. Let's check out Castle Malloy. You're already in Alexandria. There's no adjacent nation there. Go and check out. We already know about Lobhemia and Trash Canyon, but there's 5 adjacents there, so there could actually be a nation that spawned there. Go and check out this awesome-looking farm province first, then. Canadian playing as a Scot. You... tell you what, this guy that can research should research... oh, right, it's limited to my Dominion, and my Dominion isn't that great here. Well, in that case, the best thing you could probably do right now is just preach. There is very little I can do right now. Marriageable women, the Master Bishop foresaw great disaster. So despite our luck 3, we have horrible events that come our way, but we have people that have the fortune teller ability, and that negates that. I've got the itchiest nose today. Eek. Right, so we're going to get these Zenken followers out to do our research for us, although where is he? I thought I just recruited one, but I must be wrong. Oh my god, Chakar have already expanded into 3 provinces. They are my closest enemy that I can tell here, and there's no big nasty throne to get in their way for them to suicide troops on. You're a big threat to me. Castle Malloy has the Golden Throne, which gives the Fire Astral Crosspath. Good at research. Free money as well. And Alexandria has the Iron Mine, so pretty... oh man, that's actually a very good place to set up a fort if I can, because I am starved on resources. But there must be another nation around here somewhere. Could be here. We know we've checked out a province because we can see the name of it, but I'm curious if there is a nation around here. I think I'll go exploring here, see what's what. The more we know, the better. Although what we really know is how not to attack. I'm going to be relying on my slave knights then to get out and help me out. Hopefully it gets colder here. You know, by the time I'm able to get out and attack. The warmer it is, the lower protection we have, so fighting in the heat is bad for us. But hey, we're getting our iron flies now. Look at that. They're completely mindless and they need magical leadership, but our sacreds do have magical leadership. They have infinite morale, they will never ever rout. Is that true? Do mindless units rout on turn timer? I don't actually know that, so maybe, maybe not. Anyway, full resistances, shock, fire, cold, poison. Their spark bite isn't very strong, but if it gets through, it actually does armour negating 5 additional damage. And their attack skill is fine, so let's just mount those up and hope that we can break out of our horrible little shell here. They don't rout, but they will dissolve without leadership, right? So the leader needs to be forever in combat as well. Right, we're working our way through construction, agonizingly slowly. We have 3... Right, you stop, you do research. You train the monsters there. I have 3 Dominion candles here now, so I can actually start doing something else. 3 bits of research with divine insight and have someone else do the training. I think one more... well, maybe we could go in and deal with this now. How many lizards survived the last fight? Well, most of them, honestly. Hold and attack rear. It's not a lot of you, but it's got to be something. And there we go, now I can actually give you guys an order. You think this would make it? I don't know. 18 protection against those nasty attacks. 14 defense. I do need to expand, but if this fails and I lose these again, I'm stuck for an awfully long time. I think I'll wait one more turn. Plus that's only going to make things colder. The Shire is here, and it just straight up spreads Dominion, which is good for them. Good for whoever gets it, and it's in a good position for me to get. It's quite a weak throne as well. But Chakar is right there, and Chakar is expanding like crazy, and Chakar is a problem for me. Let's go over here and see what's what. Ah, right, here's Yasan. So we've got an enemy over here with a fairly straight shot into us, an enemy down here with a fairly straight shot into us. There's another one of our foes. This is... man, I would love this land if only my expansion had been terrible. Things snowball pretty hard here, so... basically you don't want to expand as badly as I have done, and I have expanded very badly. I want to check that province, but... I don't know what this throne is, so I'm going to check it out. First expansion in winter seems legit. Yeah, normally by 1 year you want 20 provinces. And it's fall and we have only our starting province. How can we tell what season it is? This little icon here. It'll show which season it is. Should be pretty obvious which is which. And if you hover over it, it tells you if it was early, middle, or late in that season. Right, now surely we can have this. Go, Canadian playing a Scot. Did I not have you temple train or something? No, you did temple train and they just joined you on your unit there. That's good. Alright, let's hope that this works for us. We get a little bit of a bonus to our cold and they get a bit of a debuff because they're cold-blooded. If I had just waited, things would have been better. Desolation Point shows us where Tonkollamark is. And I already know that that's the Throne of the Night. So hopefully Tonkollamark and... hopefully Tonkollamark and Chakar come to blows. Hopefully everybody comes to blows with everybody that isn't me. Right, we're finding out what's happening over in Fungus Woods. And with that, I think I'll know what every throne is. Which will make decisions easier. Because even if I can't remember what's on it, I can look at the throne and go, oh, it's a level 2 or 3 throne. It's going to be very hard for me to take. So is there anything that I want to keep a more aware eye on? I really want to know what goes on around here to see if Chakar are gaining on me anytime soon. And then I want to also... basically I want to keep an eye on my flanks, make sure that the enemies aren't encroaching upon me. How's the province scorer graph look? I don't like looking at that to gain any insight into how my foes are doing. That's what spies are for. Remnant of the Dead power, the Dead Prophet is gone, and we know we won here because we got a spoiler on the message screen saying that there was an event here. We wouldn't have seen that, we haven't taken it. So these poor guys get extra encumbrance because of the cold climate. I don't think the battles are going to take so long that that matters here, but one thing that's nice is that we get extra protection due to the cold. I thought I set you guys as bodyguards. Why are you marching on in? I forgot to hit you as bodyguards. Just like I forgot to tell you to cast spells. God, I'm forgetting everything today. Right, so the engagement. Much, much better. There we go. Get out of here, lizard freaks. And there are iron flies attempting to zap. I'm not sure actually if they're getting in there with the zaps. Biting for nothing. Hang on, they bite for 0 and then they do shot? I thought the follow-up effect only works if this thing gets through protection. This effect will strike anyone hit by the weapon. Okay, well, I guess I was completely wrong. They don't actually need to get through protection for that. That's cool. On hit means always. Does anyone have a coral club? No, I wanted to see the other thing where it says only if it gets through protection. What does it say for that then? You got mace, you got bite. Okay. Well, never mind. The fact that you get through with armor negating damage is really cool. Here's the armor negation stuff in action. Wait, slash damage? Oh, he had twist fate, the bastard. Okay, well, never mind. Who did land a hit then? Okay, that's just killing with your bites. Never mind. Point is, these iron flyers are doing alright, and they are free spawn for me. I don't have to pay them upkeep, and they're completely free for me to make. On top of that, much to my surprise, they actually have siege strength. Cool. I thought they wouldn't. They don't really have siege defense, but they do enough of these guys, which don't need to eat, and I could actually use them as a sieging force. Kind of scary. What's scarier, this or Springhawks? I think these might be scarier than Springhawks. The Springhawks are ethereal. These guys are not, but these guys have decent protection. Flyer always has great siege strength. How a bunch of flies would be a credible siege threat is quite amusing, but there we go, finally. We expanded after a lot of turns. Oh well, the game is clearly taking pity on me. It said, well, you have done pathetically. I'm going to give you a free laboratory, a bunch of gems, a bunch of blood slaves, and very importantly, a dwarven hammer, which we would not have been able to make for quite some time. And in 3 months' time, there's going to be a death match. Okay, well, after a terrible start, that was actually a really nice follow-up. And we can recruit shamans. This is our astral nature break-in. They're pretty cheap, and they're just great. So, if I can get a temple up here, and I should as soon as I can, I'll get shamans cranking out. Well, maybe just one shaman for the access, because... I don't know, actually. You got research 9. You're pretty cheap in the upkeep. You're actually a better research slave than my go-to Zenken follower, but the Zenken follower is much cheaper up front than you. But you're a little cheaper on the upkeep. I need to consider the upfront right now, so I'll probably go with my guy. But I can't have my guy until I have a temple here. So you're gonna have to head over there. You are gonna have to train me more monsters, and you think we could take on the heavy cavalry? Maybe. Depends how many there are. I kind of really desperately need to expand right now, because I've got absolutely nothing to throw at my enemies. But I can't afford to mess this up. You're going to go in there and build me a temple. You are going to take command of these guys and have them join in a fight down here. Hopefully we win this fight, and I'll get 2 temples thrown up next turn. And then we're going to train more of our cave flies and get more of these guys going. And that actually means I need to turn you off and get more of these guys out. They can still research, and they can also do more monster training, and they can build temples for me. And I already have my second lab up, which is rather nice. I need to consider the front right now looks up 1.4k gold bank. That's only because I couldn't expand. Hey, you know, I could get a bunch of these guys for my rank and file. I do really like lizard warriors. But they're not going to work well in my cold, so that's not a well thought out idea. Fungus Woods has an amazing iron mine and Throne of Flames for fire resistance. Very nice thing, and I will not have access to it anytime soon. Well now, we've got trouble. We've got trouble on all fronts. I need to keep an eye on when you start coming up this way. Canadian with all of my units here. Timbuktu is practically free, but I don't get to use those resources. So I think I need to go for Third Rome. Then I can circle down to Mountain and Florida and Timbuktu, but then I'm not dealing with the Western Roman Empire or Providence Ridge. And Bahia is a bit of a problem for me. Who would use a death mage to summon a shade? What a waste of a turn. Lots of shades. Oh man, I need a proper army for this. Basically, my start is horrible. 2 swamps, a high-level throne, and some crummy provinces. And even the nice provinces nearby is throned, although that's certainly attainable throne. Yeah, I need to march down to Blobhemia, but I don't have a good way to Blobhemia. You know what? Take Timbuktu first. And you, instead of moving down, just research a little bit more. Then I'll have a few more units for dealing with Third Rome. And then... maybe even, depending on what's on Florida, maybe take Florida as well. Then Third Rome. Then I can get to Mount Moon and throw up a fort here. Because the extra mountains means more resources, and I need to start cranking out a lot of units, which I obviously don't have right now. It was scary. You know, kind of, I could have totally played this off as just me giving the AI a few turns advantage, because they're worse on expansion than a human, but evidently not today. For the first time watching Dominions, I think I understand a bit what's going on. Yeah, there's no truly complicated concepts in this run so far. Just wait until we start getting our magic truly up and operational. Right, Timbuktu, and an unexpected event in Big Blue Blob. Hopefully a good one. We like good events. Our Iron Flies, if they do truly go to the back row, should be able to kill some of those commanders. I once again forgot to set up my units, so I hope they don't flank me. Oh yeah, no, the slave knights are doing fine out there. Go, my shocking dudes. Yeah, there we go. Zappity, zappity, zap. And although these guys hit with broadswords, it's pretty hard to strike these things. First off, their defense skill is pretty good. 14. You've got harass penalty 2, but that's because you've managed to dodge twice already. The more you dodge, the more harassed you get, the worse your defense gets, so you can't just dodge forever. And even if you do strike one of my guys... I'm not sure if we have an example of them actually being hit here. No, but if they did hit, they'd have to chew through 18 protection, and since they do 16 damage, they're going to have a hard time managing that. And even if they do, they've still got 18 hit points to get through. It's not a ton, but oh, it's more than these guys are willing to deal with. They are so gone. Alright, not bad. Not bad at all. I'm really liking these Iron Flies. Big Blue Blob has given us extra money and free defense, which is good, because I forgot to give it provincial defense. And Zenken have given me some nature gems, right, so... oh, maybe I didn't forget to give it defense. Thought I had. Well, this is awful news. Yasan are already taking over the waters. Yasan's over here, so they already went Bloodkelp, Heart of Texas, Water Temple. So they could come out of the water at any time and just attack me. I'm hoping that they don't. Oh, they already have. They're already in Florida. And they're already in Mount Moon. I am already pushed to my cap circle. Oh, Jesus, this is pretty terrible. So there's crab guys as well. What kind of crabs are they, though? Yusanian champions and hill champions, commanded by Hifumi Togo, the High Ghost Flame Reaper. Oh dear. Oh dearie dearie me. Right, well, get what you can, go over to Third Rome, and maybe this time I'll remember to set things properly. You guard the commander. The commander's just cast some spells. You can't set formation here, can you? No, you can't. Well, what you could do is you could help with the attack rear. You can go on the back here and continue to hold an attack rear. The heart of Texas being water doesn't feel right. It preferences province names that I have labeled as water. I guess there was more water here than we had preference for. That or I misclicked Heart of Texas on my names list. Both are quite plausible. Possible, even. Okay. Still someone training monsters here. You, I want you to construct me a temple. 10 bucks too. Maybe put a little bit more defense on you. Still pretty bad. Still pretty damn awful. I don't really know what's going on around here, so let's see if we can't suss what's going on around the Netherlands. Okay, yeah, I just really hope Yasan and Chakar clash, because if it's Yasan versus me, I'm in a deep pickle. My plan is to seize the Third Rome, circle back up north, and then hopefully take out this area. If I can grab Alexandria, then just holding on to this area would be amazing. Lots of good farmland, lots of adjacencies, and the Great Iron Mine means a lot of resources. However, we do know that our enemy Yasan is right here, so if they've expanded in this direction as well, I'm in even bigger problems. A lot of problems for me here. Swedish truck driver, I want you to wait and sell it on city, and keep an eye on any clashes between Yasan and Chakar, which is what I'm hoping happens. Quite a lot of knights there. This could be a big problem in Third Rome. Well, it was a big problem. Not only was there a couple of fights there, it was us versus the crab people. So first, let's see how the crab people did. And let's see what crab people we're dealing with. They don't appear to be their sacred units, so thank God for that, because the crabs have quite the sacred build. However, this High Ghost Flame Reaper has great paths and already has gems, and he's already a hero. And those pincers, oh. Good thing they're size 3, but they also have a lot of hit points and massive protection. Also, we can see how much of their bless is active. Cold resistance, reinvigoration, strength up. Go, knights, go! The one time I've wanted there to be loads of knights in a province. The problem is, these knights, even with those lances, are going to have a hard time getting through 20 protection. What's it going to be? Couldn't kill a single crab. Oh man, what hope do I have? Not much. Not much at all. The morale on these guys seems kind of weak. Oh, that's because you have battle fright. The morale is fine. Alright, looks like the crabs are winning this without a loss. Oh, well, they got a loss from their own guy. Yeah, the one thing I have going for me is the fact that this guy, he's not shock resistant and he's alone. So what could happen is that my my shocking iron flies actually target rear. Sometimes target rear doesn't work properly. Like this, let's say we had an attack rear happening right now. Sometimes they just go here rather than, you know, the actual rear. Anyway, they massacred these knights, absolutely no problem. Oh, well, the cavalry actually took out 2 of their crabby people. There are still 18 of them. Scary. How did we do? It's very fortuitous you didn't go first. You could have suffered quite a few losses against those heavy cab. Yes, that was very fortunate. Normally in these clashes, we don't actually... We don't end up being the ones that get to watch the AI take the fight. I don't actually know why we were slower. We have better combat speed. I don't know what it's based on. Right, for the love of God, I told you to attack rear. Attack rear. If we kill this guy, and although he's got good protection, he is old as balls. Crabs only live to 46, you know, and this guy's already 58. Kill him, win the day. I just have to hope that our good defense skill keeps us protected from their mediocre attack skills. Their metal glaives are actually even worse. He keeps firing fire at us, but he misses. Hold, my slave units. Go for the commander. No, no, not the not commander, you idiots! This is what I'm talking about. They ignore the rear guy and they think, oh, rear? You mean right here? In the front lines? Is that the rear? Idiots! On the plus side, though, we've got a good flank going on the crustaceans. And on the extra plus side, I'm just checking to make sure none of them are actually sacred. I mean, this guy's not even holding a weapon. Well, he's weakened, but oh well. Oh no, I just couldn't see it. It was blending in with the guy behind him. Yeah. On the plus side, if we do massacre these guys, that's a lot of crustaceans we don't have to worry about for a wee while. And because this is considered a bump, as in we both went into the same province at the same time, it's not considered an act of war, even if one side gets completely massacred. Good, good, good. Lovely thing about iron flies is that armor negating shock damage on hit, rather than on actually getting through the armor. So although these bites are going to do bugger all, look at that. 8 with a spark bite for no damage, no kidding, too much protection. But the shock ignores the protection, does 5, rolls a +7, they have 0 protection, they only roll +5, bang, 7 points of damage. And that is gonna help. God's sake, kill the old man! Let's tend to the elderly. Those fires are a pain for us. It's only fire flies, it's not a huge deal, but I'd still rather not deal with it. He's routing. Flies, get him! Come on, you slow as balls flies! He's an old man! Kill him! Yeah, man, those flies let me down big time. I had 2 different units on attack rear and they both failed to get the enemy commander. But, you know, he's on his own now. With any luck, he died on retreat. Those flies certainly helped out, even though they completely failed on their main task. So I plan on making as many of them as I can. And to emphasize the point, they are free. The only cost of those flies is the cost of 1... Do you have wounds? Christ, I didn't realize they could get so wounded, but feeble-minded does nothing to them. Okay, well, it does something. How does feeble-minded hurt a mindless unit? God knows. Anyway, the only cost is using a priest's turn, and that's fine, especially if I can crank out some indie priests to help out with that. So there we go. We lost 4 of our slave knights, but he lost his significantly better champion, so that's good for me. And again, my slave knights... wrong slave to look at. My slave knights are cheaper up front and much cheaper upkeep. He pays 24 gold per year for his units. I pay 10 gold for my units. Decidulous. And what happened in Timbuktu? Also, what's going on in Timbuktu? Unrest and magic. Well, okay. Just glad we took 3rd Rome off of you. That's my cap circle. Please do not enter. Right, we need to circle back. I'm a little worried about Big Blue Blob sitting there completely undefended, and I'm very worried about Yusan just taking the waters from me. Not that I inherently deserve all the waters, but I do inherently want all the waters. I want you to train monster in the temple, because these flies are about all I can get right now. Let's have repeat recruitment on the shaman. I'm not going to fort it up, I'm just going to keep cranking out shamans so I have more mages, more sacreds, more research. I could get priests out in Timbuktu, but it's a very vulnerable province. Very vulnerable indeed. I would actually really like Bob on Battlefield. It's got death on it. I wonder if it has a death sight. Throne of Ice? Can the shamans do that create monster thing, or can only certain units do that? The only people that can summon the flies are sacred units. This guy is sacred. This guy is sacred. Sacreds. And on top of that, this shaman guy is also sacred. They can be blessed and only require half the usual cost to maintain, so that's good for driving down upkeep cost. So yeah, he can do it, but it would be better to have him research, because his research skill is 9, whereas my divine insight researchers are 6, and regular generic priests, who are very cheap by the way, have no ability to research. So it'd be better to crank out a bunch of these really crap guys and have them do the temple training, and that'll free up my half-decent priests for doing more exciting stuff, like actually fighting. Right. Here we go, Canadian, playing as a Scot commanding champion. You are going to take the units. I would actually like you to be a prophet, but what can you do? Probably take you back to Zenken. Oh, man, I want everything around my capital, but we are slow moving right now. But do we have to be? The reason we're slow moving is entirely because of these guys. So I'm just going to ditch them, and then the Canadian masquerading as a Scot. Still can't make the move. Why are we 8? Ah, damn. The map move on the slave knights is too low. I still can't get back in time. Alright, then there's no big reason not to have you still with them. Alright, still concerned about this. I could be attacked from here. But I do want a temple. The question is, do I dare put the temples down? Yasan could easily attack me. We're rubbing heads here, and I don't have any bulwark against him, and I certainly don't want to declare war upon him by attacking into Mount Moon, and we can see that his unit did retreat into Mount Moon. I could go on the offense, just clear him out of Mount Moon in Florida and claim this land for myself, but the fact that he has the water makes him a very dangerous opponent to be at war with, because he could strike me anywhere from the waters, and my ability to defend would be laughable. I think the best thing I can honestly do is circle back and make my way over to Alexandria. Nothing much going on here. Hey, did we even find Chaligi? Yeah, they're right there, and they're having a hard time expanding, from what we can see. I want to know about Alexandria and the surrounding area, so just go to Alexandria and tell me about it. We still have you waiting in Celadon City to see if either side makes a move between Yasan and Chakar. It hurts to just go back and not actually take advantage of the situation. It's going to be frozen between Providence and Ridge, so I'm going to do Providence Ridge, then Western Roman Empire, and I'm going to keep my slave knights flowing as much as I can, and it pains me to make master bishops. Should have enough master bishops right now. So make me a regular Zenken follower. He's going to be in charge of making me the owl quills once we get construction level 4. After construction level 4... I don't have a lot of them, but being able to call lightning bolts would be pretty useful, but the first thing you need to do is conjure up storm power at 2. What is storm anyway? An enchantment? I think it's pretty late level, honestly. Yeah, look at that. Oh Christ, it's level 4 and it costs a gem. Level 5 rather. But it might be worth doing that, Evocation 5, to get Storm. That way, in a pinch, I'll still be able to call down the lightning strikes. Evocation 5, though, that is no small fry. Conjuration 2 for Storm Power. Maybe I'll do that first, actually. What do you need for Storm Staff? Good question, and that's exactly why we have the Dome 5 Mod Inspector. It might be the cheaper way to get Storm. So the item, Storm Staff, Staff of Storms, is Construction 6. That's even more expensive. I've got too much info here. Still looks like too much info. Something seems off here. Oh well. Starting the battle with Storm is awesome. This thing costing 40 gems is not awesome. The fact that it requires 5 air to access isn't really a problem, because we have Master Smith plus 2. So really we only need air 2 for that, and that can certainly be done. But the point is it's construction level 6, and that is more than we can reasonably afford at this point, so too bad, not happening. Alright, not happening is certainly our attempt here. So it's winter, year 0. We should have about 20 provinces. We have 4, and 2 of them are under threat from Yasan already. We're going to circle back, grab our units, including our freely trained monsters. I might move my shamans straight back to Zenken immediately, and that's a good opportunity for them to grab the magical flies and bring them to my capital. And then we're making a beeline for Alexandria. Our capital is already compromised. We need to set up a better capital in Alexandria. You should add a mod that forces Alexandria to contain special library magic site that burns down the turn after it's discovered. Yeah, here's Mighty Alexander, and everything's talked about. Oh, he's dead already. Okay, what a shame. Unrest and Magic over in Third Rome, and we've got the upcoming arena battle, which we will not participate in. I don't have good units for it, and I often think it's just a way to hurt yourself, so no thank you. Right, we're starting to, well, I wouldn't really call this massing up. We have some units now. Canadian masquerading as a Scot. I would actually like you to be my prophet, but there's no time. I need to keep you moving around. I might actually make a different one of you and make them the prophet, because otherwise I'm kind of stuck on turns at the moment. So Canadian masquerading as a Scot, Providence Ridge first, and then over to Western Roman Empire. And I'm going to make you ditch the slave impalers because they're too slow. They're bogging down your speed here. I'm going to take some of the wounded or cursed units here and make them your guards. I was hoping that if you took limp and crippled units and made them your guards, then they wouldn't just die on the march, but they still do. Oh yeah, we got a triple here. The thing is, crippled and limped units make great bodyguards, because they don't need to move around on the battlefield. But if you still use them marching around, they're a pain. So one school of thought is if you have relatively expensive units and they're crippled or limp, you can make them bodyguards for expensive researchers. But really, that's a multiplayer thing, because that's not often a consideration against the AI. Right, kind of capped out on how much I can research here. We've got the researching, the training of the monsters. Ugh, man, that's not a lot of units to research with, or to recruit rather. But needs must. The morale isn't too terrible, but I would rather have a shambler slave to help out with that morale. Just a couple of them. Is that too much to ask? At least their shields should make them better at dealing with the light cavalry, but they still need to engage them. Single player has no Diplo, yeah, that's a bit of a problem. But maybe it's for the better. I mean, how would they honestly do good Diplo for a single player? How many single player strategy games have decent diplomacy? To be fair, EU4s, and to a lesser extent Crusader Kings. Where are my spies? Oh Christ, I sent you straight into Yasan, you might actually die there. But this is good information. I'll be able to tell how far Yasan have expanded here. By going to Alexandria, I can see if they've gone north into Matango or not. But even if they haven't, odds are they're going to. Like, Yasan's getting everywhere. They're here, 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 here. They're stretching wide. Which does make it tempting to crush on them early, but we cannot sustain a full-on assault. Right, so. Providence Ridge, we had our fight. Right, this actually looks like a line of cavalry now. It's a shame I'm not using them to attack rear, but... Oh, well, it's more heavy cavalry. Okay, well, goody gumdrops. Antlers versus their metal. Well, actually, antlers seem to be doing alright. Those ice lances can pierce through a bit of their protection. Wait, did you say Morningstar? Oh, cool. Don't know why that surprised me, but it did. Zippity zap, in go the flies. And they actually stunned these guys, which is good to stun the mounted commander so he doesn't hit you with his pretty heavy attacks. I might split off some of these antler guys to do an attack rear mission, because my front is wider than it needs to be currently. But some of them died here. So you were routing, but you're not, you're just killing the enemy units. Oh, that was weird. I was expecting lots and lots of mounted archers, not quite the opposite. They were barely the majority at 11. What a weird setup. Anyway, we did manage to win, huzzah. And Celadon City, it's Chakar. Chakar is heading north with their sacred divine hands, and they are going to get blessed. Oh god, they're bringing lots of sacreds. So, attack skill up, hit points up, strength up. 11 plus 5 is 20, Dominion's mathematics at work, because it's not showing rush of strength. These unassuming little monkeys with 20 strength is scary. Slashing bronze shakarams, they can throw them for 23 damage, and in combat, they have good skill with a 28 hitting falchion, 3 to a square. I don't want to fight those. There's a lot of things I'm looking at thinking I don't want to fight any of these things. And they're being somewhat clever. They've got an attack rear, and their attack rear actually worked. And these guys are also terrifying. I should be grateful that they're not blessed right now. Not that it matters, it's not my fight. But their battle axe already comes in with 22 damage. And they're going to get plus 9 strength from their bless. And the battle axe is a two-handed weapon, so they get an additional 25% of their strength, adding towards that. It's going to hit for something like 35 damage. And again, with attack skill 15, it's going to hit. And they're mounted, so they negate a lot of their defense negators. Basically, I don't want to fight anything I'm looking at here. These blesses that we made are pretty strong. These monkeys somehow look even scarier than crabs. And monkeys will rip your limbs off, though, just for the fun of it. So there we go. Very modest amount of Chakar units. Very terrifying results. And there was the fight in the arena. Let's just watch the finale. Yeah, my units would be able to come in and deal with Chulin the High Priest, that quarterstaff hitting for 30. And what do we have here? Oh, Rosalina the Prophet. If she dies, then Chakar lose their prophet. But doesn't matter. Oh, you fly. Right, you have flight when blessed. You're also horror marked for some reason. Claiming that life, using magic. This is not one of those arena battles that make you wear a slave collar then. Oh, you are dead, High Priest, unless you manage to... Oh, no, you're very dead. Damn, Rosalina. That was a good performance. However, the stories of a Canadian playing a Scots brave deeds have been unequaled... Well, he's got unequaled obesity? That's actually pretty good for Prophet, keeping alive with more hit points. Even so, I can't afford the turn to turn you into a Prophet. We just need to continue on our war march, and I need to continue making more of these cavalry, because they're about the only useful unit that I have. Gonna get rid of you and get back to my Zenken followers. I'm gonna grab the outer Loper, and then have you become my Prophet. It's always good to have a Prophet, because the Prophet also spreads Dominion just by existing. And now we make a beeline for Alexandria, and Minette is going to keep an eye on Alexandria to make sure that no one moves in around here. Can we recruit anyone useful from Providence Ridge? Yes, we can get some spies, that's good. And I'm going to have one of you go over here and build a temple and start temple training some iron flies. Cao Cao, I want you to grab the iron flies that we do have, and move over to Zenken, drop them off there, and research in Zenken, because it's going to be safer, and it's going to have all the magic dominion, which will make you a better researcher. The new guy can lead for a few turns. Don't forget to site search. I don't really have the units here for the site searching, although I could get them. The earlier you get them, the better, after all. I don't care too much about water site searching. And I can always water site search with the Vile Traditions guy. So I guess I'll cram out maybe 2 choking traditionalists and have them site search for... Hey, I might even roll water on them. Okay. God, I feel so cornered, but why is that such a recurring theme in my Dominions runs? Probably because I'm fighting against the second hardest level of AI, so the amount of boosts that they get to their income is insane and makes them scary to fight against. Right, Western Roman Empire, what do you have for me? Site search with the lizard shaman. That is true. That gets me some nature site searching done. So, Vine Ogres, I don't regard them as particularly good units. Their protection isn't great. The main thing is they're mindless, they'll never rout. So you kind of want them around as bodyguards that you can drink off of as you cast spells. But you'd need Soul Vortex for that, which is Death 3, so they're a good accompaniment for Death. Otherwise, Zippity Zappity. You're all taking the dirt nappity. I really don't think Ironfly should be able to take afflictions. It's kind of weird to see an Ironfly. There's one of our debilitated ones. There we go. Feeble-minded, mute, lost its head! Pity, you cannot use helmets anymore. Wow, that's a very rare affliction to see. So someone chopped a head off of one of my flies, and yet it can still bite. I mean, James, what is this thing anyway? A large, dangerous contraption flying at great speed. It doesn't bite hard, anyone bitten will be struck. Mindless magical beings. Well, it's magical, so we don't have to explain. At least losing the head didn't kill it. Yeah, there must be a special tag for that. Most things die. I guess being mindless means you don't need a head. Because you don't have a functional brain that needs to be maintained, do you? I'm liking these iron flies, though. They're not going to solo a province unless I have them in great masses, but their flying and their harassment is really nice. And we've got a hero. Well, we need a hero. Sakines was an inconspicuous farmer until he sought out a legendary hero who helped him fulfilling an ancient prophecy. He's skilled in reading the future. And metal crafting. Ooh, tell me about yours. Oh, God! You were an inconspicuous farmer? What was your legendary item? You've got 9 magical paths. Oh, you are scrumptious. And you give a resource bonus, but not much. Main problem is you're old. Really freaking old. Oh, guess you're site searching for me. What do you not have that we're otherwise getting out of you? Nothing. You will do all my site searching. Screw this other guy. I wish I could unrecruit him, but it doesn't work that way. Right, Sakines, I'm going to have you start in... You can fly, right? Yeah, you're pretty fast. Start in Big Blue Blob. We'll site search this place next turn. And then Timbuktu, Third Rome, Providence Ridge, yada yada. Now, I got my spies. I want one of them over in Bobon Battle. Actually, I want one in Tarentum. Marriage with women, I need a temple. Funny, you'd think I'm drowning in money. Where'd all my money go? I guess the upfront cost of these guys isn't free. Freedom isn't free. Right. No stopping on Canadian Pain Train. I need you over in Hyrule. Outer Loper. Can you get over to Hyrule in time? Yes, you can. Grab whatever units you can grab. As long as they're fast, and those guys are not fast enough. And also head on over to Hyrule. Why can you not get there in one go? For some reason I thought it was only like 13 movement to Hyrule, but of course we're in a swamp, aren't we? Yeah. Means you're going to be playing catch-up. No, I see the problem. The problem is that you're not all flying. If you were all gone, then it's an easy jump over to Hyrule, and we'll take that. Cast spells, these guys. Hold and attack rear from the rear. Someone else needs to bring over these other guys, though. And sword mana, you're someone else. Slowly but surely bring these units over. But I probably also want a temple over in Western Roman Empire, but my income is too paltry to sustain such things. So I think you'll just follow up. Tap-San, now that you're here, get researching. And also, you grab some extra flies to give to the Outer Loper. Okay. Remember PD. Oh, There was a way to filter it. Someone even told me how to filter this thing. It's cool and all. Ah, now I remember. You can click on these to change them. So defense is actually pretty good all around, so I don't need to bother with more. That said, a little more here wouldn't go amiss, just to... Yeah, no, you know what, you're not under any threat right now. We have access to yet another type of nature mage, but you are completely outclassed by the lizard shaman. It's even cheaper than you. Cheaper, extra magical path. I suppose the shaman isn't stealthy like you are, but why would I need a stealthy person like you? Stealth is wasted against the AI. They have magical powers to always know where all of your units are, even the stealthy ones, so they will destroy them with patrols. Not only that, they province defense dump like crazy. Right, I really want Alexandria. Move, and then move, or move, then move. Problem is... I don't know about Trash Canyon. I'm gonna hold out Nash Canyon and figure out if Shakar makes a move there. But I was really hoping that Yasan and Shakar would be fighting. But they're not. At least not yet. It's funny, I've been year 0 declared upon by the AI. But there's no way to see what the diplomacy is. There is under the hood a state of war and not war, and you can go from war to not war unless you kill the enemy god. But the game has no way of telling you that, which is very frustrating. I guess the game wasn't really made much with single player in mind, but I prefer single player over multiplayer for a number of reasons. Right, we know we won in Hyrule, and it shouldn't be a surprise that we won in Hyrule. It was our main army fighting against a bunch of light militia. Oh wow, militia have even worse attack skill than I thought. And most of that defense skill comes from their shield, which is... shield's a shield. If you block with a shield, there's a very high chance you're taking no damage unless you're defending something like a troll's giant club. Right, so we come together and we should mulch these guys. Mulch we do. This guy... Oh, the heavy infantry is a different story. They actually hit a bit hard and have decent protection. Even so, we have them on the flanks. And there go the flies. Good. We even managed to paralyze 2 of their command... Okay, 1 of their commanders. Stunned just means he ain't defending anything now. What happened to this guy? What? The heavy infantry guy has become pierced and slash resistant, and he's turned white. I have no idea what that means. You're just a regular rank and file heavy infantry, right? Yeah, I get petrified, but what in the world would have petrified him? Antlers? Ice lance? Wait, I know. Word of stone. Yeah, the type of attacks that your holy mages do with these kinds of casting is based on the highest level of magic that your pretender god has. Since ours has level 6 earth, his special is Word of Stone, and that will paralyze him. So he's essentially just become a statue. And for that he dies, because he has no defense now. I wonder if he got extra protection. Should check that. Defense and protection are different. Defense is your ability to dodge an attack. Protection is your ability to withstand an attack. Oh, well, now we can check it. Look at it. Yeah, you get 25 protection with Word of Stone. Cool. Doesn't matter, you're going to die, but still pretty cool. Iron Flies, secure your kill. Seen the Slumbering Dragon Commander has entered the Eternal Slumber. Alright, not bad. No losses, which is good, because I cannot afford attrition on my way to Alexandria and Hyrule. A Moonvine Bracelet now, that is swanky. Really freaking swanky. I'm going to give it to Sakines so that when he sight searches for level 3 Wait, no, wrong. I give it to you so that you sight search for level 2 nature. That is cool beans. Anyway, the two of you get researching. Your job is to go around my paltry small nation and site search everything. And you will site search for 3 air, 3 water, 2 astral, 1 blood, 2 nature. And that's pretty good, and this is one thing where swamps help out. Swamps have more magical sites than normal. However, the best for magical sites are throne provinces. Western Roman Empire is... well, I can't afford putting... I can't afford to put down a temple here. Oh god, I need to stop making you. You're too expensive. Give me the cheap followers. I've got my 4 researchers going on here. Got you training monsters. I thought I wanted you on site searching. There we go. I'm going to have you on Bob on Battlefield. I'm going to keep cranking out, although I would love to crank out some priests. I'd love to crank out some priests. No time. Train me more monsters. If we go to war, I'm going to really need every iron fly I can get. See, the faster you get the ball rolling, the more things snowball. You want snowballing, and I'm not getting snowballing. Ash Canyon has a lot of income. It's a delectable province. I want all 3 of these provinces, because they have high income. Good population as well, over 10,000. And I definitely want Alexandria. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make a move on Trash Canyon first. I'm going to then defend up Ash Canyon as much as I can. And hope that Chakar does not attack me there. Then I take Alexandria, Port Alexandria. Yasans and Matango! Also, barbarians in Alexandria. Alexandria is too good of a prize to forego, though. I want it. I almost need it. 100 resources and connected to all of these high-income provinces. I want Alexandria so badly. I'm not at war with anybody. We only had a bump with Yasan. Swedish truck driver, you just stay there. And you guys are moving into Ash Canyon. However, how about we just move everything over to the outer Loper? That way the Canadian masquerading as a Scot. Well, he could do something else. Don't know what he'd do. I mean, I could have you come back here and then you could do training monsters while Marriageable Woman does... No, you know what? I think I'm going to keep the Canadian moving with you. I am actually going to need the extra turns that you offer. There is an argument to be made for splitting up my forces. Half take on Edinburgh, half take on Ash Canyon. Not going to trust that. You never know when some heavy infantry come out of nowhere and make your life somewhat miserable. So no, they're gonna work together on this. You've got these slow, painfully slow units, but that's okay. Move over to Hyrule, congregate. Possibly congregate in Edinburgh. Depends if I think that you're going to take Alexandria. Maybe so, maybe no. A lot of risk involved here. But sometimes you have to take the plunge. Keep those cavalry coming out. They're actually pretty good. I like the low upkeep. The upfront cost is a pain though. Would it make sense to give the Canadians some units as a bodyguard or something? No. There are already bodyguards on the outer Loper, and the 2 of them are going to stay in the same area right here in the center. So the 2 of them are already guarded by 2 of my Atlantian knights here. Although... no, none of you are limping. And I want all you guys to be able to fly. No, this is fine. Conjuration, conjuration. Ugh, nothing found in the swamp. That's painful. That was a lot of magical searching to be done, but we found nothing. And Ash Canyon, don't let me down. Yeah, the larger, better provinces often have quite a lot to offer. I have you too close to my line here. The line's getting broken at the very start. I'll fix that next. Good job holding against the heavy cavalry. Heavy cavalry, despite their so-so morale, they break really easily in my experience. Probably because they run off ahead of everyone else, so they sustain quite a bit of damage as a unit, and then that brings out the rout pretty quickly. This is quite scary, actually. That's a lot of heavy infantry for us to take. However, it looks like you are rounding around the back, and here come the real cavalry. I'm starting to wonder if I shouldn't have them on wait and attack rear and just have them attack rear immediately. Because my cavalry run in pretty quickly. Another thought is maybe I have my cavalry on wait and attack instead. It's working out fine, but I'm losing a couple of turns of these guys doing their very annoying spark bite on the enemy. Look at how much they eat up the commanders. Anyway, excellent job there. Now, Alexandria is ripe for the taking. My foe is going northwards into Shinatsu Sho. Were there always 3 of you here? I swear one of you came out of nowhere. Oh, right, you're the... what's the word? You are the... spy. You two go over to Alexandria. You two have disappointed me massively. Failed Death Roader. And Sakin's the hero. Go and check out Timbuktu, then Third Rome. God, all that searching and nothing. You search and find nothing. Right, I'm going to have you head all the way over to Castle Malloy. It's a bit of a trek for you, but I'm sure you'll manage. Then I'm actually going to crank out a few priests. I need more priests. Just regular rank and file priests, and it's more important right now than, well, not priests. Southside does his research over there, which is fine. Utter Dark. I could get one more level of blood searching done by Utter Dark, but I will not. It's kind of a waste to bring him out, honestly. He's a lot of upkeep, and he doesn't really do much that a couple of lower level guys wouldn't do. I mean, you're 22, these guys are 10, and those guys, once I get my... Oh, I've already got Construction 4, right. You there, here is your Dwarven Hammer. Your job is to, every month, forge me an Owl Quill. That means I get +6 research every single month. And that's going to roll, so it's +6, then 12, then 18, then 24. And the only place we go from there is up. Oh, more scouts here. Great. Give me those scouts. It's rather tempting to set up a fort in Hyrule, because I'm desperately low on forts. And it would be another place to recruit my slaves from, but income is also a problem. It's also a bit of protection because my foe could attack from Lobhemia up through here to get to my cap circle. Does insulate the Western Roman Empire and Providence Ridge. But I'm not drowning in money, so these options aren't amazing for me. Split and double expand. I know, but you know, it was rough enough. See that fight we had there? I think we could have lost that quite easily. We were matched tile for tile on the initial charge. If they'd been the ones flanking me, that could have turned very ugly. I need to dissuade my opponent from attacking here, so painful as it is, I'm going to add quite a bit of province defense into Trash Canyon and hope that you don't attack into it. Let me grab Alexandria, fort it up, and go for it. Although I'd love Edinburgh. God, I almost need Edinburgh. 0 losses and you think it was close? Yes! Yes, I do. Let's look at it again, shall we? Here's the line, right? Here's the heavy cavalry, and we're able to flank them, and here's their heavy infantry, and it's pretty even line for line. Imagine that we've only got half the units here. Suddenly they're flanking us in the corners with heavy cavalry, so the corner units are going to die rapidly, and then the center will just fold as such. And here, it would be a little less than 1v1 for me. And their heavy cavalry hits a bit harder than my guys. Not to mention they get a charge. Do I get a charge attack? I do, but they get 3 attacks. Yeah, I would not be comfortable splitting for this. Maybe if I tested this build a lot, and I was very confident in what my units can and cannot do. But no. Also, I can't really afford attrition on this campaign, because reinforcements are a mile away. Did you tell your flies not to hold? No, I decided against that. And there was a bump in Alexandria, and I was the second one, so I have to deal with this after I've dealt with the barbarians. And it's not a small amount of barbarians either. Barbs are always frightening to fight against. Fortunately, we're mounted, so we should be able to defend pretty well against their attacks, and they will rout easily. Honestly, I'm more worried for my flies than anything else, so hopefully they just rout quickly. Good, mulch them, then come their attacks. Okay, no, they're already legging it. Good. You gotta hit barbarians hard and fast, because if it ever draws out, you're in for a bad time. And look at that, you're cutting through the 18 protection of my iron fly here. You've crippled my iron fly! He's gonna die on the follow-up march then, sadly. Cripple is as good as dead. Anyway, that's not good enough because we were also attacked by Yasan. Seems they want a bit more of their crabs steamed up and eaten. However, they've actually brought out their sacred crabs, which have slightly better skills, and they're going to take the bless. Did they bring a holy commander? I don't think they did. Paradox the Lieutenant. Is there a way to check you? He's sacred, but he's not a priest, so you're actually not going to bless your sacreds, thank God for that. Mass cavalry charges? What is this, medieval total war? I wouldn't really call them cavalry, they're slaves. Well, I guess the game's calling them cavalry. No, they're called slave knights. Right, so as scary as these crab people are, if I can cavalry charge them and flank them down, we will get through that terrifying 21 protection of theirs. We only have 14 protection, but we've got good defense. And in come the defense-negating iron flies, and good. Oh wait, that's not good. That's good. I need to take out that lieutenant. Sadly, though, he's surrounded by enough of his friends, and wow, you got mulched there. You're the guy without a head. I don't want to lose you. You're cool. But these guys have the armor-piercing... oh god, yeah, that's right. Armor-piercing pincers. There we go. We took care of your commander. So, by all accounts, you should be fleeing now. But you're not fleeing. There we go, now you're fleeing. Completely routed. And routing units are very easy to kill. They even can't attack back very well. Alright, so that's the second time we're having steamed crab for dinner. Oh, I think they killed my headless fly. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Zap. Ah, hello, Sturm. Right, so not without its losses. I lost a lot more to these annoying crab people than to any of the indies along the march. There's that attrition I was talking about. And also imagine I'd split my forces. I don't think that battle would have gone our way quite so well. We get barbarians here. It's always a shame to overwrite barbarians with your national troops. However, we've got to get going here. So Minette, you construct me a palisade. Outer Loper takes Shitatsusho's holiday home, just in case I think about marching from Cornwall. And then you're going to go and take Edinburgh for me. Hank Hill, I want you to... keep an eye on Blobhemia. Let me know if and when they're attacking into this area. Swedish truck driver... God, I don't know. And it's hard for me to tell if he's ever going to be mounting up for an attack against me or against Chakar. Again, I'm not at war with Yasar. Those were 2 bumps. So those don't count as actual fighting. But I'd really like Chakar and Yasan to be fighting against each other. But it's hard for me to just keep a unit here to keep an eye on it. You are quite stealthy. Certainly stealthier than the generic guys, but you're a lot more to lose. You just hide and wait for now. Keep an eye over here, because I need to keep an eye and see if any attacks happen. These 2 are at war, that's so good for me to know. Sword Mana. You were bringing over reinforcements. Go and feed them into Alexandria, please. Oh boy, I have no money left. Canadian masquerading as a Scot. You just preach while you're there. And the 2 of you get sight searching, and for God's sake don't let me down this time. now that I have a regular unit here, you are going to be the one that trains. And marriageable, you are going to... Oh, you can't research here. There's no laboratory. Get over there then. So you train monsters in Providence Ridge, and we'll get more researching done over here. And you grab the iron flies and take them back. If you're wondering why I'm not training more iron flies, it's because with Temple Trainer you can only train once per temple. And you can only have one temple per area, so I really only have 3 provinces I can be training these flies in. But hopefully with the money I get from these grasslands... damn, you already took the Shire with its high throne. Hopefully with the money I get here, I can erect more temples, and maybe I can batten down the hatches here, train up my guys, and then pick a fight. At this rate, it's almost certainly going to be Yasan or Chakar. Worst case scenario, it's both. But we have another problem. Chalagi is there. I would quite like the Throne of Ice, and I would certainly like Bob-omb Battlefield. As it stands, it's a pretty weak province, so I'm pretty certain that Chalik can just run in and take it. But, what's Chalik going to be fighting? I don't know. Kinda wish I had the eyes of God for a situation like this. What's this nation all about? We are Tengu people, which I mistakenly thought were Kalem people, and we have enslaved the Atlantians. So all of our rank and file, apart from our sacred Tengu, are slaves. So their skills are pretty poor, their morale is pretty poor, but their cost is really low. So, although my plan was to use a lot of these slave impalers, I have to use the knights right now, the only thing that can actually expand for me. My grand plan was to have a front line of these slave impalers using their high protection, or maybe even using the even higher protection of the slave champions, to be a stone wall whilst I flank with slave knights and then use various summons and spells to eradicate my enemies. But at this point, our budget is really shoestring, so we're going to work with what we have, and what we have is not much. You're heading back with your few flies. There are a few flies hanging around the Providence Ridge that I can pick up whenever. Your Sacreds have lightning strikes. They have a lightning strike. One single ammunition of lightning strike. Not really worth it, in my opinion. And whilst their upkeep is fine, I'm not going to use them because I don't have a bless. Or I don't have a relevant bless. Is anyone around to show that bless? Magical leadership plus 50. Really? 50? I thought it was 40. But we also have... See if it can be shown off here. Is there anything that's not air magic 1? Oh, you're not sacred, so it doesn't matter. What about my hero? Is he sacred? No, he's not. What a shame. Anyway, the point is that my bless gives Master Smith plus 2. So we're able to smith items 2 above our level. So that means that, oh man, Utter Dark's going to be pretty good for smithing air, but then so is Sakin's. But you'll be able to smith up to 4 on blood, which you can get the dagger with, and then you can smith 5. Delicious. I wanted to move you guys forward. What are we fighting into anyway? Hallberg militias. Okay, this should be easy enough to kill. And why don't we try this? Let's just try you with attack rear instead of hold and attack rear. Oh, again, nothing found. This is getting grim. The sooner you get gems, the more it snowballs. Pretty much everything snowballs better the sooner you get them. These guys are fighting me with sticks. Now this is probably one that I should have split up for. Their leaders are dead, and they've already routed. Which allows us to just kill them all for free experience. Kind of sad. But you were hiding at... Oh god, you have awful, awful units that aren't even worth putting down as province defense. That is sad. Alright. Go and take Edinburgh. I really need a temple here. It's not all I need here. There's a lot of things I need. What's the difference between hold and attack rear and attack rear? Whenever you have hold in your order, they will spend 2 turns doing nothing before they then do what you tell them to do. Unless it's a commander, in which case hold is 1. So if I take my sword mana right here. I can tell them to hold, and then maybe cast a spell, then hold, and then maybe specifically cast Pull for the Grave, and then attack. And you can give any amount of elaborate orders for 5 moves. You can give 1, you can give 5, you can give 3, you can make them whatever. And once they've done those 5, they go off script, and they will do whatever they think is the most reasonable course of action. But they will also follow their main order, so you can tell them their main order after they fulfill these main things is to go and physically attack, or fire projectiles, or cast spells, or advance and cast spells. It's pretty cool, but you really need to get a feel for it, because it's not immediately obvious what a lot of things are going to be doing. Right, once we have Edinburgh, what do? Yasan just continues to be a threat to me. I would really like that golden throne from Castle Malloy. But the moment you take a throne, the AIs love to fight you, and Yasan is right there with their capital. Yasan is spread so wide. You'd think that would make them a really easy target, and in a way it does, but the fact that they're wide means they can attack me from damn near anywhere. What's the advantage to having your army wait a couple of rounds? The enemy army will advance unless they are also set to wait. So in my case, the reason that I tend to have my flies on wait and attack rear is because it means the main bulk of the enemy force is going to be meeting in the middle and fighting, so their troops will be fighting my cavalry, but their commanders usually stay at the back. So then, when the commanders are all isolated from their units, these flies come in and then eat them. And then with the commanders dead, the rest of them tend to rout. That's the plan. It doesn't always go to plan. Maybe the enemy has archers on the true back line, and the commanders are in the middle, so that they don't go for that. Sometimes your units on attack rear just don't attack rear, they just jump into the fray, and then the commanders get off scot-free. And sometimes the battle's over so quickly they don't get in time. Even so, I'm still going to have hold and attack rear for this one. So I don't want them jumping in and getting massacred by heavy swordsmen. We built up quite a lot of afflictions on this fight, that's the attrition I was talking about, but with all this time I've actually been able to build up a proper army. Well, proper. Yeah, it's something of an army. And I do have magical leadership on the likes of Johnny Bravo. So I might take one of them, have them grab the units and have them head on over. They've still got decent map move like that, 18, but the Western Roman Empire continues to be a problem for that. They want to go into Bahia. I might send you into Blobhemia with this army. It's not too shabby. You're not a great leader for them, but if I took Blobhemia, well, it's better than Chakar taking Blobhemia and then just being able to pierce right into me from here. On the other hand, if they had Blobhemia and they ever just suicided into Bahia, that would also be good for me. Although at this rate, Yasan can also suicide into Bahia. And I don't know what's going on down here. I wish I did know. Chakar is as far south as the Shire. Wasn't there another nation around here? Oh wait, there's Chakar. I need to think about it. There are 4 enemy nations, right? Chaligi? It was Chakar again. Chakar, right. So, Chaligi, Chakar. What was Yasan? There's Yasan. Chaligi, Chakar, Yasan. Who was the other one? Tonkollamark. Where in the world is Tonkollamark? There's Tonkollamark. That leaves a pretty large area here. I don't know if Tonkollamark is up for it. We're pretty tight here. There are meant to be 20 provinces each. I'm not really feeling that with my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, well, 10 provinces, but still. I'm not feeling so hot where I am. Wish I could put a pin in those provinces. Right, go and check out Third Rome, and if that's not to our liking, check out Providence Ridge, and then check out Western Roman Empire, and just keep checking out everything. Sadly, no way to automate this stuff. Naoto. I want you to take over from the training monster and Big Blue Blob. I'm just cranking out the generic priests because they're better to do the training monsters. And the guys that can research should be researching. And with the owl quills, I'm just going to give them to my regular research dudes here. Now they are pretty cheap and researching for 16. That's sweet. It does drink my air gems, but we have enough income of air gems to sustain making owl quills forever. It's not going to work out that way. We will eventually get more. Honestly, considering that it's late summer year, it says year 1, but year 0 is also a year. This is pretty sad. This is just our initial income of gems. There's a lot of things pretty sad about our nation, but hey, we just gotta deal with those. There are the frightening size 5 crushing units of Chalagi. Problem with his crushing units is that they will dominate Bob-on Battlefield. I'm pretty sure a handful of crushers could take this out. And then Big Blue Blob is right here for the taking. And I don't have the treasury to add defense to it, and even if I did, he would roll over it anyway, so that's all pretty bad. Hank Hill, you just wait and keep an eye on Blobhemia, see if there's an attack there. Sword mana, there's not much for you to do there. I could have you bring the units over to Shitatsu Sho. I mean, Castle Malloy is so tempting for that 200 gold. But it's such a big target to put on myself with Yasan right there. Ooh, Horticulturist. Potential break into Earth, but my god has Earth, and I'll use him to summon Earth things if I can. Look at this guy. He's a really cheap priest. And he only needs a temple. Of course, he's very, very easy to kill, but did I mention he's very cheap? And stealthy. Tempting, but he's honestly not going to offer me anything that I don't already have access to. Lordman, go and donate your troops over to the Outer Loper. And train Enthusiast. I want a better idea of what's happening between the lands of Chakar and Ton Kolomark. So go to Serbia. Where's my yeah, why don't the Swedish train driver go to Serbia? Actually, it's good here. There's no real province defense, so you probably won't get routed out. I might have very low supplies, but so do my enemies, at least for now. Free defense in Hyrule, that's nice. And Edinburgh shouldn't be a problem. So look, with this is the wait and hold. These flies are just sitting back here doing a whole lot of nothing. And then on the second turn, which is now, they're going to fly. Phew, and they should attack right into here, which is the rear. Sometimes they don't, but they should. Yeah, there we go. And they're just going to zappity zappity zap these guys. And the reason I tell them to wait is so that the main army can go and engage with these guys, because otherwise they might just immediately fly here, and the main army just turns around and shanks them. Now these guys are excellent for assassinating some pretty weak rear units, but they will get chipped down, and I don't want to lose them just yet, because I'm not able to make them en masse right now. I will, though. I will be able to drown my enemy in iron flies if I get that far. They're not amazing units, but they're pretty great for harassment. So there we go, that was free, and we got ourselves a ring of fire for the Outer Loper. Not really relevant, but it's going to stop him from dying to a stray bit of fireflies or whatever people would cast on it at this point. Right. Take all of the units that we have, including these slave shamblers. I know they're slow, but they do improve morale. Just by having them there, the morale of these units goes up. If I take them out, wait, +2 morale. Standard morale here, 15. Put you in, morale becomes 16. As long as these guys survive. They can't fight very well. Their hands are busy holding up the standard, so all they can do is just nudge people fruitlessly with their fist. Anyway, sword mana. Ooh, White Man Hill gives growth, gives a nature gem, gives supply, but that's hardly anything to consider. Soon, Alexandria, soon we will have a palisade. Could get some barbarians, but I don't think they're worth the cost. The upfront cost is pretty low, but poor morale. Undisciplined, generally last-ditch resort or some siege fodder. Outer Loper, take Blobhemia for me. And I will probably fort up Bohemia. I need to have something of a fort line here because I'm too weak otherwise. And I would honestly love Matango to be one of those forts. But that means fighting Yusan. Yusan have very low luck though. Look at that, Misfortune 3. It's very possible that they get a negative event that causes one of these to go over to an independent, like let's say knights or trolls or what are they called, troglodytes, burst out and take the province. Then I just go and relieve the province. It's not an active war. So that will be considered. Do I have the money to... Yes, I do. Let's... Oh, I already built a temple here. Right, Canadian. It might feel like a big drop down in your duties here, but you're going to train monsters for me now. And sword mana. Edinburgh is one of my relatively safe provinces, so you are actually going to construct a temple here as well. And if I get a fort up in Blobhemia, then I would also like to put one up in Hyrule. I can also get generic indie priests here quite cheaply, and you can take over sword training, temple training. And Takamaki, you're from Persona 4? Or was it 5? Doesn't matter, your job is to go over to Hailfire Peaks and wait there. I want to see if anyone attacks into that throne. I haven't done nearly enough planting my guys on thrones. That's normally what I crank out the scouts for, but cranking out is not one thing that our nation can do very well right now. You two, search Third Roman and get the hell away from there. It's far too dangerous. If these Yusan units move in here, I would lose two very important mages too quickly. So search and then get the heck out of there. That move 14, that's not enough to get you to Province Ridge. You, however, can immediately jump over the Province Ridge. Okay. I might actually have Sheva take over some Providence Ridging. Because I don't want the site searchers to be split up at all. Right, Johnny Bravo. Might not be the best idea, actually, bringing my troops all over here. The thing is, my troops aren't that maneuverable. The cold slows them down, and the bad swamp here causes issues as well. And Bahia is too powerful for me to take on. There's actually a lot of good reasons to leave Blobhemia open for the AI to suicide into Bahia. Then what does that leave me doing? Expansion is already quite crippled now. Well, actually, Tiny Huge Island is open for the taking, as is Sparse Reef, as long as Chakar don't get any ideas. Well, Chakar and Yasan. That requires making some units that can actually go underwater. So maybe I should get rid of a bunch of you, and instead bring in my Slave Shamblers. Slave Impalers, because these, although the riders might be amphibious, the mount is not. The elks can't go underwater. So if I just make up a bunch of Slave Impalers, I could send them into the waters. Take Vermilion, Gangplank, Tiny Huge, just get some income from the waters. Still leaves me open to being attacked by Yasan, but Yasan is already poised and ready to attack me whenever they feel like it. I feel bad about Shitatsu Sho, it's such a weak province, very easy to take. Wait, it still triggers war to take a province that they lost? Okay, well, this is one of the problems of the game, just not telling you these things at all. Hey, Chibi is also a tempting one to take. Yeah, basically I need to start cranking out units that can go underwater now. I think I will still take Blobhemia. Better to have it than let the others have it. I'll fort it up, And then we're going to turn around and try and take Blob on battlefield before our foes do. That cold resistance will be nice. 3 gems are also nice. And I am sorely lacking in Dominion spreading, so I will do that. Johnny Bravo, you're going to have your units combine over in Blobhemia. We use quite a lot of supplies, but supplies aren't a huge issue for us. You're training that monster, which is good. You're coming in to replace training the monster, which is also good. And I want some indie priesting going on over here. Although we can also have them from there, can't we? Alright, get on. If the AI previously owned a province, then anyone owning it at a later time is shown in a forever war. Play against people if you want some sanity. I don't think it works that way, but yeah. If the game could just show you who you're at war and who you're not at war with. Well, maybe in Dom 6, the developers did acknowledge that short sight. Right, we finally found one single magical site. Canyon of Wild Winds. 2 gems. 2 gems is pretty sweet. A dyed outer loper cripple. Earth gems up, and one of your mages has befriended some magical beings. Some. We found 1 Lamia. At least we don't have to pay her, but... Aren't you meant to be a commander? Yeah. What are you meant to do with Lamia? Do you get paths if I gift a reason you? Lamia Queen is the commander. Oh, okay. Anyway, that's a bit of a shame. That's a real damn shame, actually. Well, whatever. You guys get over to Providence Ridge. One of you's too slow. I'm going to send Sheva Atama over there. You go and grab them. There we go. And actually hand this over to Sakins. So Sheva is going to take over the research, the site searching, because otherwise failed Death Roader is too slow to keep up with Sakins, even though Sakins is old as sin, 83 years old and outpacing the lizard. Okay, Johnny Bravo, you two going round on Blobhemia. I shouldn't need all these numbers to take out Blobhemia, but my concern is this: it could be that Chakar are going to try and take out Blobhemia. So, we make sure that we have an extra load of spies here to hold an attack rear. And that's a lot of knights. Okay. These knights are going to be on attack rear as well. And in fact, we're not going to hold an attack on this. Just attack rear. Because I think we're going to be on their rear end pretty quickly. Yeah, we'll go for the quick kill here. Johnny Bravo, you cast spells as ever. Hank Hill, we don't need you to keep an eye on the place anymore. Still not a lot going over in Lubeck's Eastern Exchange. I already have Nick Brick keeping an eye on Castle Malloy. So what's the Propane Maestro going to do? I don't know enough about Forlorn Muskeg and Sarmazegatuza, so go and keep an eye via the Netherlands. Nick Brick, you just wait in Castle Malloy until someone attacks it. Swordman, we've got a temple here. Means we can get some generic priests, but until then I want you to train monsters. Big Blue Blob here is to take over the training of monsters here. The reason I do that is because these guys have divine insights and they can do researching. And you folks here, grab my quills. I'm only making 1 quill. I could make a lot more per turn. I could have all of these guys make a quill. But it's a question of air gems versus instant research. And our research is coming along not amazingly, but well enough. Evocation 5 is still a bit of a ways to go. I already have Conjuration 2 for Storm Power. And Evocation already gives me Lightning Bolt, which I rather like. So again, if things go really bad, I just make a storm. And I can make a storm, thanks to my level 3 guy. He just needs an extra gem for it. And then this is just my... It's always nice to have a plan for if you're getting rushed to death. So let's say we have 300 of those very angry crustaceans knocking down my walls. My counterplay is to put a line of my cheap but high protection chaff in front of them, my slaves, and all the while I've got a back row of loads of air mages casting down Lightning Bolt. My mages are only Air 1, and this is an Air 2 spell, and there's no way I'm paying 1 gem per lightning bolt. So what I do is I have Summon Storm Power, which gives them +1 air magic. Only can be casted if there is a storm, which is why I'm researching Evocation 5 to learn how to start a storm. So I can have my high-level air guy start a storm, the other guy... it takes a wee while, doesn't it? Yeah. Once that's cast, the other guys boost up to level 2 air, and drown the enemy in lightning bolts. And the reason that should work is because lightning bolts are armor negating damage. And my enemies have like 21 protection, which will be rendered useless in the face of lightning. That's my brilliant plan for dealing with crustaceans, but I'm not pushing it because this is more of my counter push. I'd rather take the opportunity right now to build up some forts and actually have some economy. Now, if you're aware of Dominions, you're already looking at this thinking, yes, this is all very basic strategy, but a lot of people, I've heard from them, tune in and they say, I've been watching this for 40 hours and I have no idea what's happening in this game, so I do try to explain my way of thinking. I haven't looked into Astral at all. There's a good idea of getting Astral 3 or 4 so that my low-level mages can at least do luck and ethereal to keep themselves alive in... well, personal luck and body ethereal, keep them alive in a fight. So we'll actually at least get Alteration 1. But after that, I think I'm going to go down Blood Magic. Ah, but we don't do any blood searching at all. I really want that Rescendance though. Oh, it's delicious. I'd actually go Construction 6 so I can immediately have storms and battles. Yeah, let's do that. 40 hours is very little playtime in this game. Yeah, it took me 60 hours to somewhat understand what's going on. Man, I'd love to temple up here, but it's just not safe. To think I'm not able to keep my own cap circle safe. I am a failure of a pretender god. Alright, you hide and wait in Tarentum. We'll see if Loggy is going to suicide any nation. Man, that is some real painful purple. Just looking at that hurts my eyes. And I've got my monitor brightness on 2%. I haven't played a strategy game yet where necromancy wasn't busted. What's magic option becomes a necromancer? If you have death magic, and thanks to blood we do have access to death, you can have death mages, and death mages can summon infinite amounts of skeletons in combat. It's really cool. It's so much fun to just drown your enemy in skeletons, because there is no problem that cannot be countered with more skeletons. And I mean, we're talking thousands of skeletons on the map. But every play has a counterplay, and if your enemy is just bringing more and more skeletons, what you can do is bring more and more priests. Priests banish skeletons. The problem is, they can only banish like a handful of skeletons a turn, so if the enemy is sending 100 skeletons a turn at you, what are you going to do? Well, probably bring more priests, because priests are cheaper generally than death mages. What are you doing there? You get out of there. I need people that go underwater. I'm using tridents, not glaives, so there you go. Although, eventually, if your enemy is truly bringing in several hundred undead a turn, then you can have some large area, like battlefield-wide spells that turn the undead against them, or kills them off. Many options. Yeah, thousands. I have a setup where I have Sarumancers that summon so many skeletons against a fort that the skeletons summon inside the fort, because there's nowhere else for them to spawn. So I can just take a fort like that. But we're talking like 50 death mages. 50 death mages that don't get tired out doing that either. But it's so good, right? If you want to rattle your bones, this is the game for it. I've never played a game where you just have so much fun with undead. We were playing with the undead when we played as Bolberg, actually. And oh my days, it was so good. We had a fairly strong sacred, but they were getting countered. So we just flanked our good sacreds with hundreds of undead, and oh, it was good. Anyway, enough filleting the undead. Let's carry on, shall we? We're taking out Blobhemia, and we're going attack rear without pausing. Right, more outer loper cripples dying. There was a fight in Blobhemia against the Indies. However, this is why we plant spies. It looks like Loggy and Yasan are fighting in Matango. Wait, did I actually have a spy here? Maybe they were en route. Anyway, Yasan already held this province, so we can be fairly certain now that Yasan and Chalagi are at war. They're the Chalagi units. I don't particularly like these kinds of units, because if you're size 4, you have 2 wasted size spots inside your square. A square can hold 6 total size. That could be 1 size 6, it could be 6 size 1s, 3 size 2s, a size 3 and 3 size 1s, any combination. But the problem with size 4 is that unless you have some size 1 or 2s to fill in the gaps, you're just wasting space. And these guys don't have size 2s on their roster, not to my knowledge. So you're wasting a lot of space. And also, making size 2s and 4s work together can be tough, because they are bound to have different combat speeds. So that, in my eyes, is a weakness of Chalagi. Size 4 units I never tend to like. But I think they're alright units. I mean, look at this bad boy. His Bronze Claymore, despite the fact that you are weakened, is still striking for 30 damage. Reasonable attack skill. And it's only a length 2 weapon, but it's increased to length 3 because of your giant size. So you're not about to be repelled, you're just going to crush these poor bastards. There's the commander. And fair play to the commander, he actually managed to dodge. They won't dodge forever. Squish for 32. And then these poor horseback archers, yeah, they know when to fly. So this is a good sign. This means that Chalagi and the other guys, Yasan, are going to be busy dealing with each other, and hopefully not me. It gives me an opportunity to round back onto Bob-on Battlefield. Timbuktu is sadly giving me less money. And Palisades and Alexandria are done, huzzah! On top of that, Outer Loper has now become a hero. They recover from fatigue at an unbelievable rate. Well, correct me if I'm incorrect, but holy spells don't cause fatigue, with one exception that we don't have access to. We can have a look at the Hall of Fame, and note that we are very scarce on it. The Outer Loper is one of the lowest ranked heroes in the game. And I think we had another hero. Oh, there we go. The Canadian is middling ranked. Rosalina is top dog, and that's because she won the ethereal plane arena. It's not ethereal, but it's some kind of other plane of existence. I think it's the astral plane arena. A lot of the heroes have died, so more heroes can join in, but you only become a hero if you have more experience or more heroic points than the person at the bottom. So Andrew Ryan will be quite easy to outclass, then again, so will the Outer Loper. Seeing you play a Windows 95 game, I can only assume that this dictatorship thing that someone makes you do. If that's the case, can I ask for a Vorion? What do I have to do? You're jumping onto a lot of things. This game is not very old, it's relatively recent. The low fidelity of everything is just part of the charm, and the fact that it's made by 2 Swedes in their garage. This one was forced to me. I was forced to play this game until I came to love it. That sounds quite abusive, and in a way it was. But I still enjoy it, so what can you say about that? As for Evorion, I did a long play of Evorion. I beat the game from start to finish, and I loved the game. It was amazing. So if you want to see me play Evorion and make some incredibly ugly ships before I go clawing my way to the workshop, there's like a 70-hour long play of that on my... Oh yeah, I did it on normal mode. How dare I not play it on the hardest mode. The hardest mode is a huge amount of grind, so forgive me for being a little turned off by that. Anyway, Outer Loper. Here are all of my units, pretty much everything I have. I'm going to have you segregate some of them off, as long as they're not wounded ones. And give them some crappy shambler to boost their morale as well. And these guys are on the flank for attacking into the rear. Maybe even a little further behind so the shambler lags back a bit. I'm going to bring you down a bit. I'm actually going to add a few more crippled units to your bodyguard because you are too important to just lose for no good reason. How many cripples do we have? None of our remaining units are crippled. I mean, they have problems, like this poor guy. He's got a never-healing wound, he's got another separate wound on his chest. He's got PTSD, so that lowers his morale. And he's also caught a disease, meaning he will gain additional afflictions and lose 10% of his health every month till he dies. Afflictions, injuries, deaths all happen. I don't think it's even possible to run a game of Dominions deathless, as in nobody dies, because even if you keep regeneration, recuperation, there's always going to be a random event that can just kill you. Or a random event horror marks you, and then a horror kills you. I suppose if you win a game fast enough, you could do it deathless, but there's no deathless in perpetuity in this game. It's not possible. Anyway, that all aside, I want the outer loper to leg it back to Bob-on Battlefield and try and claim that. That's a lot of turns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 turns to get over there. And I wouldn't mind doing Arborang as well, but I'm going to get someone to go and check on that. I'm going to hope that these two end up killing each other. Just so that it's not my problem in general. And what do we have here? Alexandria doesn't really have much of my Dominion. And it also doesn't have a laboratory, which I really want here. So in the absence of a laboratory, we're going to bring in... what are we going to bring in? Going to bring in Master Bishops and some more cavalry, because the cavalry is actually quite good. Better than I thought they were, for sure. They finally just have something to do with their crappy defense skill, and their low upkeep makes it pretty good cavalry. Do we not have some other heavy cavalry that we can compare them to? Ah, here we go. If I were to recruit these heavy cavalry, sure, it's only 30 gold up front, but it's 24 upkeep cost. I can get 2.4 of my elk cavalry for this. And my cavalry have better defense skill and a magical weapon. And I hate to say it, but the morale is almost comparable. Just play undead. You can't die if you're already dead. You'd be surprised. Any undead nation that's only undead? Middle Age Armour? Lemuria? Can't think of any of those that are not undead. But yeah, the undead can certainly be told to die again. Right, Johnny Bravo. I need a fort here, but I also need a temple here. Fort takes precedence, so build me palisades. And the palisades that we do have need to be upgraded to a fortress. You're going to help out with that. You train monsters, Canadian, masquerading as a Scot. Ulala. You take over from the monster training. And it's a shame that Ash Canyon is so open to abuse there. Where are you going? You're going to Alexandria? Not on my watch, you're not. I want a temple here. I also want a temple in the Western Roman Empire, though. Tingle, you just wait there. I will have you build a temple here as soon as we're able. And this is me batting down my hatches around here. I just wish I had held Celadon. Celadon is the entry point into my nation here. But I don't. Chakar holds it. Which does mean I'm very vulnerable for an attack into Ash Canyon, which is why I've added quite a lot of province defense on it. Might not be enough, though. I really want Chibi, too. I want everything, but our failed initial expansion really hurt our everything. Swordman. Get over to Zenken. Actually, we've got as much research as we can get there. Go over to Hyrule and do some research there, then. Build fortress, train monster, that's all fine. Sakins, give the Moonvine bracelet to Sheva Alama. And you two get site searching. Havelock Veterinary. Some of the names on the name list go over my head, I'm sorry to say. Well, not that sorry, but I'm a little sad to say. Get over there, I think we have enough indie priests for now. Bring in the spies once more. Right, Serbia shows us the line between Ton Kolomark and Chakar. Stand in Stockholm, and that way you can keep an eye on Serbia and Cerulean City, and you'll be able to tell me if Ton Kolomark and Chakar ever come to blows. It'll be good information. Failed Death Rotor, drop off your weird and wonderful Lamia here, and get researching. Tingle's just waiting there, and he's the only unit that I haven't given command to. However, High Praetor, take your Owl Quill, and with that my research goes up and up. The only place it has to go is up. What nation am I thinking of that rely entirely on free spawn, but the only people they can recruit are living wizards? I thought Riley could get regular things. That Carrion nation? Asphodel? Could be wrong though, I haven't played as them. Right. Not much for it. Really not much for it. Right, I need a laboratory in Alexandria. Fortunately, my mages are very fast. Oda Nobunaga, you get over to Alexandria. Oh, look at that! That's what they call the one-shot. And that wasn't even using all of his map move. He's just going to jump into Alexandria, make the great library of Alexandria, and then we will summon Alexander. If we were playing another significantly worse game. Right, once again we found nothing. I have searched 3 or 4 sites with a lot of paths and found bugger all, except for one air site. Stockholm! Right. So Tom Colomark is advancing on, but not into Chakram. Or Chakara. Is it Chakar? There it is. I'm not good with keeping track of all the names here. I was not able to use Tom Colomark very well when I used them. And honestly, I don't think the AI is going to do much better. However, they were given a bless by a human. Not only that, it was a human who used the AI's amount of bless points that they get. See, when you make a nation, you get like 300 points or so, and with those points you have to make your skills, your bless, your god, your magic paths. And you can take things that are bad in order to get more points to get other things that are good. But the AI gets an enormous boost to that, so when I tasked other people with creating these blesses, I said, you can have as many points as the AI gets. Which is something ridiculous, like 650. So that means the blesses that they're able to make are a whole lot better than anything I could make. And these guys having quickness and luck is a little terrifying, because they don't also have to take bad skills to go with that. Reform. A unit with this ability has a chance to reform somewhere in the vicinity instead of dying when it's slain. What? What? Okay. So, quickness means their defense skill is sky high. 22 defense, so good luck even hitting this guy. Well, let's say maybe you have something that negates defense. You do hit them. Okay, well, there's a 75% chance you won't kill them because they're lucky. Okay, but we get the 25% roll and we kill them. Ah, but there's a 50-50 that they're just going to reform again. Sweet buggery, that's a problem. And they have shields as well, so projectiles don't work too well against them. Ah, see, there's an idea. If you can't hit them normally, you can do what the mage here just did and set fire to them. The disease is good on them. They're about to die because they're on fire, but let's see if they reform. Oh, that fire is spreading. There we go. Now that's kind of interesting. They don't... Okay, so in addition to all the reasons that they can't die, if you kill the rider, the crocodile remains. And that crocodile now needs to be killed. And he's still quick. He still carries the bless. They might not even be able to kill the crocodile. I swear I saw some of them have an awe check there. Yeah, there we go. The ridden ones have awe. I don't know if killing the rider counts as killing the unit, though. I don't know if they get a new rider. Anyway, they've definitely won here. There's a lot of unknowns about this. Evocation of mass archers would take care of them easily, says Asselkur. Yeah, but how often do you mass archers in this game? How often does the AI mass archers in this game? Looks like that Crocodile Companion did count as killed. I don't know if that lucky check works for riders or not, but it wouldn't matter because lucky does not negate things like poison, fatigue damage, and burning to death. There's no luck as to how fast the fire burns through your flesh. Right, Edinburgh. The harvest has been good. Oh, very good. I could do with extra money. Anne Takamaki was discovered in Deathfield. That's not a problem because you're just a general scout. I'm surprised you got scouted by these guys, though. I mean, you're definitely dead. There's no question about it. But what were you even doing in Deathfield? I think I wanted you to check out Hailfire Peak. But that's okay. Like I said, deaths happen, and you were just a scout. I can crank out scouts for 25 gold each, and their upkeep is miserable, so you will be swiftly replaced, and I will get my eyes on Hailfire Peaks. We got a Persona user. Yeah, well, that Persona user used a live gun, so didn't work so well for them. I will... I don't know if I should keep the train enthusiast over in Stockholm. They could get scouted out. I'm going to move you over to Acquia. I lose my eyes on the Tom Colomark-Chakar border. But if I leave you around there, you're probably going to get scouted out by the enemy there. You might already get scouted out. Okay, Oda Nobunaga jumped here in one turn, and will swiftly assemble a laboratory for us. Hopefully our scales appear here so that we can get our magic. We'll get people researching as and where they can. You're training a monster. You go to Alexandria to take over the training of monsters. Oh, Melodiana. Very fitting for our winged units here. Cinder. Is that Cinder from... not Mortal Kombat, Killer Instinct. Man, he was cool. Anyway, we have a temple here, so train more magical monsters. I wish I had the money to build another temple over in the Western Roman Empire. And by wishing hard enough, I do. More temples, more better. You go and search the Western Roman Empire for some much-needed magical gems, please. Outer Loper. No, don't go to Bahia. Go to the Western Roman Empire, Zenken, Big Blue Blob, and then take Bob on Battlefield, please. Before someone else comes and takes it, because I do need that. Melodiana, you have Divine Insights. We don't have a laboratory here yet. So for now, there's nothing you can actually do. And preaching is useless, so I'll just have you wait so I don't forget about you later on. We're starting to build up an army that can go underwater, but an army that goes underwater needs a leader that can go underwater. And that's probably the slave commander. He's my only amphibious commander. Even the guys that specialize in water magic are not amphibious. I could give them a ring to make them amphibious, but why even spend that when I have the slave commander right out of the box? So, for one turn, no follower, I will instead get slave commander. And... I'll make another Master Bishop. No, I won't, because I don't have the money. There we go. I'll make another Master Bishop. There we go. I'm gonna cane a spy here just so I can get another one, two of you. Okay, there we go. Melodiana. Next turn you'll be able to research. We're working on the Palisade for Johnny Bravo. Please don't attack me with your incredibly terrifying monkeys. Those monkeys are so strong. Strength plus 5 plus strength plus 4. They hit like trucks. Can you have Melodiana also train monsters for a turn? Only one train monster per turn per templed province. So Minette is already taking care of that. No? No, a Canadian masquerading as a Scot is already training a monster here. We're training a monster in Edinburgh. Cinder is training in Hyrule. We don't have a temple in Shitatsu Sho's Holiday Home because it's so vulnerable to attack from Cornwall. Maybe if Chalagi takes out Cornwall, then I'd feel a bit safer, but I'd honestly rather just hold Matango so that the entire entry point here is blocked by forts. It's the same reason I'd like to have Ash Canyon and Blobhemia forted, but I would honestly just prefer to have Celadon. Well, no, actually, there's an entry point via Canada. Damn, I really should fort up Ash Canyon and Holiday Home then. My domain is going to be rather small, but... we'll call it cozy. But my god, not holding Mount Moon is a pain. Mount Moon was a great choke point into my nation. From Mount Moon you can do Bahia, Third Rome, or Florida, and I don't particularly want to fort up Third Rome and Florida, because that eats into the cap circle. You, at least I personally think your cap circle should only be influenced by your cap fort. Well, as much as possible, that way all the resources go over to the capital fort. I mean, you could have a province affected by one other fort, but it would drain it of all its resources and split them between the forts. I'm not going to go into the mechanics of dividing up resources. Right, yes, Melodiana passed. There's nothing exciting we're doing this turn. But Tarentum? Ugh, right. So Chakar has claimed the High Throne, and we know of a fight in Tarentum. This is hopefully Chalagi killing themselves, but this isn't a particularly impressive throne. Sure, there are some cataphracts, and cataphracts are good, but something we can probably learn about this throne is that it has a... I suspect this throne has A sight that gives disease. Either that or this is not the first time it's been fought. The amount of diseased units is quite low, so I actually just think that Chalagi's fought this province before without me knowing. Also cool, it's got some sages. Ceres the sage, and Kamari Ronso the sage. What's Kamari doing using a shield? Useless Kamari Ronso. Who's going to win here? The good money is on the Indies. Is that a commander or a regular? That's a regular, not even one of their good mounted units. Oh, someone's raising the dead. It's you. So Wen Chao summoned all these skeletons, and that's not a lot of skeletons, but it's enough skeletons to bog down an advanced force. The thing is, generally, you don't just summon a handful of skeletons. You have 5 death mages, each summoning those skeletons every turn, and then things get pretty serious. A lot of archers here, and Chalagi is well suited to deal with archers. Yeah, Chalagi might win this. The cataphracts aren't charging in. Kind of blocked by all their own archers. And the Chalagi units are too strong. Also, they brought in Shades. Shades are easy to kill in one hit, as long as you can bypass Ethereal, and you can do that with evocations or magical weapons. But mundane weapons have a hard time doing that. Also, defense skill 12. It's a reasonable chance of dodging. Can you get disease from fights? Oh yeah! Any injury can cause any affliction. Yeah, that's not necessarily true. You're not going to make someone feeble-minded by hitting them in the leg. But shall we say any attack can cause an affliction, and that affliction can be anything relevant. So if you strike someone in the leg, you could limp them, you could cripple them. Even if they have 200 health and you stab them in the chest for 1 damage, you could leave them a lasting chest wound or disease them, or give them battle fright. The more damage you do, relative to their max health, the more likely it is you cause an affliction, and it's reduced. The chances are reduced by a number of things. Anyway, that wasn't even a trouble for Chalagi. They wiped the floor with Tarentum. And that means the Silver Throne is going to give them money, break them into air and astral, and potentially fire earth if they don't already have any of that. Chalagi is a death blood nation? They have something else, and I'm sure there's a way to check. Pretenders of the World, Chalagi, Astral Death and Blood. Astral Death, Blood, with a small chance of fire. Awesome paths, and now they also have air to add to that if they want to recruit from here. And that's no small fry on air. That's easy Air 3 access with a few of these silver adepts. They come with a hefty silvery cost, but hey, the throne will let you pay for like 6 of those. Right, anything else happening this turn? Shitatsu shows Holiday Home has given me 5 air gems. The Providence Ridge has given us plus 15 income. Now that actually is a permanent boost to the income of the province. So even though Providence Ridge is nothing special, it now gives about as much income as a... oh wow. It's as good as Edinburgh, and Edinburgh is a farmland province which has high income by default. It even has lower population here. Man, blood hunting is going to be a tough thing to do, because blood hunting hurts your economy, but I really want some blood. And I can't do it underwater. Then again, I don't know, we are a good blood nation, but I'm not getting into it, and people often go, oh, you got blood and you're not using blood. It's like, I have other priorities right now, like surviving and getting money. I don't know, where these high-class players manage to do like everything set up by turn 20. I guess they actually practice with their builds. Tryhards. Right, more quills, more research. I can't just put 2 quills on one person, the effects don't stack. Different boosters would stack. If I gave them a quill and a lightless lantern, that would certainly stack. Let's get back to making those low-level guys. And do we start going underwater with this? I mean, they're pretty crap units, but water units tend to be kind of crappy anyway. So I think we will go in with that. So, Pentende, again, we can't have formations, which is tragic. You stay behind the troops, give yourself a couple of guards, and I want you to start out by going into Gangplank Galleon. Oh god, look who's already there. It's a lot of undead. Did you summon those? Fishmaster Sog is available. But only from a water province, I suppose. Right, there's a chance that Chaligi beat me to the punch in Gangplank Galleon, so to offer myself more options, I'm going to march you in via Western Roman Empire. If they get to Gangplank, then I'm going to take Tiny, Huge, and Sparse Reef instead. Miwako. Alright, for one thing, Lori Jira? Who the hell is that? Anyway, you get out of there and go and tell me what happens around Sarmazegatusa, which I'm pretty sure Hank Hill is already on the warpath to do, so maybe give me information about Fungus Woods, please. Now we have a laboratory in Alexandria. I can crank out low-level research mages. It's a shame we don't have the boost here, but make do with what we have. And that means that you guys can actually research now. Canadian Masquerading as Scott cannot research, but you can still hang around here regardless. Don't train the monster though, let stay train the monster, because they don't have anything better they can do. The Canadian can at least run around and... God, look at those leadership values. You'll probably lead the army that we end up bumping out of here with. And you can get researching, and Manette is my spy, my very mobile spy. I feel like I don't know enough that goes on south of Yasan. I want to know if you end up fighting with Chaligi. So make your way down to Rio Grande do Sul. Sheva Alamar, Sakines, for once don't let me down with your site searching. Come on, you're meant to be damn good at this. And we're close to going over to the Bob-on battlefield. I want this. I want that spread dominion, and I want those gems. My gem income is still horribly sad, and whilst I don't value water gems very much, at least by getting them, I can do Sea King Port at some point, because I do have decent water access thanks to Sakines. Tingle, why are you even here? You should be training monsters in that temple for me. I didn't have a place to throw over Mawako, and I still don't have a good idea. There wasn't a fight going on here. I don't know if they're trying to find my Swedish truck driver or not. I'm going to have you over in Mount Moon instead. I just feel like they're less likely to patrol up there. But then again, Lubeck Eastern Exchange barely has any... Oh, man. The thing is, why else would they have all those units there? Go and check out Mount Moon instead. Mawako, you are actually going to take over down here, because I don't care about losing a single crappy scout, but these spies are really good because they're map move and their spy ability. Meanwhile, though, we just truck driver, why don't you have a look down? Check out Mount Moon for now. How many Ironflies do you have in total? It's kind of hard to check that because they're scattered around the place. Oh my god, I should not be keeping my units in Big Blue Blob here. They are quite liable to be attacked there. Even these researchers, get them somewhere safer. Like Hyrule. Rain Monster, and one of you guys grab these and bring them back. So back to my capital, I've got like 5, and there's another 6 coming in here. Providence Ridge has 8 of them, Western Roman Empire has a whole bunch attached to the main army. Hyrule's got 1, Edinburgh's got 3, Alexandria's got 4. But I'm not keeping a close eye on these. These iron flies are there so that occasionally I can just do a grab through my nation, put them into one place, and then use them for a big fight if needed. Or if not, I mean, they'll aid with the defense of the province if it gets rushed. And I don't have to worry about them, right? They are ageless, practically. They are born completely unaged, and they will last 1200 years. And even once they grow that old, I'm pretty sure they don't get affected by old age. I don't think inanimates can get diseased. I mean, they can lose their head and still fight, so... Yeah, I don't have to pay about them, I don't have to worry about them, I just want to mass as many as I can. The only reason I'm not massing them in 3rd Rome and Timbuktu is because these provinces are way too vulnerable to attacks from Yasan right now. Honestly, this thing could be set around here. I'm going to add a bit more defense over in Blobhemia until that palisade, well, forever, really. That's weird, though. There should be fighting going on between Chalagi and Yasan, and I don't have eyes on that. I don't like not having eyes on that. I know I sent you down there, Manette, but maybe it would be better to have eyes over here, see what's going on. Although I do want to know what's going on down there. Information is power. What are the chances of a game lasting 1200 years anyway? You'd have to go out of your way to do that. 1200 years is, well, there's 12 turns in a year. You could speed it up for those iron flies by giving them permanent quickness somehow, and I don't know how you'd do that. They don't even have slots for it, but if you made them permanently quick, they'd age twice as fast. Maybe there are other ways. Ah, train enthusiast got found. Bye-bye, scout. So our eyes are gone, although we know the Shire was already taken over. But yeah, like I said, it's really hard to use scouts because the AI knows where they are and scouts them out immediately. Wow! I actually found one magical site. Gets me Enchantress. Ooh. Enchantress is actually a pretty good find. That breaks me into a lot of cross paths, breaks me into fire, breaks me into earth, although my pretender has earth already. But it's an easy way to get level 3 nature, which I don't currently have. You are not cheap, though. Burden of time, yeah. Also, you could choose to decay them, that much is true. Alright, pretty good find, and, well, the 1 gem isn't too shabby. Go and check out Hyrule, and I actually really want that nature mage. Do I want it enough to build a temple a laboratory right now? Probably. You take a lot of turns to get. Also, what do I want out of you? 1 fire doesn't do much for me, but breaking into fire is half the battle. I think I will send one of my pretty low dudes over here, and you're going to build a laboratory for me, and we're going to just crank out those ladies and just see what paths we get. I'm hoping we could get as high as Nature 4 on you, and with a Shroud of the Saints on you, I'll give you Master Craft plus 2. You single-handedly break me into high-level nature globals. Gift of Health, Gift of Nature's Bounty, Mother Oak. Yeah, the Enchantress is a no-brainer. We go for the Enchantress. Now, this is playing a long game. I'm thinking like 30 turns from now, I could maybe do some of that. I don't have the nature gems for it. I don't have the research or research throughput for that. But, well, it's enchantment, right? Where is it not? Alteration? Alteration 5, Mother Oak. Not too far away. Get Mother Oak up. Bathe in nature gems. Yeah, I'm already committed to taking my nature break with that. Right, you guys get researching Erdnot Rex. Dump your iron flies here. And then get researching. Who's coming over here to build? Probably Alice. Yeah, okay. Penitente. Go and take Gangplank Galleon. If you meet almost no resistance, take Vermilion City and Mermaid Island. If there is resistance, move over to Tiny Huge and Sparse Reef. Swedish truck driver. Exceptionally powerful and very well organized. Oh, that's not good. Okay, here's an idea. Swedish driver, keep your eye on Celadon City. When you're in Celadon City, if you ever end up in combat, I order you to retreat. Same story for Mowako. Retreat as soon as you can. That way there's a chance that you retreat over to Third Rome, and a chance you retreat either to Trash Canyon or Blobhemia, so I might not lose you in battle. I don't often order my scouts to retreat, because they're often so deep that it doesn't matter, but we'll have that option there. I'll do the same for Nick Brick, actually, because there's a chance he can retreat to safety. I mean, it's better than losing the few gold I invested in them. The music is very good. Sadly, it's all DMCA protected, so the vault has to get nuked, and it gets... well, basically I make no money off of streaming Dominions. Which, if anything, is a true tale of how much I just enjoy the game. And I don't want to change out the music, because the music adds a lot to the experience. Why did I even bring Havelock down here? We don't need someone else getting monsters. I suppose if anywhere, I want you over in Blobhemia. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You guys are there to research. Well now, this is eye-opening. Yasan is being besieged by Chaligay. But Yasan is bringing in every crustacean it can to assist. I'm glad we threw Manette up here. Manette, go and give us the happy haps on Belgium. Canadian, masquerading as a Scot. You... maybe keep hold of the army here, because you are the one to lead them if anything goes awry. Out of the two of them, I'd honestly rather fight Yasan. There's a lot of poorly defended provinces that I would like to take off of Yasan. And look at how much they've expanded. Right, here's Yasan's capital. Fair enough, they took lands around their capital, but they stretched way out. North, northwest, southwest, and way far to the east. It almost wrapped back around to their capital. If Chaligay is able to put a pretty firm boot up of their crustacean hides, then that's a moment of weakness to exploit on Yasan and start taking some land off of them. If Yasan utterly cripples Chaligay, then I back away and I don't pick a fight with Yasan. However, I can more aggressively assert myself against Chaligay. And in this case, that means taking Bob-omb Battlefield and Arborang and anything else that brings me closer to them. And then I just say, what you gonna do about it? You couldn't even take on the crab people. Although the crab people are pretty hardcore, so it's not much to throw at them. Right, my main army is here. Do I make it an even mainer army? I'm certainly going to bring in all of the fly things that I can. Yeah, I think we will have you here. The Shamblers already slow it down. I'm not even sure the Shamblers are worth adding in at this point. Their +1 morale is a bit sad. I'll still keep them there, though. Alright, Outer Loper, over to Blue Blob. And your supply usage shouldn't be too bad, right? Use 160 supplies, there's enough supplies even in the swamp. And then go over to Bob-omb. I would like to start switching out to blood mages, or at least mages that have a chance in blood, so that I can start blood hunting. The problem is they're very expensive, both upfront and in upkeep cost. They are significantly more expensive than my regular followers, and you don't see a lot of research boost out of that. See, these guys research for 10, and these guys research for 14, so for 40% more research... Okay, they research for 16. So for 60% more research, you're paying triple the upkeep and triple the upfront. That's not good, but the main reason of having them isn't necessarily their research. The idea is that I get the blood going so I can blood it. No, that's not the strategy right now. Let's not change what we have. There will be a point where I want these better mages. Now is not that point. Let's get these slaves going so I can take the water with more impunity. And even once I've done taking the water, I can still use these crappy slaves as a front line. And then I can maybe transition my cavalry into a flank attack. Every time you say Outer Loper, I think back to Long Dark. That's the point. He's probably named after our Long Dark Outer Loper. I could go for some more Long Dark. They did have a large quality of life update, although I haven't played it yet. But I'm mostly waiting for the update. Right, Blobhemia, 1 more month to get its palisade up. I will give it its fort, and then I'm going to palisade up Trash Canyon. I'm going to recruit a spy there so the spy is able to start building that immediately. I hate forting up so much and so little, but needs must. And we got our fighting gangplank galleon, and we didn't get ganked over it, which is nice. Now these units have let me down before. Big time. Their morale's surprisingly good. But that's the Taskmaster and Friendly Dominion. If we'd taken that way, if we didn't have them led by a Taskmaster and we were in enemy Dominion, that would be really, really bad, because then suddenly it would be back down to 10, and then 9 for Unfriendly Dominion, and as soon as you're below 10 morale, what are you even fighting for? You're just asking to die. These are some standard aquatic units. Aquatic units don't usually have particularly good armour, so it's pretty easy to destroy them, but they all use piercing attacks. In fact, I struggle to think of any standard underwater creatures that don't use piercing attacks other than people that use blunt foot. Ooh, well. Sea trolls have sharp claws. I thought they were stumpy claws. Anyway, even though we're pretty bad, you're not poison resistant. Ew. Okay, those coral spears. Ah, I see. Effect on damage is different from effect on hit. That's cool. That means my spark bite is so much better than a coral spear, for example. Anyway, these poor buggers are not poison resistant. I thought almost all Atlantians were, but kind of unusual to see sea trolls in province defense. They can be a pain because they regenerate like crazy underwater, but if we just shank them hard enough... Oh, I do not want to eat that water strike. This is a pretty nasty province defense, all things considered. Look at this. Hydromancer with 1 billion gems and his own entourage of sea trolls. A kraken as well. Kraken's untyped armor-piercing 4 tentacle attacks. However, they are easy to repel. Observe. Hopefully observe. I think you just limped one of my... Yeah, you did. You perma-limped one of my units. There we go. Kraken's tentacle attack repelled, because the tentacle attack is length 0. And we are using length 3 weapons. So that allows for a repel check, which is... our attack versus their defense skill. Although if they have enough morale, which they have reasonable morale, they will attack anyway, but they'll just get injured for it. Damn that water strike. How do you water strike someone underwater? Anyway, put that Kraken to bed. I was hoping I would rout the Hydromancer, because that water strike can really hurt. Now, as long as he doesn't target my commander, we're fine. So many of his units routed, he decided he has to go as well. And I don't mind not killing him, because he didn't have a fancy item on him. So Gangplank Galleon, 1 loss. Much better than our first on-land expansion. Now this is why I was maneuvering my scouts into position. Fighting in Belgium. By the way, when I play this game in my own time, I play a lot faster. I do go out of my way to try and explain what I'm doing. You know, if there are more people that get to enjoy Dominions, then all the better. Because this game is great. I think a lot of people are turned off because they look at this and be like, what is this? Why am I playing with like somebody's low-res cut-out pixel art? And I actually find it quite charming, but I can see it turning off a lot of people the same way I was turned off by Monster Train's paper doll World of Warcraft aesthetic. Anyway, I have no shares in whoever owns Dominions. I'm just happy for more people to enjoy the game. The game is great, but multiplayer is a 3-month commitment. Yeah, that's another reason that I don't play multiplayer. So, you are not normally a flying unit, but it doesn't show up here. I'm pretty sure you have flying when blessed as your bless. It's the only way to explain how you flew back here. On your own, you're nothing fancy. You're going to die pretty quickly. Although, why are you frozen? Crustaceans aren't cold-blooded. Wow, okay, you just got smashed for 20-something pincer damage, most likely. But that's weird. I thought there was a pretty big siege going on. I think what we're seeing here is the after effects. There was already a big fight on this siege. And Loggy, the big horned dude here, they probably already got slaughtered, most of their force, and this is just the crab people cleaning up what's left. Anyway, there's no way in hell I would be comfortable fighting this many crabs. And he's only going to get more crabs. And they're not going to get any less protection-y. God, that's terrifying. I mean, sure, their attack and defense skill is crap, but how do you kill this thing? Well, how do you kill it with rank and file? The answer is you use weapons of sharpness, which will negate half of their protection, And if it's weapons of sharpness piercing, which my tridents are, then yeah, you're gonna start punching the soft, squishy, and probably tender, delicious crab meat underneath. But until then, weapons of sharpness is a big spell, and I don't have big earth casters. Right, I have to hope that Chalagi end up fighting Yusan a lot more. Right, Blobhemia has had their palisades complete. And yeah, get the sharpened crab forks out. Exactly. With weapons of sharpness, those crabs can be absolutely tenderized. But I think that's like a level 7 and 3 earth. Yeah, level 7 research and level 3 earth, I think. I'll double check. However, I got Santi the hero. Santi the faithful clerk was attacked by a rampaging dragon, but he escaped and vowed to train until he could destroy his foe. He defied the awakening god. He is resistant to ordinary weapons. He is empowered with water breathing and powers of flight. Hello. Well, instant blood, but I already have blood. Heretic. So he has a 1 in 5 chance of removing a dominion point per turn. I don't want that, or rather I don't want you anywhere near my capital. But you're an amazing researcher. You're also invulnerable, your protection's kind of naff, but your hit points are okay. Shock resistant, cold resistant, very nice paths. I hate the fact that you're a heretic, I love just about everything else about you. Also, like all heroes, you're free. So Santi, you are going to be researching here for me. There's a very strong argument to be made for you to go site searching underwater, actually. And that argument is so strong that you're going to do it right now. Go over to Gangplank Galleon and research. Chakar. Chakar in the water, of course, because they got their weird squirmy llama people. Okay, I am going to let you have Vermilion City. This is terrible province defense. These units are crap with a capital K. So God, I don't know. Vermilion City is pretty tempting, but if I fight you, I'm going to die. I'm going to hold on to Gangplank, and I'm going to move to Tiny Huge. Give him a shroud for the Blessed Heretic. Can you actually do that? Can you bless a heretic? Do they retain heretic? It wouldn't be difficult for me to forge this, the Shroud of the Battle Saint, because that forces a bless onto a unit, regardless of whether or not they're blessed or blessable. Oh, crumbs, they actually took Tiny Huge as well. Chakar choking me out even on the water. Alright, then screw it, you are not taking Vermilion City off of me. I take Vermilion. However, that's very close to their capital. Very good chance that they won't like that and end up fighting me over it. They've already got some good farmland provinces here. Chakar itself, McDonaldland, the Shire, Cerulean, although I think that's Tonkollamarks. I don't know, my scout got wiped out here. I could turn my attention to Chibi, but Chakar is also in a good position to take Chibi. I think I'll still take Vermilion and then turn south to Chibi. As for now, though, Havelock, I want a temple in Blobhemia. Johnny Bravo, I want you to further construct this into a fortress. And I want... Do I have another slave commander? If I made a slave commander a bunch of these guys, you could go underwater quite quickly for me. These guys are so cheap in upkeep, there's very little reason not to just make as many of them as I can. And the Trident and the Glaive aren't that much different, so I'll make the Trident just for the better defense. But yeah, I'll crank out as many of you guys as I can, because I'm going to want them eventually, and it's not too big of a deal just to crank them out now. And Slave Commander will be there to hopefully bring you underwater. Yes, I made it to Dom 5 stream, says Commander Lucario. Well, Dom 5 stream, that's been a very, very rough start for me. Even though I haven't been attacked, I have been denied expansion at every opportunity. I failed my initial expansion, my units were a lot worse than I expected, and we got destroyed by lizard men. And then on top of that, Yasan pushed me into my cap circle from the south, and Chakar and Shagili is pushing me in from the north. blocked off by a couple of thrones that are a bit more than I could chew off just yet, although I'm working on Bob-omb now. I think it was an excellent idea for me to rush out and take Alexandria, though. A brilliant idea, if I will. Can I make it even better, by the way? Canadian? Yeah, I want a proper castle here, no half measures. If I can't have a lot of land, I need to make sure the land I do have is very well taken care of. Hyrule is a very reasonable province to blood hunt in. You guys are going to search there, and despite what I was saying earlier, I think I'm going to start. I'm going to get my... I'm going to keep the crappy ones over here. Alexandria will be where I make my potential blood hunters. Expensive, and it's only a 1 in 4 that they actually become a blood unit. But if they don't become blood, what do they end up? They end up with 1 air, 2 astral. I don't know about any air astral cross paths, so yeah to that. They'd be at least able to run a communion if it came down to that. Water astral, okay, so these 2 I think are pretty sad. 3 astral starts going somewhere. That can start being used for some good rituals. The blood is what I want for the blood hunting, and there's always the extra chance that they get the 1 in 4, 1 in 10. That is to say 1 in 40. Anyway, Lord of Choking Traditions, I'm going to make you. Although, is there an argument to be used for the water guy? No, I already have water. I usually only want water for access, not for constantly casting in battle. Calum ruled Atlantians. I made a mistake with Calum. In fact, I'm bothered by that mistake. I'm going to go back into my announcements and change that. It's not Calums, it's Tengus, who have enslaved the coral race of Atlantians. There we go. At least the rest makes sense. Right. Alice. Construct me a laboratory. I'm out of money. That laboratory is more important to me than... few knights and Lord of Choking Traditions, and even that's not enough. Ooh, can't cut many more corners here. There we go. Construct me that laboratory, and for the love of God, let's not make any losses here. A quick check on province defense, because I feel like I've forgotten a province somewhere, but apparently not. Miwako, you wait in Mount Moon, although I'm quite certain they're going to attack you. Exceptionally powerful and well organized. The AI just loves to dump so much money on province defense, it curls your toes. Swedish truck driver, keep an eye on the exceptional powerful and very well organized Celadon city as well. I'm just hoping that Isan and Chakar attack each other, but maybe I'm hoping for too much here. Manette. Looks like Belgium has been saved, and there's unlikely to be a follow-up attack, so see if you can get out of there without being caught. Still quite want to know what's going on in Sarmazagattusa and the Netherlands. And it's taking a wee while for Hank Hill to get in position, so at the very least, go and check out... You know what, we don't see what's going on around here much, do we? Go and check out Corneria, 4th planet of the Lilat system. Sweden, hide and wait there. And now for Bob-omb Battlefield. We haven't probed this place, but I really want that Throne of Ice, and Outer Loper can take it if they... There we go. Ooh, do I want to wait an attack rear? God, I need to... Wait, undisciplined? What the hell do I have that's undisciplined? Oh, buggery. So the Elks remain after the rider dies, but you keep it. And you have to pay for it. You have to pay more for the elk. Okay, no, not quite. It's a little less. But the elk isn't a slave. That's a real pain for organizing. Damn. Okay, So this is a pain because... Say the rider dies in combat, the elk remains, and the elk survives to the end. I keep the elk remains in formation, but the elk is undisciplined, and if you have any undisciplined units inside a formation, they are all counted as unable to take a formation. So I need to segregate them, but I don't want them. Elks are awful units. Look at that. Almost no morale. Okay, to be fair, you're probably battle frightened. Are you both horribly maimed and crippled? Good health on you, though. Yeah, I don't like that. I'm going to leave you behind because you're going to die. But the thing is, I don't want to pay for them. I'd rather they just ran off and died. And I can't use them as bodyguards because undisciplined units cannot be bodyguards. Well, eventually this cost won't mean anything to me, but right now I need to pinch every penny I've got. I'm glad we checked that before we took the fight. I really just checked because I wanted to grab over all the iron flies. Right, Zhuge Liang, you go back to Zenken because it's safer there. I'm continuing to crank out shamans. Like I said, the upfront cost of them is a little unpleasant, but they're pretty good units. Astral Nature, and the Sacred drives down the cost of them, and pretty good at research. Better than these guys. This guy's boosted because of his experience and quill and the magic dominion here. Zhuge Liang slaps you senseless though, as long as I dispense out those quill pens. Speaking of, let's make sure we're getting those out there. Here you go, Wily Coyote. And... Jings, am I really out of these guys? No, we got Gunolf and Shahudun. There you go, Gunolf. That research is really starting to go somewhere. Research accelerates. Construction 6 will allow me to get the Storm Staff, which again, I don't need it right now. This is for just in case things go very pear-shaped. I want to be able to have a backup plan. That is something I didn't have with, say, my Hobbit guys. And I did get my stuff pushed in that fight. That was when I played Tom Colomark. It did not go well. Anyway, I was trying to decide if I want to hold an attack rear. And I think what I want to do is check if they have a lot of... Okay. The second largest amount of units they have are longbowmen. So when we go in, you are just going to attack rear. No holding. Attack rear. A little bit of bodyguard for you. That should be okay. Rogue Survivor, you no longer need to be there. Go and check out Arborang. Arborang has a full land connection to Forlorn and Netherlands. But look at this vast collection of swamp. What an unpleasant place. Swamps almost universally have low income, low population. I think their resources tend to be okay. Resources is more based on whether or not you have a mountain or hill nearby, or if you're a cave it's really good, or if your farmland is kind of crappy. But otherwise, swamps aren't great. You really get bogged down with low supply as well. Supply in the bog, 239. Supply in Providence Ridge, 438. Swamps have more magic sites and can summon special mobs. Yeah, more magic sites. We have not had good luck with magic sites. And we've had some very good people checking for magic sites. Speaking of, you two are searching that right now. The research is fine, the monster summoning is fine. The castle is being erected, the fortress is being erected, the palisades... Okay, great. Carry on, Bob-omb Battlefield, we hope we grab you. Press Alt-Tab to leave Dom 5 temporarily. Dom 5 is a very, very nice program. It just runs in its window. I've had it running during streams because I haven't even realized it's running, and it's just sitting there all happy waiting for its next input. It's a very stable program. The only time I've ever had it crash is when I've tried to mod it in a way that doesn't work. So, Ooh, now this is good. Finally, the magic sites are paying off. Wolf Oak, Garden of Frozen Flowers. 1 water, 1 nature. Nothing to write home about, but at least we're finally finding some gems. Bob-omb Battlefield. Finally an actual fight for us. So loads of slave cavalry. This poor shambler is here just to make all of our elks feel better. That standard gives +1 morale to everybody in the line, and that is welcome because we're in hostile dominion somehow. Oh man. What a cool unit! How do you actually get these in the vanilla game? Dom 5 Mod Inspector, I want to know. I really love these cave or iron flies. How do we normally get them? There is nothing indicating how you get iron flies. Huh, okay. Well, if anybody knows how you normally get them, I'd like to hear it, but that tells me it's probably not any kind of spell. Maybe they're a unit that's not used in the game. There are some of those, but they get used in the randomizer. Right, the enemy force is a lot smaller than I thought, which is good, because I didn't want to deal with lots of heavy infantry. These guys. frighteningly high protection. What about the mages? Those are the real questions. Wrath of Cetus the Wizard, Alucard the Wizard, Kai Leng the Cereal Munching Wizard, and Mars the Wizard. So loads of wizards. A couple of priests as well. Bald Bull. Took up a new profession after boxing didn't work out. I don't know if any of these are commanders, but we can check here. Okay, yeah, we already checked them up. No. Wow, they've got a lot. 3 knight commanders as well, so they've got a total of 9 commanders. So I won't be able to rout them just by killing commanders. We're going to have to chew our way through. They're all immediately attacking, but I'm immediately sending in my iron flies. And the iron flies did get to the back row. Good. It's very common that they just decide to attack here for some reason. Attack rear is a very nebulous command. So we just deleted some of those problematic mages. That was another reason I wanted them to attack instead of hold an attack. Don't let enemy mages get their turns in to do horrible summons. Of course, these guys are still around. You've already cast Quickness on yourself. That's not going to help you much. And you cast Wind Guide, which will help your archers. Their precision has gone way up thanks to Wind Guide. +5 is huge. But longbow with 12 damage. It's 12 piercing damage, but it's unlikely to do much against my iron flies. Look at that. 1 damage, 2 damage, 1 damage. Good luck diseasing them. The problem are these... Oh, right. You hear that sound? I don't want them doing things like summon fire elemental. And this level 4 guy could certainly summon some fire elementals to make my day significantly worse. But even if he does, our fireflies are fire resistant, and our spark bite is magical. So we would consume fire elementals alive with these guys. Not that it's going to be much of a problem, because watch these guys get deleted. Wow, we almost murked them just based on taking out their commanders. All the while, our slave elk riders are doing a-okay. The attack rear even worked here, mulching our way through the archers. Yes! Correct me if I'm incorrect, but do mindless units, or maybe it's inanimate units, none of my iron flies have experience. I'm going to assume it's because they're inanimates. That would make sense, right? How would a magically animated thing gain experience? They have no mind to learn. Which is a shame, because it would be really nice if these guys could buff up their attack and defense skill even more. But no. It's also kind of a shame because they're eating up all the experience others would get from killing, but oh well. I think it's a mindless trait, yeah. Ancient Presence from Swamp is pretty funny. I would love to get Ancient Presence. Let's have a look at him. I love the unit Ancient Presence. He has a ton of weaknesses, but he's just so cool. Unit Ancient Presence. There we go. The winner of Miss Netherlands 2023 is a summonable unit. Size 6, enormous hit points, surprisingly enormous magic resistance. So good luck just soul slaying this guy, although you will if you hit him enough. They devour. And they also do hit point overflow. So this thing, very, very slowly, with combat speed 8, walks over all of your units and eats them. And gains hit points from eating them. Their protection is pretty low, so you could just bring in swordsmen and slice the thing down. But they're blunt resistant, pierce resistant. You're much better off killing them with fire, although you could put on fire resistance onto one of these things. Oh god, it's so nice. 25 water gems, and water gems are cheap, and you could bring in this. Oh man, that's delicious. I really, really want to get Ancient Presence in one of my Dom 5 games. Problem is that it requires a pretty high cross path. 6 water, 4 nature. I'm certainly not getting that in this game, not unless I pull something wild out. The 25 gem cost is pretty low, but you have to do it in the swamp, and I'm pretty sure you call them as a unit. Yeah, you call a unit and not a commander. That makes it quite expensive to gift to reason them up into a commander. However, they got some nice things going on. Unsurroundable, Incorporate, Slimer, 10 Fear. If you just get rid of that resist fire, and maybe do something about the protection, you've got a very scary unit here. In fact, you could even keep them as non-commanders and fluff them up. You could get army of gold, army of lead, marble warriors, just to buff up that protection, make them resist fire, and just send them in. They don't have a poison cloud, so they're not going to affect your own units. God, I just... how can you not love that? I really like this guy. I played with a magic randomizer once that gave a spell that would summon ancient presences of varying sizes to all provinces based on Dominion. And I just drowned my enemy in ancient presences. Oh, it was beautiful. But I don't play with Magic Gen because there's autism and there's ultra autism. Currently we're on the ultra autism, so there's one plane even above that, and that is playing this game with Magic Gen Randomizer. Right, Hyrule. Hyrule's a magical place. Wait, didn't we just do this? Oh yeah, we were looking at Bob-omb Battlefield, that was it. There was, however, also a fight in Vermilion City. How did that go? I would try that with Naiad plus boosters. Don't you need nature to get Naiad? Although I am working on that. Oh, okay, well this is a pretty hard counter to my slave guys. Elephants. They're going to trample through that protection and deal pretty hefty hit point damage. I need to kill these elephants fast. Fortunately, that's not too hard to do, but I mean real fast. 5 elephants is already a real pain to deal with. And they've just immediately squelched a square of my slaves. And another. And another. And another. And another. Kill them! There we go. Right, they're routed. They also trample on route, so even though these guys are on the same side, squish. Are we routed? Yeah, we did rout, and I'm not surprised. My units have pretty low morale. I really want their elephants to leave the map before we do. Oh, cheers, some anonymous gifter here. Clearly enjoying seeing the ancient presence. An anonymous gifter, thanks for the gift sub. Right, please get those elephants off the map. I don't want to see them again. There we go, they're gone. But I'm probably going to lose a lot of my Atlantians for this. Yeah, those elephants are pretty good at wiping me out. Okay. Come on, leg it. No, all gone. So, a little costly to me is what I would say if these guys weren't dirt cheap. I can bring them back on the mega cheap. The main problem is the resource and recruitment. Well, not even recruitment points, it's the resources. Thinking back on it, I probably should have gone production 3 instead of production 2. I just don't like putting 3 on all of my scales because it's very expensive. Anyway, at least we got rid of the war elephants, so when we do take that fight again, it'll go better. 4 units dispersed, 8 under, successfully retreated. Wow, we just got massacred there. However, there was also a fight in Matango. Yasan, back in good formation, are taking out the province that was taken from them by Chalagi. Honestly, the crab people have this one and done. Those armor-piercing claws are just going to rip through the kind of crummy protection on the giants. And they have more number, more attack density, just goodbye, useless giant people. Crunch. Yep, you're done in. Okay, wow, Yasan is becoming a bigger and bigger problem for me. I don't know how I'd deal with 57 of those annoying crab people. Not all of them are armor-piercing dudes. It's the Mud Masters. Those are the guys that are both armor-piercing and sacred. But he's also bringing in Banes. Ghost Flame. Oh, he's got death access. Ugh. Right, those crab people are so cool, but pain for me to work against. Providence Ridge has given me 1600 gold. That's very welcome, and this is luck 3 at work. Sometimes you play luck 3 just for the good income from events, and you play with an otherwise very poorly nation that's very disorderly and maybe even death scales death plus luck. Death takes care of all your benign income, and then luck gives you income through events. Someone has crunched numbers once to tell you exactly how many gold and gems that you get on average with luck levels. I'm not paying any attention to that, I just like luck. I either like luck 3 or misfortune 2, and I tend not to go with anything else. Boots of water walking gained. I think that just gives swimming. Marriageable woman, the bishop, has foreseen major event. Another death match is scheduled. I don't think I'll be taking part in that, thank you. Let's have a look at those water walking boots. Boots of water walking grant swimming and do nothing else, and are just a waste of time. Not going to destroy them though. There's no recycling in this game. We're not 2.0 Factorio. Morgana, continue to research for me. We're almost done with construction to get ourselves over to the storm staff. Right, you poor, poor penitente. And that softened up Vermilion City, so if anybody else goes in there, they're just going to take it easily. The question is, do I think I could take it easily? Could we run in with just you guys and take the place? What was left in Vermilion City? There are 5 heavy infantries and a bunch of slingers. I think we could take that. Give it a go. Santi, you sight search before we get the heck out of here. Minette, Corneria, and Toncollamark are right on the brink here. Good lord, it's not just that Yasan has loads of land, they've got infrastructure. They've got a fort in Bloodkelp, a fort in Albania, a fort in the Forlorn... a fort in Belgium, and crikey, they move on to Montango. Jeez, Yasan is the biggest, scariest nation on the map here. I feel daft for being scared by Chakar, but the worst thing I could do is draw a fight into multiple nations right now. I have to appease them. Yes, Yasan, take the Sudeten land. It's practically Yasan land all along. Right, get researching Zhuge Liang. Bob on Battlefield was one of our major victories here. Great income, amazing population, but that's not enough. I want Arborang. Also, God, all that death. Claim the Throne of Ascension. I wish I had another unit to pull us into Arborang, but I definitely want a fort on Bob on Battlefield. It's a choke point. Well, I'm certainly going to want more of you guys back after those tragic losses before. Get rid of the follower. I need 2 master bishops. Yeah. We'll get this templed up. We'll take Arborang. I do not know why you have not taken Arborang, but it's a nice province for me to grab since it's also farmland. Bob-ombs be my fort, my money-making fort, and we just hold it down. Still wish I had Mount Moon, though. One time I played Tianchi with luck 3 and stacked fortune tellers like crazy. I got a lot of gems and income from events, and had Jade Fishy Guy as a pretender. Very cool. Right. Palutena, you just wait here until I have an army worthy of marching into that pond. And I will hopefully take Chibi. Gonna need a bit more than that, though. We're building a fortress. You build the... Oh, we've already got a temple. In that case, I want you to train monsters. And if we already have a temple, that means we can have more Master Bishops, please. Just repeat Master Bishops. Do I have a spare dude? Yeah, see you. Look to the moon. Go over to Trash Canyon. Alice, you already constructed the laboratory, and I want to make enchantresses. Very risky, because this province could just be attacked, and then goodbye my temple, goodbye my recruitment of enchantresses. So as soon as Enchantress is ready, she retreats into Zenken, where she will study until I need her to do some badass rituals for me. Otherwise, Tingle, keep recruiting. Alice, there's no point of you still being there. Do I want a laboratory anywhere else? Yes, I do. Basically, every fortress should have a temple and a laboratory in it. Lets you move around magical items, lets you recruit anyone with a magic path, and lets you recruit sacred units, including priests. So yeah, Alice, you get down, you do that. I'm going to buff up the province defense to try and dissuade anyone from attacking there. Bob on Battlefield, you are also getting a province defense. Minette, you're in grave danger down there. Go down to maybe not Toncollamark. I already know about this place apparently. Where are you going? Fungus Woods is already taken. Just wait there and tell me what goes on around in Hospital Basement. Minette, you go over to Desolation Point to tell me what's happening over there. Sheva Alamar and Sakins, you already searched Hyrule. Please search Blobhemia next. Rogue Survivor. Hold out in Arborang for just a little bit longer while Ivor goes and seals the Serpent. Okay. I feel like I'm achieving very little per turn, all the while my AI enemies have loads of resources to pull in, especially the fish people. But any turn we're not getting our ass kicked has got to be a good turn for us, right? I could have sworn I was going to get attacked just for running my mouth there. Right, the Outer Lopers claimed the Throne of Ice for the real decoy, who has not spawned yet. We've got a construction. Nothing found in Gangplank Galley. What a disappointment. Why was there a fight in Castle Malloy? God, I was hoping it wouldn't be Yasan doing this, but Yasan is going to take this, and they almost certainly are, unless these wizards bring out something that destroys these guys. And to be fair, they don't use magical weapons, so a pretty nice counter against these guys would be evocations. Bring out fire elementals. That would do them in. Because they have benign weapons, they wouldn't be able to hurt the fire elemental that much. Then again, they do have 2 attacks each. So, you know, it takes 1 in 4 would get through the ethereal, and they hit pretty hard, so they might actually slice up elemental something fierce. And since around here it's pretty cold, the fire elementals will be considerably weaker. Anyway, they're taking this this throne, no questions asked. And they did bring out elementals, but they're small, crappy ones. A size 3 fire elemental, yeah, that fire elemental is so dead. Not without setting fire to a few fishies, but yeah, that wasn't even a challenge for the fish people, and now they're right on my border over there as well. Providence Ridge gives me air gems, Shitatsushu also gives me air gems, and a couple of fortifications are completed. Good. Sheva Alamar and Sakines go and site search for me. Alice, go and erect a laboratory. Train Monster is good. I think I brought you two in for some reason, I don't really know why. But you can research for me. No, because there's no laboratory yet. In that case, why are you here? You're already training the monster. And you are going to construct a temple for me while the palisade gets made. I don't feel ready to take Chibi with this just yet. Do those things swim? Haha! The ironflies can go underwater, although pretty poorly. Excuse me. I will probably have Palutena finish off the castle. You two can Dark Insight next turn. Divine Insight, rather, when there's a laboratory. Is anybody going to build something in Ash Canyon? Well, you can. You can go and build a laboratory there. Canadian masquerading as a Scot. Just be ready for if there are any attacks around here. And we should be able to... Whoa, we're not not recruiting here. That's a big mistake. Get me more Zenken followers. And get me more slave knights. Otherwise, there's not terribly much for you to do. I'll have you preach for now. I could have you train monster and have stay migrate away, but I'd rather keep you around to be flexible. You two are doing research. There's a lot of research going on around here. Fine by me, because that's more quill pens to dish out. Hank Hill, Netherlands. There's not a lot of defense in the Netherlands, so you just wait there and keep an eye. See if Yasan and Chalagi end up coming to blows. Can't get over how aggressive Yasan are. They almost stretch from coast to coast. Well, they do. Also, it is turn 26, still no sign of our god, but he should now be eligible to spawn. The Outer Loper has claimed the Throne of Ice, and I forgot to bring someone over to build here. So go and take Arborang while the going is good. Should be very easy to take. And I would like Orbulon over here to build a temple. I would like... Cao Cao? No, you can't get there in one go. But Nico can. Nico can build the laboratory. And then I need someone to build a fortification here. Anyone fast enough that wants to take care of that? No? In that case, the Persian logistics officer can go and help out with that. I'm tearing away a little bit of my research, but not a lot. These guys don't do much research. It's just like an additional job for them when they're not jumping around doing other things. 8 research when my even cheaper guys over here do 17. Yeah, not too. Nay, fashed. Anyway, Vermilion City is taken. Oh, we didn't even see that, did we? It was kind of gutsy to send in the remnants of the army. They already fled before, but this time... yeah, they got numbers on their side. And they do hit pretty hard. Heavy infantry using spears. Bleh to that. Shank them. Oh, well, they're already running. And we have pretty good defense. So those slings... yeah, 8 blunt damage versus 18 protection. Not happening. We even have a coral cap on, so you're not going to get us through the heads either. A big weakness of a unit can be not having a helmet. And that means if anything hits their head, it just does tons of damage, bypassing their torso's protection. But this ain't quite RimWorld, where you have to worry about your clavicle and your leg and foot and toe and ribs and heart. In Dominions, there is torso and there is head. There we go. Not without some pain, and Jane, some of you... ah, you have pretty high encumbrance. I didn't even look at that. And you're not happy in the heat. Even so, the slaves did it. I'm surprised they didn't rout, but hey, that's my slave driver working for me with Taskmaster +3. Yeah, there's head and not head damage, there you go. 2 lost, no big deal. However, this could be a big deal. I don't think Chakar are particularly happy with me taking Vermilion City. But I wanted that 70 income. Do I fort this up just to style on them? I fail to see a good reason to do that. I do, however, see a pretty good reason to throw elephants in their face. That costs a lot of money. Much for a 5th elephant. Too much. I'll make do with 31 province defense. A good chance they could just come in and take that from me. Penitente, do you want to just like hold on to this province? Not as much as I would like you to refresh on the units, and... oh right, no, Tiny Huge was already taken. Sparse Reef was not though, but Sparse Reef was asking for everyone to attack me. Also, this is interesting. Ton Colomark. They seem to be making good ground in the south, and they're not getting pushed back in the north, so maybe you are going to give Chakar something to worry about. Tempting. Without the eyes of God, it's hard to know exactly who is fighting what around here, but still, interesting. I'm going to risk Santi's life by sending him over to Vermilion City. If there is a fight, then I want you to just retreat. Don't even bother trying to fight that fight. Retreat safely to Gangplank Galleon, but I want you to site search Vermilion. Penitente... yeah... and I'm certainly not investing into this place with a freaking fort, even though I just dumped like 5 grand on its province defense. But it'll pay itself off if I just hold on to it for about 8 turns or so. Penitente... I don't actually know what to do with you. I'll just pull you back to Zenken and grab some more units for you then. Right, Minette, if you're in Desolation Point, you're just asking to be captured and attacked. Go and tell me what's happening down here. Go to Syracuse. I want to see how this border looks. Otherwise, Arborang will be mine. Bob-on Battlefield will soon be mine. Hopefully I have enough money to get everything built up next turn, but I have my doubts. No magical sites found. Battle in Arborang. Dredge fighting human. Human fighting human. It's all going on in Arborang. I don't know what shamblers are doing on land here. They fight just as well in land or as in water, these Atlantian militia, but zappity zap! Oh, I should have had you on hold and attack. This is a bit of a waste. I'll probably lose some flies. In a way, the flies are more precious to me than my slave units. Then again, they are free spawn. Maybe I should be using them like this. But they also steal some experience. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about both of them. Anyway, they got in, they took no damage, and all was well. And Arborang immediately gives me some brigands to bump up the unrest. That's unpleasant. There's a good chance I'll lose Arborang, so I'm not going to invest too much into it. However, Nico, I need my laboratory, Persian logistics officer, I need my palisades, Orbulon, I need my temple, Outerloper, you defend while on battlefield. And with this, I'm pretty defended. Got fort here, fort in the making here, fort here, I'll have a fort here. I am tight as a tiger, but I do have land here. I want to know a bit more about Bahia. Marriageable women, ping Bahia. Immediately retreat, but tell me what's in there. And then I will formulate a plan for it. Hailfire Peak has been taken by Ton Colomark. Probably a source of contention between them and Chaligay. Well-organized defense, huh? In that case, keep an eye on Lutetia. Vermilion City gets searched. They've specifically got units that can swim across to Vermilion City, but I don't think they can take us on with crappy turtles. Odysseus, I wanted you to build a lab here, and I wanted you to build... doesn't actually matter, so you just go and train monsters for me. I don't have the money to build up, so too bad. But we're making more money. The expenditure kind of slows down once you have all your temples and your labs and things built up. Although you probably find yourself making a lot more investments into units at that point. You're still building a castle. Johnny Bravo, do you think you could take over the castle building and then we actually go and take this water province? The sooner we have it, the sooner we have the income. Construct that. And into here. Box formation. And you just stay behind the troops. Triton guards and Tritons. Nah, should be fine, even though we don't have poison resistance. Odysseus. Sorry, you just have to wait there for a little bit. Sheva Alamar and Sakins. We've already searched quite a lot of places here, and I'm running out of places to search, which is very sad in this world. Right. Minette. Syracuse is an unknown. I have a funny feeling that the misfortune scales caused these to appear here, so for now you just wait and see who fights what. What's the province history again? Isn't there a way to see what's happened in a province? I don't know. It would be nice to know what's happened here before, but maybe I don't get access to that. What I'm thinking is it would be nice to know who originally had this, so maybe I'll be able to tell Chakar and Tonkolomark end up fighting, but... Nay clue. It is I. Okay, well, I can I here. But if I I here, I don't get that information. Probably because I don't know about the province history, so you only see what you know yourself. Sea dogs attack the coastal settlements. Well, good for you, Chakar, but you are mounting units on this border. I don't know if that's for me or for Yasan. I just know that I don't like it either way. Alright, my treasury's drained, my units have moved, and everywhere should have province defense, at least a little bit. Kinda wish some of them had a lot more, like Providence Ridge. Carry on. Okay. Nothing found. Bahia was pinged. This wasn't a real battle. This is pinging. So if you don't know what's in a province and you want to know more, you send in a unit to instantly retreat, and that will tell you what's here. So there's a lot of really, really crappy naked tribesmen, but that's not the real threat. There are a lot of shades, ethereal beasts with no protection, very easily taken care of with any magical damage, and we use a lot of magical glaives. They still have high defense skill, but they're not. They don't have fear, so they're not a big problem for our rank and file to deal with. Fire snakes. This province is very cold, so they lose a lot of their skills because they got firepower. And that heat aura gets completely negated by the cold, I think. Could still hurt us, though, because it's all subjected to a random exploding dice roll. So it could end up being 3 plus 0 or 3 plus 33. Anyway, at least they're at their weakest because it's so bleeding cold here. So yeah, those snakes, bit of a problem. That fire flare, that is painful. Area of effect 1. It's kind of like when I was playing around with Raktep. Right, they have regular lions, nothing special about them. They're not ethereal or anything of the sort. Dustwalkers, undeads, they could be preached away. Same could be said for the shadows, and their magic resistance isn't that great. But they are led by you! Brickbeard the Sphinx. Are you the only commander? No, there are a lot of commanders, so I can't just take you out and call it a day. And you're scary. But you would be very easily eaten up by my flies. The problem is I need a proper army to deal with this. Or one super pimped out individual. Can your shades fly? No. Would be nice to have an easy way to just kill all that. Can you enslave that? Specifically the Sphinx? Yes. It would be difficult, because it's got very high morale and very good magic resistance. But you could, for example, just keep... you could have someone with shoes that blink, set on retreat, so they keep trying to retreat but almost always fail, with auto-casting of Charm. And you would eventually get through and charm this thing onto your side. Or you could enslave it, or you could, it'd be very difficult, but you could send a lot of units to try and seduce it. What you could actually do is put a Ring of Returning and a... Hold on, aren't you female? Does Sphinx have the female tag? Let me check. Sphinx... I don't think I get to see you here. I don't know your proper name. Anyway, you've got memories. You're probably female, but I don't know if you have a female tag. You don't have to seduce it just because it has boobs. Oh, okay. Stack magic resistance piercing. Anyway, you could. I will not, because that's... You'd want to do that if you wanted to set some kind of zoo that has as many units as possible, but I don't think you would ever factor in charming this as part of your strategy. Anyway, kind of scary, and you retreated successfully back to third Rome. Good. Chibi! Did we take the waters? Do we find Sad Sao's sunken fleet? We engage them. We take the poison damage, which is very disappointing, but hey-ho. We're having a hard time here, and longer drawn-out fights work against us because of our crappy morale, so we need to pierce through. We are not piercing through. We are getting eaten alive. However, well, one of their guys is running away. I could do with more of their guys running away. All the while, Palutena, the slave commander, is just whipping them constantly. That's okay, the whipping worked, the morale held, and it was the others that broke. Get out of here. Oh, no, my guys have given up. Their units are faster, though, so they'll retreat off the map first. So my guys actually retreated, as does theirs, and in a double retreat, it's whoever's left on the map last, and it's us. Plus the commander didn't retreat, so we were safe. We took Chibi. God, I can see where they retreated. Loads of losses, probably due to... Yeah, mostly due to poison. I don't think poison gets attributed as a kill to a unit. Anyway, we still took it. Chibi is ours. And let's make sure it stays ours. Put down a little bit of province defense. Because Chakar could walk into Chibi, and we don't want that. Get out of there. The beatings will continue until morale improves. Classic for a reason. That worked there. Trash Canyon is giving me less money, which is a problem because it gives me lots of money, so half of lots is painful. Gangplank Galleon gives me a bunch of gems for 1 gold, very nice. And the upcoming arena fight that we will not pay attention to. Okay, so this was part of my plan to a degree. I knew you would probably get discovered here because they've dumped all of this province defense here. Why do they have a water elemental? A better question would be, how do they have a water elemental? Water in a jar? Yeah, you've got a bottle of living water, a so-called Pokemon item which causes a beast to spawn with you. So you auto-spawn this water elemental at size 5. I thought they spawned at size 4, but that is good. Armor piercing crush attack of 18 times 4. Add quickness to that, put it underwater, and you've got a hell of a unit. Anyway, it's not a particularly impressive bit of province defense. The impressive thing are they're bringing out these mega maul champions. I wouldn't want to get hit by that 24 damage maul. But we won't, because I ordered you to retreat, and you better retreat right now. Whee! Nothing but a nuisance for you. And again, that was just you being caught. It didn't count as an act of war, and you successfully retreated to Ash Canyon. I'm thinking I'm risking too much by staying around there, so you're gonna... why can't you research here? Is someone already researching? You're on train monster. Oh, probably because I told you to train the monster. There we go, you're the one that came back. Where are we gonna put you then? There's not much else my spies can do other than spy, so... Go and check out Vice City for me. I'm starting to run out of uses for my spies now. We already know enough about the world around us. Alright. Are water provinces any good? Some things can only be done underwater, some things can only be done on dry land. Certain recruits are mostly going to be found underwater, like these shamblers. Certain rituals can only be done underwater, certain ones cannot. Some nations are underwater nations, so they actually start with their capital in the water. Those are really, really difficult to dislodge because they tend to have massive advantages underwater. But they also have a very hard time coming onto land, so there's swings and roundabouts. Right, you can get out of here now, Santi. You don't really offer me any site searching that I haven't already done. I've already got 3 air, 3 water, 2 astral, instead of 3 astral, but I don't think it's worth searching for that extra 1 astral. What'll I have you do? I will probably have you camp over in Hyrule and Blood Hunt. No, that's a waste of your research ability. I will have you go to my capital and research, because you're good at it. Speaking of which, if we have people that can grab a quill, grab a quill. Nothing else to worry about, I think. Palisades are done and castle is done, so the palisades are being done. This is built. You get researching here. Oh god, the triple drain. That drain hurts us badly. Then don't hang around there. Get back to the capital. However, actually, no. Go and train monsters. Quick check shows no significant amount of diseased units here, so I'm guessing there's not a disease site. Good place to search. Nico, search it for now. We'll search more later. Actually, Utter Dark could just come and search it right now, rather than waiting on the other site searchers. It's a sound plan. Palisades are still under construction by you. The Outer Loper can do a lot of things, honestly. But which do I prefer? God, I would love to just push Yasan back so I can fort up Mount Moon, but I'm so vulnerable to... Well, am I really that vulnerable? Yes, I am, because I'm vulnerable on Castle Malloy's side as well. He is a large nation with a lot of resources that I'd rather not pick a fight with, especially with Chikar breathing down my throat. So Yasan continue to get away with annexing all of Czechoslovakia. I have to consider my fight on Bahi at some point as well, on a lot of everything. But don't I really want this? 4 gems, 30 reduction in cost of evocation rituals. Although how often do you do rituals of evocation? Evocation, rituals, how many of these would I ever do? Murdering Winter? That'd be a cool thing to cast on others. Otherwise, none of these really speak to me, do they? Globals, Wrath of God. Perpetual Storm. All battles are affected by storm, but income goes down. I do like storms, though. Well, I think I like storms. I like it for the storm power, but that's very expensive. Yeah, not seeing any real good use of that evocation site. So I guess Bahia is not a huge priority. Doesn't even have any resources for me. What a shame. Mind hunting, murdering winter, and flames from the sky are all top tier Evo rituals, not to mention some of the globals are quite good. Yeah. Wrath of God is quite funny. Kind of funny to hit people with 9 armour negating damage in your Dominion. But my Dominion is weak. Second Sun, I don't actually want to heat that much. Also death scales, no thank you. Maelstrom is a pretty poor gem generator. It's very expensive, very late in the research. And most of them are water gems, which I find to be quite low value. I'm not a big fan of domes, and I'm not actually very familiar with strands of arcane power, but it's research 9, so that's an Aeon away for me. Basically, I'm not sold at a rush of taking Bahia. And Bahia... Wait, why do I not have a spy on Bahia? Do I even have a spare spy slinking around? Who was it that was there, and where did they go to? Right, Bahia had you retreat to Third Rome. So there you are. Ah, but you weren't a spy to begin with. You were just someone I sent in there for the hell of it. I think I'll send you over to study in the Western Roman Empire. I'm trying to source up a spy to check that place out. But where are my spies? There you are, Swedish. That's who I was looking for. You go into Bahia and wait. I want to see if Mount Moon ever sends units to go and kill themselves in Bahia. Better yet, Miwako, you go and check that out. Because honestly, you're just going to get discovered in Mount Moon. It's too well organized for you. Swedish, you do continue down to Vice City. Johnny Bravo, we already have monster training going on here. It's hard for me to tell at a glance who the ones that can research and who are not are. But I've only got 2 bits of... here's the problem, I'm recruiting you. Get you away, get me more of these followers, I need more research done. Preaching is still kinda good and relevant here, so keep preaching. My Dominion is weak after all. And the Outer Loper can even preach here. Seems like a waste of your time, but honestly, I wouldn't mind taking a fight to Chalagi and taking their capital. They are the least risky people for me to fight. And the capital is right there. How much siege strength do I even have? Not a lot. Not a lot at all. Some comments Jake make truly baffle me, says Asselker. What exactly? What's your problem now? I'd really like to go and fight him, because I can fight you without any real repercussions aside from here. But maybe I should get my palisades up so I have a bit of a fallback line, and maybe I want to properly bring my mage corps over to assist with that. Because I could bring in Utter Dark as well, with a storm, and just zap you whilst I ravage you. Man, that is quite tempting, actually. We've almost done construction, so we can get the storm thing. Utter Dark in there with a storm. All of these people casting down lightning. It would be kinda tasty. And if I ravaged you, and you've already had a pretty bad time with dealing with the Yasans, I'd be able to claim your capital. And your silver throne. Yeah, unless someone else starts attacking me, I'll probably gear up for an attack on you. That makes sense to me. I still would like my laboratory here, though. And you two need to search here. And Crazy Dave, you just wait so I have a spy on hand. They're building a fort over in Lutetia. Interesting. Check out the Ryokan here. Alright, there we go. Maelstrom, being one of the best gem generators, is a poor gem. I think it's a poor gem generator. Very late in the research. Gives a lot of water gems, and what am I going to do with water gems? Gives a tiny amount of other ones. Costs 80 gems up front. Yeah, it's all pretty bad. Give me Mother Oak. Give me Eternal Pyre. Water gems, though. Ugh. What am I going to do? Buy water trolls that I have to spend loads of money on? Right, the Golden Throne is for Yasan. How many thrones does Yasan have now? Might be worth keeping an eye on that, because it is only 11 or 12 to victory. Nothing found, nothing found, nothing found, and there's the battle, only between 2 people. The reigning champion should still be there. Yeah, there you are. Rosalina. Good lord, yeah. You're ethereal, and you've got the champion's helmet. You are hard to kill, and you are definitely winning this. There's no way you're not winning this. Although, you're decided to bring in skeletons. Just raise skeletons, not hordes of skeletons, but... Ah, well, okay, yeah. Zombie grip's gonna do them in. Banishment, rather. But hey, if enough of them get through, you'll actually do damage to Rosalina. She doesn't have regeneration on. Problem is, you're not that amazing of a skeleton raiser. Why do you raise skeletons instead of horde of skeletons? Ah, well, there we go. You're done in. You got spooked because you got zapped by holy power. Rosalina the Prophet becomes even stronger now. What did you get for that? The champion's headband. Wait, you already had the head. Headband? You already had the helmet. Is headband a miscellaneous item? What in the world is the champion's headband? Let me look at that. Champion's skull. Champion's headband. There's Oppressor's headband, but I doubt that's it. How bizarre. Can I find her on the Hall of Fame? She is the biggest hero in the game. But no, I don't get to see what she's equipped with. No idea. A large water gem income with an evocation discount site and cold scales is very nice because MW is a very oppressive ritual to be able to spam. Murdering Winter. Yeah, that would be pretty oppressive if I knew where all my enemies were. You know, funny thing is I could probably hit Bahia with Murdering Winter if I had it. But again, Murdering Winter is level 7. Good lord, it's 40 as well. I didn't realize that cost 40 gems to do, but 8 armor negating. Man, that would clear the place out, just like fires from afar would. Right, won't be long until we have ourselves Alteration 5. I can't remember what I wanted it for, probably Nature. Yeah, I wanted it for Mother Oak. Once I have Mother Oak, I probably want to go Enchantment to get Gift of Health. But what about Earth? We will eventually... Well, I don't have Earth gems, do I? No, far from it. It's amazing I even get nature gems coming in. I do want that blood, but we don't have a blood economy right now, so that's going to have to stay on the back burner. Get me that enchantment. Yeah, it's level 7 for Gift of Health, but hey, our research is very slowly accelerating. You just wait in Bahia, tell me if anything goes down there. Picante, you pick up the rest of your friends there. You actually have a little bit of magic leadership. Huh, interesting. In that case, bring the army over to Bob on Battlefield. Should be able to support them no problem. And while we're at it, let's go and grab ourselves some additional priests to preach our much better dominion over here if we can. I want Utter Dark to search the place, and I want Nico to not be here, because it's not a good place for researching. And there we go, we got 3 nature straight off the bat. And 3 nature was exactly what I wanted. Now I have to ask myself, do I want to roll the dice for anything else? It was already a 20% chance to get the nature. And then it's an even lower chance to get anything else. I'm not sure I want to keep rolling enchantresses for anything better. So I'm going to bring my enchantress back. I'm going to have Zhuge Liang forge me a Shroud of the Battle Saint. And then she can have that so that she can forge nature boosters and then boost her way up. And I won't have any problem liquidating astral pearls into nature gems in order to boost herself up to get Mother Oak. Because the sooner I get more gems, the happier I am. Marriageable woman, you can research there, the danger that entails. And good, I get my money back. So, do I want Woodhenge Druids? Woodhenge Druids might be worth the investment because they are pretty low on upkeep and they will aid my research, so I'm going to keep producing those. We're finally done building Blobhemia, but Ash Canyon needs a bit more love. Get that fortress going. Is no one building that already? You two have searched here, so continue searching. Go and do Edinburgh, then Shitatsu Sho, then Alexandria, and then pretty much my home has been researched. Santi... There's probably not much to look at in Arborang, and I already wish that I checked Arborang after Bob-omb. Oh wait, no, I already sent over Utterdark to do that. Santi is better than Utterdark, though. Like, in every way. So Santi, you go and do Arborang. And Nico, you also go and check out Arborang. Utterdark, it's kind of a waste. Go and do research instead. I know that's a bad place for you to research, but it's probably better than wasting your time going back. You just wait out in Vice City. There's a good chance you'll die there, though. How goes the conquering? Not well. There's not a lot of conquering going on, that much is for certain. Okay, who had nothing to do? Odysseus, you managed to build a laboratory, so get researching and get recruiting more researchers. I'm going to be going pretty heavily on putting down researchers everywhere I can to try and accelerate my rate, especially since I do not have a lot of forts, so I need to work with what I have. Sorely tempted to put a fort on Shitatsu Sho just to seal this off. This weakness right here is terrifying. Because if someone raids me through here, they can raid all of my lovely provinces here, ripping apart my temples and... Oh, it's scary to even imagine. So I'm going to throw down... I have a spare scout. I kind of had Crazy Dave, but he's busy now. I'm going to get a spare scout, throw him over here and build a temple on a fort on Shitatsu Sho. It sucks to just knuckle down or turtle down, but I have few better options right now. Two fights that we know about. Why do we know about these? Tonkolomark is attacking Independence and Syracuse. There they are with their... Man, how do they have so much defense? There we go. Very, very hard to hit. But I actually think that that reforming bless is working against them, because they don't get to reform. Well, I'd be interested in seeing what happens when you die properly. But I don't think reforming works with second forms. Yeah, because you lost the crocodile, you had no reforming chance. Don't know. I would need to experiment with that, and how to do a lot of experimenting in Dominions. Also, they're going for the hospital basement, and they're probably going to do just fine here. I mean, the darkness works against them, but look at these things. Useless, probably one-eyed hunters. Shooting bows in darkness. No, they just get nibbled up. This is where Brelix comes in and says, I told you Tonkolomark was great, you just weren't playing them right. Yeah, these are built with like a 650 point bless. Alexandria is giving me extra earth gems. Very welcome, because I don't have good earth gem income, or any earth gem income at all. Our god is going to want that income, you know. Painfully German channel member, here is your shroud. It's a bit of a waste to give you the shroud now. It's a huge waste to give you the shroud now. But I want to do it anyway. There you go. With that shroud on, you are now considered blessed, and that gives you Master Smith 2. And that means when you forge items, you have no problem forging the Tree Lord staff, which normally needs nature level 5. And by grabbing that, you're going to boost yourself up by 2 to level 5. And on top of that, we have a Moonvine bracelet over here to boost you up to level 6. And level 6 is all we need for Gift of Health. The flip side is I need you to live. So I don't want you to die. Meaning it's probably a good idea to make you some crappy helmet just to keep you alive. What do we have in terms of crappy helmets we could make you? Well, I'm not making a Starshine Mooncat. I'll probably just give you a regular enchanted helmet. Unless I could make one out of crummy water. Or even blood. I don't think there are many blood helmets. Be nice to put those water gems to use, because I'm certainly not currently putting them to use. Do I even have a spare watery guy? You're over here, but there's no no laboratory for you. No, I don't want you to be randomly shot by some seeking arrow, so I will make you an enchanted helmet. There we go. I'm continuing to crank out these owl quills and forgetting to put them on every turn, but that's okay. What's that? Risky boots. Ooh, risky boots. There we go. Research jumps up even more. 500 a month. It's not great, but could be a lot worse. Get researching there. I will have you forge this thing when I have 40 spare nature gems for it. I mean, there's another argument that says just make the thistle mace first. Because with the thistle mace, I can do Mother Oak. And then I get Mother Oak operational quicker. And that's a pretty good argument. I mean, we're almost at Mother Oak. Alteration 5 is needed. We'll have that in 2 turns. So actually, Pyria, you surrender that hammer over to Painfully German Channel Member. Painfully German Channel Member. Go and make us that Thistle Mace. Costs us a little bit, but it's going to boost you up to Nature 5, because I'll go and grab that Moonvine bracelet when I can. Meaning you are going to have to move over to Alexandria and toss it over. And then you're going to get Mother Oak, and then we'll make the extra staff. And I'll probably want both eventually anyway, so that's fine. It's fine. You'd be better off for searching than my level 2 site searcher, but I'm not going to do that much site searching just for that. Right, forget training that monster, do pathetic amounts of research whilst this guy trains the monsters. Arborang needs to be searched. Rogue Survivor. Yeah, just continue waiting there, there's not much for you to do. Yusuke, you're going to build me a fort over in Shitatsu Sho. Aeromorph, who's just called Aeromorph, you just keep waiting there, keep an eye on what's going on around here. You take a step out there, Lori, you'll probably get destroyed if you just hang around there. Melodiana, you can't even do insightful researching there, which is pretty sad. I need you to preach here though, my Dominion is too weak over here. I mean, I have the level 3 magic, which is good, but overall my Dominion is strangled. Which means everybody else has much better Dominion than I do. Hardly comes as a surprise. They have more land and more economy to build more temples with. Not ideal, but what's a man to do? Keep those awesome little iron flies. The iron flies are a pretty big part of my forces. They don't need to eat. And we're just getting them only for 2 points of earth on our bless. Not entirely free. We need a lot of priests going around training the monsters, but those priests are very, very cheap. So I have no problem with that. All right, carry on. 2 magical sites in Arborang, which is surprising because Arborang is a farmland, so it's less likely to have magical sites, and it's got a monolith for 2 astral pearls. And wow, 3 gems out of that. So our best site search has been on a farmland, which is not meant to have many sites. Lovely. Nothing found. Chibi has given us +10 local defense. Alexandria has given us Rick Astley. Oh, very nice. Very nice indeed. Wait, oh damn, I thought you were a blood mage. An old tower surrounded by wisps of mist was found in a high mountaintop. The owner agreed to help you for a small sum of gold and virgins. So I gave them virgins, and that caused Rick Astley to join me. I have to pay for him, so it's kind of a bummer, that, but well. Another mage is another mage. Manette, I knew you wouldn't make it, Manette. Syracuse was your final resting place. Ash Canyon's fortress is done, but needs to be turned into a full-on castle. And Bob-on Battlefield's palisade is done, and needs to be turned into a full-on fortress. And then a castle. Yes, Windmaster, the famous blood mage. I saw blood slaves, and I thought it was one of the blood circle masters coming to join me, and also donate his blood slaves, but nope, was not so lucky. Right, Bob-on Battlefield's just making me... Why am I making regular priests here? I'm sure I had a good reason for it, but for the life of me I can't think what it is. What do I really want here, though? More regular mages? It's not a great place to be researching, but it won't be so bad once I get my Dominion here. But I do, in a way, feel a little lacking on the front of priests. If I was cranking out more priests wholesale, then I'd have them to spread my Dominion. And I really feel like I'm going to be pushed on my Dominion. Look at that, Ash Canyon doesn't even have my Dominion in it. And it definitely should. So yeah, I think maybe in Hyrule and Edinburgh, I will constantly crank out generic priests. And I might even do the same in, maybe not Shitatsu Sho. So few provinces to even crank things out in, it's scary. But yeah, I'll need those priests to reinforce my dilapidated Dominion. Because it is weak as sin. Right, good job you two. Go and check out Bob-on Battlefield, it's a cool place to be, I'm told. Sheva Alamar and Sakins go to Alexandria so we can deposit the Moonvine Bracelet. And that'll be just in time for Alteration 5, and Painfully German channel member will be more than ready for that. That'll boost you up to level 5, and then I'm ready to go on Mother Oath. Give that back to Pyrrha, so Pyrrha can forge more owl quills. You research. That's not amazing protection, but maybe it'll save you from some nasty event like an exploding... what would happen? Like exploding laboratory, or seeking arrow, or just I don't want you to die. Because if you die when you have the enchantments up, or the rituals up, then we lose the rituals and globals and whatnot. Then Kante, Outer Loper... Slam those over to the Outer Loper. And then you guys, it's a real damn shame you can't take formations. I'm tempted to give you the Outer Loper just to get that formation. Dun, dun, dun. Well, that's okay. You're there poised and ready to go and fight over in the capital there. I will probably at some point want some boosters for supply usage. Going on campaign could eat into supplies something fierce. And I am sorely eyeing up an expansion into here. It's just, if it goes wrong, it can go very wrong, especially if I get counterattacked by anyone else. But that's why we keep on making more units. I might actually hand these over to you. You can't take them all, though. Yeah, space them all. However, people like Orbulon and the Persian logistics officer do have space for them. They suddenly lose a lot of morale, but Penitente could then head back and grab more of them. Alternatively, we just grab another spare Penitente or similar and bring them over. Well, we have options, and I might actually want priests over here for banishing, because these guys use death magic. Always cheaper just to kill them with a banishment. Alright, in that case you can keep hold of these guys. And I want you to just sit on your thumbs and wait. I'll continue to crank out my slaves. South's out, research for me. You're meant to be constructing me a palisade here. And you just wait out in Deep Canyon. There we go. Coral Blade would be better for defense. Ah, excellent thinking. I didn't even consider Coral Blade. Yes, Coral Blade gives extra hit points. She would have a hard time holding on to that Coral Blade, but she doesn't always have to hold her staff. Alteration is done. Tax up in Providence Ridge, and it does give me good money. And Vermilion has had a bad event, dropping the income massively. It's not part of my dominion, so it's eating misfortune. Unfortunate. Nick Brick was discovered in Castle Malloy, but I think you retreated from Castle Malloy. Yeah, so Nick Brick lives to fight another day. I lose my eyes on Castle Malloy, but Nick Brick's just going to go straight over there. Why is he horribly diseased? Does Castle Malloy have a diseasing thing there? Let's have a look. We won't be able to tell because these are Province Defense, and Province Defense don't eat those diseases. However, we have some non-Province Defense units here, and they're looking... Oh, disease wouldn't affect the undead, would it? I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. But maybe I shouldn't mess too much with Castle... Well, hell, Nick Brick's gonna die soon anyway, send him in there. Sheva Alomar, surrender your Moonvine Bracelet. It's gonna make you worse at sight searching. But search anyway, because I would really like to get up our global here. So there we go, Mother Oak, but we don't have enough gems, so what we need to do is some alchemy. I'm going to turn all of my astral pearls into nature gems, and it's not enough. And I think I mentioned earlier that I think water gems are a bit of a waste of time for me, so I'm going to alchemize to 10 astral pearls, to 5 more nature gems, into casting Mother Oak, bang. And that's going to give me, what was it, 10 nature gems per turn? That's very sweet. And that should have me in good stead for when we get enchantment up and get Gift of Health up. And with Gift of Health, our units are going to survive a whole lot longer, and our old units don't need to worry about dying horribly, because in our Dominion, they will get healed. Problem is my Dominion sucks, but this is a boon. I wouldn't have even considered going down this way if we hadn't had such a readily accessible Nature 3 Enchantress. And that was just boom, you know, out of nowhere, you get access to the lady here, and we take her. And it's working out for us so far, as long as she doesn't die. I feel like Coral Blade is a water thing. You there, Sackiness. Yeah, Coral Blade gives 8 hit points extra, at a minor cost of 5 water gems. It's worth our time, I think. I'll do that after you've sight searched around here, though, because I don't think she's going to die that quickly. And then again, she's only got 10 hit points. Come on, don't let me down. I forget if you lose the items if they get assassinated as well. Possibly. I didn't even think about assassinations, did I? Right, Nico, you already searched there. Just get researching. And Ash Canyon is in dire need of Dominion, so get over there and help out with it. Okay. Utterdark could blood hunt that crappy Throne Province. Crappy Throne Province. Which one's crappy? Right, Mother Oak is up successfully. Alexandria has the Garden of Pearls for us. That's +1, +2 Astral Pearls. Very nice, considering I just melted all of mine down. Nothing in Bob-on Battlefield. Castle and Fortress done. Fortress should become a castle, so... Penitente, you have nothing to do. You construct it into a castle. Oh, you mean site-searching Bob-on? Oh god, why would I site-search Bob-on? It's got huge population. I prefer to site-search between 5 and 10,000 population provinces, so... Timbuktu, for example, but way too risky to site search down here, because again, if Yasan wants to attack me, they'll be isolated. Hyrule is reasonable for site searching. Bahia is pretty good for site searching, and Blobhemia is pretty good for site searching, so these three are good for blood hunting. But I don't know, I really, really do want to do blood hunting. I really want to see that late blood hunting summon. But I'm so fragile it's difficult to justify doing that at the moment. Maybe I could blood hunt over in Chalagie's lands if I'm able to take them over. And I am sorely tempted to go on the rampage against him. But we don't know much about his units or his strength. If he's spent himself against other enemies, or just how far south does he come here? Well, probably not very far, because there's Yasun right there. But if he's forted up Sarmazega-Tuza, then isn't it incredibly likely that he's having a hard time with Yasan right now? Let's go and investigate that. If he gives any sign of weakness, we gotta work on that. Right, painfully German channel member. Thank you for your contribution. I will have you hang up your bits, and you will get to researching for now. And Sheva, you actually grab the boosters so that you can search better. I mean, there's not much left for you to search, but you never know. You might find something amazing. Santi. Are all the purple units stealthy? In Chalaggie, I don't think they are. Free of enemy military units, well, it could be pumped up with province defense, and likely is. Nation overview, that's the wrong one. Pretenders, Chalaggie. No, they're very not stealthy. This guy is ethereal. But no. No, he's not a nation of stealthy guys. Okay, the last one was, but that was their scout. Very tempting to just go and throttle out his capital. So tempting. And I think waste not, want not. I'll send in my priests as well, just so I can banish anything that does not conform. Chalig is a capital, there'll be plenty of supplies for us to drink up there. We are working on the castle here. Actually, it would work better if you came and joined us. With that happening, I'm going to have Mayabara Keiichi. Sounds like a poor use of your time to have you build the fort, but someone has to. You two continue researching here, please. Not the best place, but the capital's only one bit better. And if we head in here... Is this really going to work for us? Could you just, like, hold a load of turns? You're only there to give the morale bonus for these guys. This is risky. I'm still just fighting with my slaves and iron flies here. We're already in, like, the 3rd year. And his bless is... I've forgotten his bless, but it's probably painful. So you guys would be taking the front, you guys would be bringing up the rear, you guys are on attack the rear. Honestly, morale is a huge problem for you guys, so could I give you that? Yeah, there you go. That way these guys get the +1 morale and they need it the most, in my opinion. Is that really my opinion? There we go, I want my front line to enjoy the morale. You guys instantly attack rear, seem to work well before, and there are plenty of you. There are plenty enough of you. And I will likely need reinforcements being fed in. That's not a lot of flies to send over there, but this is a reasonable number of flies. Hoa, could you go and grab those flies? And marriageable women, could you grab these flies? And start bringing them over. Wow, you can travel far. That's good stuff. Is there anywhere else that has loads of flies that we could put to good use? Yeah, Swordman. Grab those flies and bring them over. Dang, that's good. You'll grab these flies and bring them in too. And there's not a huge amount of flies for you to bring over from here regardless. I'm actually going to have you go and grab them from Big Blue Blob then. And we'll go on the offense. Make 2 squares of slaves for some kind of formation. Yeah, that's a better idea. The problem is they're going to each need a standard for their for the morale boost. Well, there's an easy way to select half. A bit of my problem is that these guys are just kind of on the back, aren't they? What if I had you in another formation on the back, on attack rear? That means if my center falls, it falls hard. We're going for all-out attack in that case. Alright, that kind of works. So you two flank and attack on the rear. You guys are my high protection center rank, which are probably still going to get demolished because you can't dodge to save your lives. And then while all that's going on, these iron flies are decimating the back row, and we don't hold an attack rear. Even though that might be a clever thing to do, I just go straight in for the attack. These guys need to throw out their hits as quickly as they can. And if they lose many of them, we have reinforcements coming straight on in, right? Might take a bit of time, hopefully not too long. And the flying flies are actually going to help out a fair bit with the siege strength, aren't they? Yeah, 263 out of all of these. And the capital is right there. If I choke the capital off of Loggy, then I'm going to stop them being able to recruit a lot of their national troops and then hopefully just spread out and take everything. Problem is if I get counterattacked, I have very little to offer up in defense. For example, Yasan could attack into 3rd Rome, and then from there, well, they could take Timbuktu and Big Blue, but they wouldn't get past this, would they? And Bahia kind of protects me. A more pertinent example would be them attacking from the water up north. Providence, Western Roman, Hyrule, Edinburgh. There's a lot of pain that could be done from raiding here. That army without mage support feels so naked. Yeah, but what mage support would I give them? I could bring in Santi and Utterdark. What are they reasonably going to cast? Not seeing it. Anti-magic, but I don't expect to be hit by magic spells that need resistance. I can't reasonably think about any nice things that they can give to the army. It's like level 6+ give the really nice fluffs for the army. Although if I had something like Fog Warriors, yeah, that would be amazing, but... Fog Warriors is Alteration 7. That is huge though, right? These guys with Fog Warriors would be magnificent. But we don't have that. So they're going to have to go in somewhat naked. Right, Crazy Dave, you finished off the castle here, right? So you can kind of just wait and think about your next crazy schemes. Sandman and Dark Mistress are here to preach, because we're even getting hostile dominion here. It's not just a lack of my own. Nick Brick, you wait and see what goes on in Castle Malloy. And let's begin our first attack. We've been at this for 5 hours, and we're finally attacking another nation. A proclamation from Chalagi. They actually just lost their prophet and got them back now, and we took the fight over in Cornice Isle. They did not drop a lot of province defense on it, that's quite surprising. In comes their projectile attacks, but we have good protection. My god, these guys are slow. I feel like they're even slower than normal. Good going, my iron flies, I really like you. Just shutting down the enemy's back and commanders, and that routes you out. And in come the cavalry charge, and they do get a charge bonus on that ice lance. The game isn't kind enough to tell me exactly what it is. No, you killed with antlers, you didn't even kill at all. How much is the charge bonus? I could at least figure it out if you find someone that hit with it. Hasn't anybody... There we go. Charge increases the value by 5. Now, is that based on combat speed or strength? Or a mixture of the two? Charge bonus depends on your combat speed and size, or only size for flyer. The bonus damage is limited to half of the strength. Only mounted units and flyers get a charge bonus. So half your strength. And its strength is 11, that's plus 5. Not bad. Oh, hello. Extra gems, extra gold, Eye of the Void. And third room with brigands. A lot of brigands around here. Is this someone casting spells on me? Anyway, go and suss out where those brigands are. Eye of the Void is a cursed spirit sight penetration item, and it's tainted. I would never put this in someone I care about, because that tainted means that they're going to be attacked by horrors, and you don't want to get attacked by horrors. Who would have thought? Horrors are very hard to kill. They usually have multiple armor negating attacks, often untyped as well. Yeah, real pain to deal with. Good going on the research. We're now at 800. It's really going places. Right. I brought over marriageable women to grab me some iron flies. They can go all the way to Chalaghi's capital from there, which means you can as well, Swordman. Grab the additional one and move on over. And I swear there was someone else I moved over. Yeah, it was Hoa. Grab all 20 of them from here, and you can't quite go the whole distance, but you can go to Corny's Isle, which I will immediately defend up because I have the dosh for this. And I want to make sure that these people actually have proper formations, right? Well, to a degree. All of you, keep on moving. We're going straight for the capital. No messing around. Supply usage is painful, I know, but there should be plenty of supplies in the capital. I hope there is. If there isn't, I'm going to be paying for this with diseases on my troops, and that's always a royal pain in the bum. Right, let's spread out our iron flies. Why are you right on the back there? Move it up. Are you still on retreat? You are on retreat. That's a dangerous thing to do. Just cast spells, 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 spells. Attack rear. Attack rear. Main problem I have is that I don't have a lot of defense for my guys. If they start coming in here somehow and attacking me, that becomes a problem. So, what would Brian Boitano do in this situation? I'm gonna change my formation slightly. I'm going to have a bunch of my Atlantian guys here hold and attack. That way they'll surround my mages and keep them better protected. Might work, might not. Talizora and Sun Wukon, please preach, because we're having a real bad time in Ash Canyon. El Presidente, you're sent over there. Bandana Waddledy, also over there. Sakin's Shiva Alamar gets searching. And maybe after that, also build us up some infrastructure. Actually, Bandana Waddledy, you go and support Shitatsusho's holiday home. It's going to need a temple. One of you could also build a laboratory for it. And you coming over here, you're going to have even more of these guys. And I think I would just have them hold and attack closest. That way, when the armies meet in the center, you're probably going to flank them by hitting them in the rear. Probably. I mean, it might not work out that way, but I want to believe that it will. I'm gonna add a... I don't think I need a bit more there. He's going to really want his capital taken care of, and it's going to take a few turns to siege that down, sadly. Right, Shitatsusho had nothing for me, but here's our capital fight against Chalaghi. Yeah, this is actually looking like a well thought out formation. The only thing it needs is some proper mages. And I do kind of have mages. Holy is a type of magic. It's just not a fully realized one. Oh, those slaves didn't exactly go where I wanted them to. And what are we fighting against? A surprisingly small enemy army here. I think Chalaghi exhausted themselves on the crab people. I would have expected them to have more. Zap! Enjoy that armor negating damage, you fools. This guy's a bit of a problem. He can trample my my guys, but he's also bleeding. Can you get zapped so hard you bleed? I guess the answer is yes. He's still pretty hard to hit, isn't he? Because we do need to hit him first. And he's got pretty good defense. Not getting that harassed, but... Come on, kill him. There we go. That's the end of you. That's the end of everything else you've got. I like these iron flies. I don't even have that many temples, and we've hit a pretty nice critical mass of iron flies. I think our enemies are... Yep, they're stunned. So I don't even need to risk retaliation here. Could you imagine these flies with some fluffing? Imagine these flies with mist form. Negating any damage done against them down to 1 damage. That's what it does, right? It's moss body that reduces it strictly by 15. God, that's nice. In fact, they'd be good with moss body as well, but I don't think that could be done on a large army. Not that I can think of. Although I fought an AI that was able to point buff moss body, that was impressive. Mob on battlefield is done, Shitatsu Sho is done, and the walls are moderately damaged in Chalagi. In that case, bring in Poa to add some more pain here. The supply usage is fine for now, but it seems we have a lot of chewing to do. He has also built up a force on Tarentum. That's not a surprise, the AI always forts up a throne province. And I was going to check how the thrones were doing. Actually, not so bad. I thought that the crabby people had more than they do. But at this rate, I'm going to do alright on the thrones. Well, I'll have this as my second, and this is my third, and I think that one's worth 2. It is the... Oh, they haven't claimed it. Oh, that's right, they lost their profit. So I guess they weren't able to claim the Silver Throne. I was just thinking, I'm pretty sure it was Silver Throne. I didn't say taken here. So Silver Throne is 2 points in addition to my 1. And what's the one that's next to me? Throne of Elements is 3. So if I grab this with the one next to me, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's 6 points out of a necessary 12. Not bad for a guy who's been pinned down and turtling, but striking out to Chalagi is, so far, turning out to be a good idea. That good idea could turn very sour very fast, but it hasn't yet. Now, I have you in Ash Canyon to preach, so get preaching. Johnny Bravo, aid that preaching. Queen Victoria, aid Shitatsu Sho. Construct a temple, construct a laboratory, and Sakines, you're a great researcher. Go back to Alexandria. Loving those nature gems piling in now. And we're very close to getting enchantment 7 for Gift of Health. Remind me again, do I have access to Gift of Health? It requires level 6. And you're at level 3, 4, 5, so I actually need I need you to make me that fancy staff. But making that fancy staff is not a tall order, so we'll get it done. I think I also want... Santi. I do actually want that coral blade. Could you please make it for me? Just want to keep my my squishy little human alive. Mayabara Keiichi, get with the researching. Preferably with a quill in your hand. There is a way, but Jake would say, why bother? The flyers always go in so fast when the enemy turns on them. Is there a way to sync them up with your front line arriving? Is this army of flyers on hold and attack? I don't have them on hold and attack. I don't particularly want to either. My thinking is if I have them on hold and attack, that gives enemy mages more turns to get their attacks off. And these iron flies are free spawn. I should not be thinking about how to save their lives the most. I should be thinking about getting in, get that quick kill, and then surround and crush their main force. So yes, I'm aware of hold and attack and syncing up, and I actually think this is a better way forward. I might be dead wrong, but I don't think so. Seems to be working out so far. Maybe a second Enchantress, have the Globers on different casters. No. It was lucky enough that I even got one of them at level 3. It's only a 1 in 5 that I get the +1 in nature, and we got it first try. Not quite 1 in 5 because there's an additional 10% chance to get +1 nature, which actually means there's a very small chance of getting 4, but no, I'm not going to keep re-rolling, especially since it comes at the cost of recruiting my Woodhenge Druids, which also give me +10 research each. And in addition, it's just nice to have these sacred guys around, because I could, if I really wanted to, have them make me some cauldrons of enormous broth without any boosting needed. Although I'd far more likely just make endless bags of wine, because they are so much cheaper. Anyway, keep on the researching. Yosuke, upgrade that to a fortress. I'm pretty happy with my money situation, which is not a usual state of affairs. So Trash Canyon, I want you to make me a whole bunch more of my beloved elk riders. Zenken is already cramming out as many slave impalers as possible. While on battlefield, I want more units, please. And why are you not making me the followers? And even Shitatsu Sho's holiday home. can continue to make me units, although I can't get the fancier ones just yet. Laboratory's coming, temple is coming, fortress is coming. Alright, now let's see. Are you going to counterattack? It's quite likely you'll send in these units, but you might look at this and think, oh, we don't have a chance of winning. Your level 3 death is a pain for me. Also, I don't know if your god was imprisoned or not. If they were... A blind man has donated a curious item to the local temple. How do we know about that? I guess we were here when that happened. Late fall, early... no? Oh, God knows. Anyway, you might not have your god yet, which would give me an opportunity to snipe the god if it ever appears here in Loggy. In short, things are looking alright. Oh god, this is useless province defense here. It's not even worth piling on. I should look around and see if there's anywhere that I do want to bump up province defense in. God, this is such a sad, sad national defense. Not only are these troops not very good, but I also get very few of them. They'll rout easily. So yeah, I'm very unhappy with the troops I get on my national defenses. But you have no choice. If you build up a fortification, you will always get your national troops defending it. Which can be great if they're good troops, like Abyssinians, for example. But pretty awful if you have things like Haubergs. Right, we are severely damaging the walls. They'll probably fall next turn. Nick Brick was discovered once again in Castle Malloy, and once again he ran away. Bravely runs away with 3 health remaining and horrible diseases. Won't be too hard to crush this in Castle Malloy, but I could do without the extra fighting. Gold from Hyrule, province income from Gangplank Galleon. So far so smoothly. His troops are pretty slow to move, so I reckon he's having a hard time with that. Rogue Survivor is checking out Cool Mountain for me. But yeah, once we take this, I might want to just split up and take everything that I can. Maybe even get it done with Iron Flies and my Orbulon and Co's. They're pretty good commanders, these priests. Normally priests aren't that great unless you're someone like Marignon, who are militant preachers, but pretty happy with these guys. Right, Johnny Bravo, preach the good preach. Nick Brick, just get stuck back into Castle Malloy. Sakines, you just research over there, your jobs are largely done. Ebe, Trash Canyon. Sheva Alama, surrender your boosters and research there. Fortress is on its way, the temple is already here, so train monsters, you preach, and let's recruit. Kind of tempted to just bring in more master bishops here. They are quite useful, and they can still do a bit of research, as well as ferry around troops at lightning speed, so yeah, I'll have those come in. Sante, you research the Coral Blade, which I'll give over to the painfully German channel member. But you also need to make me that better staff. Enchantment 7 is right around the corner. Very cool. After that... Oh, the swamps. Would be nice to actually work on the ancient presence, but where I get 6-4, I don't know. Naiad, wasn't it? I forget how I get her. I thought she was a nature summon. She's not a water summon, is she? Ah, there she is, Naiad. Naiad is a water 3, nature 3, right? I think. That would make her good for boosting, for breaking into that. And getting us the ancient presences. However you cut it though, I'm a ways away from a conjuration, and I should get conjuration because I love summoning air elementals. Of course they cost, but I do love them. Let's make our way down to Conjuration 5, just have some options open, and then I can't think of much use for Thaumaturgy. I can think of some good uses for Astric Knowledge, which is Conjuration 6. So I'll work on that. And then beyond that I need to think about some globals. God, what globals do we even get? I can't think of any water globals I want, or astral, or air. Most of the globals I like are things like, oh yeah, Earth, and we have Earth on our god. I would really like to get Earth Blood Deep Well, I think it is. And I always forget what it is. Earth Blood Deep Well is 6, and I have 6, and I want all those Earth Gems. That's enchantment 7, which we're getting. How much longer do you expect to stream Dawn 5? You mean today or in general? Because I don't have an answer for the in general. As for today, this run's probably going to take another 4 hours. Oh, you think, oh, of course, because we're meant to have the long play vote after this, aren't we? Jings, I forgot about that and all the excitement of playing Dominions. Right, Conjuration up after all this, and I have Dreams of Fog Warriors, so I'm going to go Alteration 7 after that. Yeah, I don't really want Sea of Ice. Well of Misery's nice, but we don't have blood access until we get that fancy blood summon, and that's ages away. I don't honestly think it's going to go on that long. But I've been mistaken before. Alright, that'll keep our people sorted out for a good wee while. Now, enough of those owl quills with the hammer. Hand that over to the painfully German channel member. And have them grab their bracelet. And have them forge Tree Lord's staff. Slight problem. No, not a slight problem, they'll be fine. I was thinking about giving them an extra arm, but that needs fire access, and I have no fire access currently. So just forward that Tree Lord thing. Let's see, it's normally 40 to make that. We're only taking 2 cost off of it, but it's 2 of my nature gems, and I care quite a bit about my nature gems. Even though we have Mother Oak, I should probably care about other things a little more. Shouldn't need reinforcements in there just yet. Oh good, I can actually shop for some gross... Oh yeah, this isn't over for a wee bit. Right, finally! My god is awoken. I normally go with Imprisoned God because I far prefer to have bigger scale. In fact, I struggle to see why you wouldn't have an Imprisoned God. An Awakened God essentially costs you 350 design points. That's a lot of scales and a lot of blesses. I mean, what's your advantage? Having your god available from the very start? Okay, maybe if you have a real Hell Bless, but you're paying a lot for that. Awake Expander, I really don't see as worth it. Just have an expansion plan. Obviously, I did not, and I got punished dearly. Actually, no, you make a very good point. A very good Awake Expander can get you so much of a head start that it doesn't matter how weak your Dominion things are, so yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty compelling argument. But it's a bit of a blunt force application. There's a bit more finesse in having a well-sculpted, late-to-arrive guy who, by the time he's there, you've already got your gems and research, and they can do some big, nasty casts for you. In any case, our god is awoken. The Western Roman Empire... More brigands. Is someone casting brigands on me? I shouldn't get this many brigands with the luck that I have. 7 Mile Stride boots and a laboratory in Timbuktu is very nice. So nice that I'm actually going to start blood hunting Timbuktu. That is clearly a sign that I need to work on that. And Hyrule gives me Earth Gems, which I want for my god. Our spy was discovered in Vice City. It looks like they ran away, but I suspect they died on retreat. Yeah, they had nowhere but enemy territory to run into, so farewell. And Shitatsu shows Holiday Home as a fortress, which we're going to turn into a proper castle. And while we're at it, you please preach there, Wario. Right. The fortress has been breached. We may storm any time, and we should probably storm now, because Chaligi really want to attack us. Normally I like to leave someone to maintain the siege, but no, we storm our way right in. And I definitely don't want to hold an attack on an assault like this. I want to get in quick as I can. One thing I do with my my flying attackers is these ones hold an attack closest, in the hope that after a couple of turns, these guys, and these guys are engaging around here, and then they just jump behind them and then flank the attackers. That's the hope. I doubt it'll always play out that way, but we'll see what happens here. Keep preaching in Ash Canyon. We have our Dominion, but it's very cheap just to keep you here and keep preaching, and I don't want to lose that Dominion. Nick Brick is so dead, he's going to die in a turn or two to his diseases. And this is an indication of why Chalagi were such a weak individual to fight. They have been fighting over Yasan's... Wait a second! Chalagi took Yasan's capital! Oh god, that will have weakened Yasan something fierce. We need to know more about that. Go and figure out how that siege is going. They probably won't rout you out during a siege. You know what? This is a good opportunity to grab our big chunky lad, the real decoy, and see if we can't have him cast Eyes of God. He's one level too low for it, but he does have a slot for Starshine Mooncap. So if we give him a Starshine Mooncap, and then liquidate some water gems into Astral Pearls, we could have him cast Eyes of God, and then we will see what everyone in the world is doing. There is a countered Eyes of God, where you snap it off, and you blind the... I don't think you blind them, I think you actually burn the eyes out of whoever cast Eyes of God. But Eyes of God will give us full knowledge of the whole map. Well, maybe not full, but good enough. Get that Starshine Mooncap on your head and get to work, unless there's something better that you can cast. Yeah, Riches of Beneath would be sweet, but I want Earthblood Deepwell instead. Yeah, this is our god. This big fat bastard, the real decoy, is our god. He has a 15% chance every month to give us a nice event on a capital, and he is counted as always blessed in our dominion, so he is also a master smith. He can essentially create any earth astral gear in the game. He has Temple Trainer, but that's a gross waste of his time. And he can also move. He's not a big useless statue. He could actually move into a fight and drop some massive earth alterations for us. Like Army of Gold, Army of Marble. I think it's Marble Warriors. Although I don't have the research for it, because that is alteration. Yeah, Marble Warriors has a pretty good area effect. You have 15 natural protection. But I really like the big one, Army of Gold, Army of Lead. 20 natural protection on your whole army. And that would be extremely good for my guys who are in very heavy armor but don't have amazing natural protection. So these guys have natural protection 2, but their armor is giving protection 18 on the body, 14 on the head. If you combine that with them having natural protection 20, suddenly their protection would grow up to be something like 28-ish? Anyway, it would be good. I'd love to have that, but we're not at that point right now. Those are some real... You need a lot of research to get those going. Even so, there's a lot to be said for the Marble Warriors and such, but I need to save up my Earth Gems regardless. I don't have any. And I would really like Earthblood Deepwell. Then again, I'm not going to get those, am I? Is there... I might... Without the ability to search for Earth Gems, I'm kind of screwed on that point, especially if I want to use my Astral Pearls for other things like Eyes of God. Well, maybe getting Earthblood Deepwell is a bit of a pipe dream, but I'm still going to research towards it in the hopes that I do end up with it. Now, Painfully German channel member, you managed to forge me that awesome nature thing. We almost have the enchantment that we need for Gift of Health, but we don't quite have the gems for it, so for now just research. 18 hit points. That's pretty tanky for a human. Maybe you could try for Mass Starvation. With this god, Mass Flight Earthquake is a possibility, but one Earthquake on its own is often not enough. No, you need a bunch of people doing Earthquake to really destroy the enemy, or one really cheeky floating guy who casts Earthquake and then leaves. Eats, shoots, and leaves. Getting researching, preaching. I'm seeing a lot of good stuff going on here, but I want to start blood hunting, which means I'm going to take you away and I'm going to start making astrals. Yeah, I mean, they're exactly the same, these two, but one starts with 2 astral and the other starts with 2 water. No, that's not necessarily true. There's a difference. Sword and lightning or quarterstaff and lightning. So there's a minor difference. Nothing worth caring about, though. The question is really water versus astral. I'll take the astral one. I feel like there's more use for astral. I could, for example, start a communion so that the real decoy could stroll in and cast mass enslave on something. These things sound really cool, but sadly they don't often come to fruition in AI games. At the point where you start mass enslaving the AI, that's when you're just toying with them, I think. You probably have what it takes to take them out. Did I want to do anything with that water? Internal alchemy. Oh, yeah, that's to de-age. But that needs water, and Utter Dark doesn't have water, but they do have old age, that's for sure. Surprisingly, I have a massive amount of dominion over here, so if I get Gift of Health up, my OAPs don't need to worry about accruing nasty afflictions. Alright, time to take out Chalig's capital, then take their cap circle, and then it's as good as mine. However, I'm gonna need some priestly help over here. It's a real waste to have you guys do preaching. Also, you can't even preach, can you? I thought you were... I thought you had holy magic. You don't. Oops. That's okay. Being sacred is what's needed to erect temples. What I'm getting at, though, is I don't think I'll put the followers in here. I think I'll put the master bishops, so they can fly over and aid with the preaching. Preaching, temples, just anything to purge this guy's dominion and build up my own. I bet God gets pizza as his offering. Right, there was a dire portent. Ah, bollocks. Right, so we didn't actually get Eyes of God up. The AI got Eyes of God up first. Tonkollamark did. You must blind these ever-present eyes. I could outdo it. I could put more Astral Pearls in than they did. No guarantee I'd get it, though. If I had fire, I think I could burn the eyes out, but I don't. I might try anyway. I really want Eyes of God. But Eyes of God is like 15 Earth Gems that I could put towards Earthblood Deepwell. A lot to think about there. Anyway, how do we do in Chalagi? So, they don't have a lot here, but they do have their god. Their god has very good natural protection. On top of that, they've got luck. That looks like a rabbit foot charm. No, it's Twist Fate. It is a rabbit foot charm. That does Twist Fate. I thought it did luck. Massive amounts of paths. 10 nature. Jesus Christ. He's also scary, but that's coming from his death magic. And innate spellcaster means that he can just drop spells on us like crazy, but he has no gems, so I doubt he can do much that's that scary. And killing him, despite that protection, I'm pretty sure our Iron Flies can have it. And the Iron Flies are immune to how scary he is. So, this should work to our advantage pretty swell. Except, you, I think you just killed one of my commanders with a stray arrow. Don't know if it was stray or aimed. Urdnot Grunt, the priest, immediately died to a longbow shot in the head. So, bye, Urdnot. Good shot by their archers, though. Yeah, there go our big old bugs. I don't think we paralyzed you. I think you're just looking fancy because of all your buffs. Hopefully my Iron Flies will distract their archers, because I could really do without them shooting my commanders. Are we having a hard time hitting this idol? He has no defense skill. Come on, just kill the bugger. Oh, there's the problem. He's 11 shock resistant. That is a problem, actually, because we only do 5 shock damage. So killing him won't be that easy. Won't be easy at all. He also has Heat Aura. That's gonna hurt. Not our flies, they're heat resistant, but my regular guys might have a problem. Good thing it's snowing. Come on, you bugger. How am I gonna kill him? He looks like a wooden dildo at it. What kind of... You know what, I don't even want to pursue this line of thought. He's barely taking any damage. There's a big risk that he just outlasts us. And his fire just... Well, something just cooked one of these guys. You are hard as hell to kill thanks to your resistances and your protection. He's got Strength of Gaia as well, making him even tankier. And because he's an innate spellcaster, He is not bothered whatsoever by being attacked. He can just keep cracking out spells. He doesn't care. Well, at least we're working. Oh no, this is bad. The Shambler is on the front line there. He shouldn't be there. He's going to get massacred. Well, maybe. He has good protection after all. I need a really good roll on this guy. Well, I need a lot of really good rolls to do any actual damage. He can't hurt us very much, but we can't hurt him very much. He counters us with his fire shield, astral shield, heat, but our iron flies ignore most of that. The trouble is our iron flies hit with armor negating shock, and whilst he has a lot of armor to negate, he resists 11 shock damage. Jesus, you are a pain. I don't know if false fetters affect inanimates and mindless. Well, they're certainly taking damage, but so's he. Slowly but surely we're dealing damage to him. Look at the tiny, tiny amounts of damage though. What are we seeing here? 0 damage, 0 damage, 0 damage, 0 damage. He's dealing some heat fatigue damage, but really just to my slaves. He's even raising the dead around us, damn. And with morale 30 and mindless, he's not going to retreat, although his archers are trying to retreat. And fair play to my standard bearer. There they are. The Shambler slave standard bearer is actually just clubbing these archers with his fist. Alright, come on. We are very, very, very slowly chipping away at his armor. Your moose guys could probably kill it, but they're blocked by the endless zappy flies. I'm actually glad that the moose guys are not attacking it, because they would get counter-hit by heat aura, fire shield, astral shield, and honestly, 25 protection? Plus, they would get affected by his fear aura, and I don't want my guys getting spooked. So it's a good thing that the mindless ones are here slowly chipping away at him rather than the actual flesh and blood. Come on! 1 damage, 2 damage, 4 damage. See, here's a guy that gets in. He got astral shield stunned for 4 turns. He's set on fire. And did he actually do any damage? Well, his antlers smack the statue for a little bit of damage. There we go, he's almost dead. Finish him off, my flies. Yeah, goodbye. No afflictions on you, which is disheartening. I always like afflicting an enemy god. But what better affliction is there than... Why are you not... Oh, he's got undying. Could you imagine this guy if he had regeneration? Which he does, but he's not regenerating because he's an inanimate. I'm pretty sure inanimate blocks regeneration, but my god, this thing would be almost unkillable if it could also regenerate. And I'm pretty sure there are ways to regenerate an inanimate. Anyway. Die. Did you decay? Yeah, you decayed an iron fly. Haha. Well, that's a lot of decay damage that you're going to have to do, because that thing can age for... Wait, why did it also do damage? Does decay also do damage? I don't recall that. Anyway, aside from Erdnot Rex getting shot in the head at the very start, we didn't lose anything of value. 3 of our useless slaves died, 5 of our less useless slave knights died, and 5 of our free spawn ironflies died. This all gets taken back and rebuilt in like 1/4 of a turn, if that. We stole the skull talisman off of the god, we razed his temple, we killed his troops, and who retreated? 20 units retreated, probably, hopefully, into the same province. Well, they have nowhere else to retreat to, so... Oh, no, some of them retreated to Cornus Isle. But it seems like they're not very happy with what I did. They summoned all the units into Tarentum, and are almost definitely about to attack into Chalig. Question is, do I add any province defense before I go on the rampage? I mean, I'm going to want these province defenders anyway, so I guess I will, but the rest of you actually need to patrol the province. Because I need the patrol. Get those... Oh yeah, crikey, look at these attack rear guys. They bailed. Outer loper, why are you not... Oh, wrong bunch. There we go. Let's make it even Stevens. Okay, yeah, should be fine. Should be fine. I worry a bit about their trampling. That could be a problem. I think I want the oh, right. No, I want everyone involved. I thought about spending a turn making a temple, but look, they're bringing in a lot of undead spookies. So I want my priests available to banish them. Okay, in fact, I might want a lot of priests over there to aid the banishment. Bring over a few flies as well. Just send them on the back and then hold an attack rear. As for you two, I just want you to cast spells from the center. Can these guys get over there in time? Map move 18. It's only 12 away. Yeah, go and grab the slave moose riders as well. And those moose riders can be on the bottom with attack rear. Okay. But you need to not just move, you need to... Wait, wow, who slowed down there? What's the problem? Your map move 18, yes, but... Why? Oh, somehow this became 19. Ah, it's because of the snow made everything... Snow made everything slower. Alright, those guys can stay behind. Get over there then. And I need you to move and patrol, so you help out with the patrol. Yeah, I know what I'm doing here. Random kill. Maybe. If they counterattack and kick my ass, that's bad. But look at this. Chalig is a little busy. Being counter-sieged on Yasan's capital and having their own capital taken. They might end up going from 2 capitals to no capitals. But this is a pretty pivotal fight. I need to win this one, which makes it all the more sad that I don't have any mage support. Could I feasibly have any good spells cast by my heavy mages? Arrow Fend? I don't think they're going to be big on... Oh my god, they're huge on trampling. They are going to come and trample us like crazy. That's actually a big problem. I do not have a good counter to being trampled horribly. My flies get trampled, and that's a lot of units for doing that. Maybe I don't actually want to meet them on the battlefield properly. Jeez. You could body Ethereal with one of the Astral Mages. 7 or 8 of those mages would make a huge difference. I don't have 7 or 8 Astral Mages to throw in here. I got Air Mages. And they can get there in time. One thought is to let them come, get my mages inside the walls, let them siege down the walls from the outside, and then during the main attack, when they're all huddled outside the wall, do a massive amount of summon storm power and bringing down electric attacks on them. But it would take time to... it could work. Could work. Air 1 doesn't have much to offer unless you have Storm plus Lightning. Ah, but I have exactly that online. Which is exactly why I massed up... Well, it was one of the reasons that I massed up all these air guys. Alright, I think that's what I have to do. We're going to get over there with our air guys. I need to make sure that I am crafting myself... Uh-oh, you might not be able to craft the thing because you're not sacred. Yeah, because Staff of Storms requires Air Magic 5, and I don't have a Sacred guy who's Air Magic 5, and I don't have a spare... thing for them. That's a problem. Yeah, all my heroes are non-sacred. Oof, that could cost me a very valuable turn. But it might not. It might not. Don't forget to drop your quills. I'll drop the quills later. It might be that they're stuck inside researching for a while, and I want to micro all those quills. Right, what I will micro for now, though, is Yuge Liang forging me a Shroud of the Battle Saint. Cao Cao, forge me a backup Shroud of the Battle Saint. Painful German, you grab your +2 thingamajigger, and Gift of Health is something I could do if I had more nature gems. I kind of want it for this massive fight, but I don't think I can feasibly do that right now, so just research for now, wait a couple of turns to get what we need. The real decoy. I'm going to have you forge the... where is it? No, I can't use any of my earth gems. I need those. Need every earth gem I can get my grubby little paw on, so that I can make Earthblood Deepwell and finally get some earth gem income. I have the path for it, but 80 earth gems? That's a lot. I could liquidate down existing gems, but that's a tall order. I might do it anyway, I really want Earthblood Deepwell. I mean, I really don't care much about water gems. This is going to cause a lot of pain to a lot of people. And as much as I love my air gems, the thing is, these melt down poorly. Very poorly. Does the god wake up at a certain time? Depends. If the god is awake, they're around at turn 0. If the god is asleep, they'll wake up between, I think it's 9 and 15 turns. If they are imprisoned, they'll wake up between 20-something and 30-something turns. Quite a lot of turns. Yeah, we got a long way to go for Earthblood Deepwell. It's very painful to lose my death gems. But man, I still need a lot more if I want 30 more earth gems. I think I'll have to wait a bit. I don't think even with converting everything you don't have enough. True enough, and we have no earth gem income. It's very sad. And I'm not going to go and have him scout for them. I'll have to rely on events or just piling up the ones that I do have. Right, Hyrule. Going to help out with Shitatsu Sho. Am I not making more of them in Edinburgh? What in the world has blocked you? Ah! You actually need resources, and I have no resources here anymore because all of these provinces take them away. Cool, don't often see that. But I don't often have one province surrounded by 3 forts, do I? Okay, so what's going on here? I'm making a Shroud of the Battle Saint. The Shroud will go on to... I'm going to move both of you in here ahead of time. The Shroud of the Battle Saint will go on to Sankins. Sankins will forge a Storm thingamajigger. And then for this big fight, I will have the Storm. And then summon Storm power for all of my rank 1 mages. And then my mages are going to crush these people. Which means we're not patrolling, we're going to wait here. Wait here. Marriageable women, you are going to construct us a temple. The rest of you, well, there's not too much that you can be doing. I guess if you're priestly, you may preach, and if you're penitente, there's very little that you can do, so just wait there, I guess. Maybe a wee bit of site search ritual gambling for the earth? Nope. Nope. Although I bet Bob on Battlefield has them. Nah, not gambling. I'm just gonna... That's a lot of iron flies. Yours are the enemies. These are my iron flies. But the enemy has loads of... Let's see. 240. The highest number of units they have are dispossessed spirits, followed by the Avite champions and elite spearmasters. The Avite champion is a size 5 trampler with decent defense. And I don't have a good counter to tramplers. I just get trampled. I'm not ethereal to dodge it. Yeah, it's just painful, even for my flies. They resist a lot of things, but they don't resist that. What was it after the Avite champions? Elite spearmasters and falchineers. There's the elite spearmaster, and there's the falchineer. But yeah, the second most frequent unit they have there are these Avite champions, and as we can tell, they've got a lot of them. Is that really right? Looks like they're riding the thing. Something feels off about this. Oh no, that's just how they look. Okay, fair enough. That damn protection. Now my flies get through that with their armor negating shock attack. But that's assuming that those are the ones that end up attacking these and they don't just get trampled to death. Fortunately, my iron flies are also shock resistant, so they're not going to care about my evocations. But I have to hope they don't one-turn pop my fort, because if they do, I'm in a lot of trouble. Oh god, do not move in patrol, just move right on in there. And I want everyone I can get in there. If you know air magic, I want you in here. But we're not getting there from Blobhemia. Yeah, not by a long shot. Okay. It would be efficient for me to strip off all of these owl quills and then move them over to units that I actually have researching. But the UI for that is horrible. Every single person, I'd have to click on them, right-click on them, click on the quill, move it over here, and then I'd have to go over here and click on one of you guys and give them the owl quill. Repeat for every single owl quill they have equipped. The interface for managing magical items in this game is so freaking bad, and if they haven't fixed it in Dominion 6, well, I'm probably still going to play Dominion 6, but I will feel a twinge of resentment over it. Damn that Tom Colomark Eyes of God. You don't even need it. You see everything. You're the AI. You're just doing that so I don't get it. Starshine Mooncap I think I got for you, so that I could do Eyes of God and whatnot, but oh well, you can just wear that. Gives a minuscule amount of head protection. Map move 18. You know, there might be a day where I want you to run around, but that day is not today. Painfully German channel member. You continue to wear your coral blade. I'll put boosters here, shoes go here, weapon here, hammers here. This inventory management is also really horrible to manage. Right, so everyone's getting in here. They are 99% moving all of these units to siege me down in Caligate, so I'm not even going to sacrifice these units. I'll send one guy out so I know exactly what they're fighting me with. I'll save the money instead. I don't even have any mages to summon stuff, but hopefully I can have a good enough defense to not be one turn cracked. If I get one turn cracked, that's a real problem for me. A very real problem for me. On that note, I need to be able to cast Storm. The problem with casting Storm is you're waiting a load of turns to get it operational. I'd rather have it cast at the start of the battle. It needs 4 air, but I can boost for that, so that's not a big deal. Get some extra Shrouds of the Battle Saint operational. Next turn we'll probably see another stack about the same size. Yeah, this could be a problem, couldn't it? It's alright, it's a problem we will face head on. You know, I could bring in even more of you guys, so that during the big fight I have even more units to cast at you with. This is going to utterly destroy my research, but we already got a lot of the research stuff that we wanted. It's probably better to be in the best situation I can be to counter what he throws at me. After all, your troops protect your mages, but your mages protect your troops. So yeah, get all of them over here in preparation for saving Caligate. I mean, this is my province now, not yours. Research doesn't matter if you're not in a position to make use of it. That is true. Okay. They did not attack me. So they might still be massing up. Lopemia gave me some gold, Third Room gave me water gems, Shitatsusho's holiday home has a fully completed castle, and Nick the Brick finally died. Okay. Why did he not attack me? From the AI's perspective, that was a sure thing. In fact, his numbers have dwindled. Why? What is he doing? Well, that does offer me the time that I wanted to throw Sakine's a Shroud of the Battle Saint and have you forge me the Staff of Storms. There we go. That way I can have the Staff of Storms over here. And this kind of works... Well, actually, no, that Drain 3 is horrible. Oh man, that hurts my research, something weird, but oh well. Get researching. If you're not one of those, get preaching. I guess you guys are researching as well. Oh man, my poor research just got gimped there. Well, hopefully I can preach his madness away. I've got my own temple here now. Preaching is a bit more important than grabbing one tiny little additional iron fly, I think. Apocriton in Hyrule. Surprisingly enough, Trash Canyon is still hurting on Dominion, so we'll work on that. Yusuke can rest up in Shitatsusho's holiday home, which continues to make me more Master Bishops. They'll research, and if they're not researching, they can preach. Odysseus? You look weird, but it's okay. Research while you're there. In fact, why don't you be the new guy that cranks out monthly quill pens? Owl quill pens. And then the rest of you, I will have you research here. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And then you're able to jump on Chalagi the moment it's under threat. That works pretty well. Works really well, actually. The main problem is the drain and the misfortune, honestly, is hurting me. But if I can clear away his awful dominion, I can actually kind of sit and laugh at him from his own capital with relative impunity. Maybe he's actually just moving his units south to deal with Yasan. Yasan is under very heavy crustacean siege, and it's breached. Ooh, we're going to see a battle here. Alright, one way or another we're having a fight. Keep the preaching going. We're training a monster, which is good. Zhuge Liang and Cao Cao. Keep on researching. Still want my Gift of Health, you know. The Gift of Health costs, and I keep forgetting its cost, even though I always use the thing. Gift of Health costs 50. We have 57. Okay, well. Painfully German. Grab your booster and cast me Gift of Health. Boom. Headshot. You cancelled forging the staff. No, I didn't. It's right here. Forge Staff of Storms. You didn't actually need the staff. Air 3 can cast Storm by himself with gems. Yeah, but that's the problem. It's a 200% casting time. I want the Storm immediately, so that I can spend my first turn summoning Storm Power and the second turn casting loads of Storms. I cannot just plug the gap in the fort until the Storm is ready, because they have Tramplers, which are just going to push their way through. So I need to be zapping them from turn 2. That's my plan, at least. And it's a pretty good plan. That essentially saves me 2 turns. 2 turns that I zap them. Okay. Are you going to come for me? That's the question. I don't like researching in Drain 3. It's a flip of 6 research for every single unit. Kind of makes me want to just drag them back to Zenken, but let's keep them here for now. You can cast Summon Storm Power without Storm Power being up. It just won't do anything at first, and Storm will... What?! I had no idea it worked like that. I just thought you couldn't summon Storm Power if there's not a storm. Pretty sure that's what it even says. Summon Storm Power. During a storm, this spell only works during a storm. Forgive me for thinking that means you can't cast this during a storm. Okay, it works retroactively. Regardless. Okay, no regard. Well, whatever. I'm casting it with an auto spell. Also means I don't need to waste gems, although building that thing cost me a bunch of gems. Okay, well I don't have a leg to stand on argument-wise. Let's carry on and see what our foe does. If nothing else, we've secured their capital, and we get their gems for it. Although I don't know what their gems are, and they are attacking us now. Gift of Health is up successfully. We are getting attacked, and we'll see what they're bringing us. I thought this for the longest time as well, until I messed up a script that still worked. Oh, there we go. So, this is a big, scary army. A lot of big, powerful giants in there, and they're not too shabby on the skills either. That's certainly better than my rank and file. Larger, heavier, loads of tramplers, including their awesome, sacred Sun Awe tramplers. It's a good thing I'm clearing away their death power here because, oh, well, maybe I'm not. They get stronger when a province has death scales and weaker in growth. It's all the more reason I want my dominion here. And they've even got the big cheese here. Their prophet can bless everyone on the first turn. He's ethereal, he's mighty, he's got gems, he's got death. I just don't want to deal with any of this crap. That's why I want to cast loads of evocations at them, which get around things like awe and protection. Scary, very scary. And hey, this one slave commander, Jigglypuff, is going to face them all down. And with sufficient rolls, it is possible that Jigglypuff could win this fight. But it's one of those 1 in several trillion possibles, so impossible. Actually, I'm not sure it's possible, because Trample does at least 1 damage, even if you avoid it. So, yeah, no, I actually think that was an impossible fight. Anyway, immediately squished one Jigglypuff, but there was another fight for you to care about. Yasan fighting in Yasan. Hey, why do you have a behemoth? Well, I don't want to say that the AI focuses down against players more than other AIs, but you can definitely see the difference in budget allocation on where they're focusing their units here. I would actually really prefer them to bring the fight against the crustaceans, because the crustaceans are the ones I see as the real problem in this fight. Granted, the crab people cannot trample me, but that protection worries me. Well, no, actually, in this situation, I would rather fight the crustaceans than the Fomorians. That's pretty much their unit, because the crustaceans I almost hard counter with lightning. Right? That protection means nothing against lightning. But the big guys, they still have loads of health. And they trample, and they cause me a lot of other grief. The music's a bit intense. Yeah, the music, there are loud songs and there are quiet songs. And I'm no good with audio, so naturally I haven't figured out how to equalize them all. Those are whites, but they have good magic resistance and they're a pain to banish. Even so, in come the crabs. And yeah, sucks to be you, Kickle Cubicle, because you just get the clamps. And that was a pretty tidy win for the Crustacean Nation. Oh yeah, not even 10% losses, and you completely wiped out Cheligi's forces there. Blobhemia has given me extra gold, and we are damaged. And how damaged are we? Very damaged. They clocked us for 600 wall damage. We are very fortunate that the fortification they gave us was a giant castle, because if it was one of my normal castles, that would have been 1 turn broken. Anyway, we are still going to sit inside here for a little bit, because every turn gives us another opportunity to preach away some of that horrible dominion. Next turn, however, we are fighting this, whether we want to or not. And we don't really want to, so it's a shame. Got more reinforcements I could bring in, and I got more priestly people to bring in. Boku is going to pick up these guys. Rook, Ventuswil, Palutena and Bald Bull are just going to rush in, although why is one of them slower than the other? Ah, because Bald Bull is... Bald Bull is not a winged individual. Bald Bull and Boku will pick up you, and you guys will be ready to jump on Chalagi. Until now, though, please research. Apocriton, keep preaching for Ash Canyon because it's under immense pressure. Sakines, you've already made the Storm Staff. And we have Gift of Health up, don't we? Yeah, so that's actually pretty good for the reinforcements that come in, because they're going to have extra hit points. Very nice. Aside from that, though, the people that are still researching, use the boosters. Use the boost to get through. You can't take off this Shroud of the Battle Saint, by the way, it is cursed. But that's okay. It's a bit of protection for you, and it makes you my go-to for forging, well, pretty much anything made out of air and water. Is there anything worth making at this point? What could be done to help here? There must be something I can do to aid this fight. Do I have access to any relatively powerful air magics that could help here? I'm still conjuring up some stuff. I could bring in air elementals for the lark of it. I mean, they would counter tramplers pretty hard, but the problem is they have lots of tramplers. Even so, the two of you casting summon air elementals. That's the wrong thing to look at there. The problem is summoning an air elemental is an exhausting thing to do. 100 fatigue just from doing that. Wrathful Skies. Excellent point. Wrathful Skies will make our lightning even worse. However, doesn't Wrathful Sky affect the whole battlefield and also hurt us? Also, don't I not have Wrathful Skies? Yeah, I don't actually know what research Wrathful Sky is under. Sounds like a conjuration. But it's not. Don't air elementals... they are really good, though. Wrathful Skies. Am I just not seeing it, though? There it is, Evocation 6, Wrathful Skies, Air 5. Yeah, it strikes all over. My general rank and file are not resistant to that, so it would do as much harm as good, so I don't think it's worth doing. Storm is nice, though, because I'm not casting projectiles, so if they use projectiles on me, half of them going lost is nice. Alright. Man, the big fight, dare I say a pivotal fight for the whole campaign, is really coming up soon. Painfully Germanic, drop that and grab your coral sword so that you are better ready for the situations. You get Researching Sakines. You also just get Researching Painful German. The supply situation there is fine, you will not need additional supplies. Next turn, though, I need to ready up for the fight. Not much else to do here that I can think of. I suppose I could bring in a few more flies if I really wanted to. And you know, at this point, it really is do or die full metal cars, so let's bring in every additional bit of help that we can get. You go and join Boku over in Konosile. Anyone else got a whole bunch of flies they could dedicate to the cause? Yeah, radar car. I mean, I should really be approaching this with the attitude of it's all or nothing. Risk all or save none. So if anyone can bring me more flies, I should be getting more flies. I don't know if you can actually get there from Big Blue Blob. But Ash Canyon has a few more flies that we could bring in. Mr. Sandman was the wrong person to give that to. You don't have wings. Luke's to the moon. That's a bit of a push, but you got 26 map move. I think from Big Blue Blob you could actually get to Caligay. Can you make custom units set for this? I'm running with random units, but yeah, you could mod this game. There's no inbuilt stuff for it, but the mod support is okay. I'm not filled with confidence on this, but hey, big fight, potentially. Well, there's no real big win here. I suppose if I slaughter his army, then it's going to be pretty easy to mop up the rest of his stuff. But if I get slaughtered, good lord, I'll be clawing my way back to Bob-on Battlefield and shoring up my defences and hoping to God that Yasan does not take the opportunity to strike me while I'm at my weakest. With that in mind, I'm actually going to pump up my provincial defence, because it does discourage the AI from attacking. At least I'm under the impression that it does. One of these days I'm probably going to look into exactly what the AI thinks when they evaluate an attack on you. But it feels like it dissuades their attacks. Worst case scenario, you lose the fight. How bad is the situation at that point? Well, to be fair, my research is pretty good, but I will lose my entire research core. Which is bad. Oh, hang on, we got a bit of a problem here. I would have to break the siege to attack them, and I didn't actually want to break the siege. I didn't think about that. I thought I could just fly in, but only stealthy units can fly in. Oh, jeez. Well, those... well, I guess we just got to go for it then. We won't have our walls to help us. We're just going to have to fight them on the open battlefield. Here's the thing. Either I use this option to break the siege, but then we come out of the castle and face them on broken grounds, or I wait for them to attack me. Then I get my admittedly broken wall to help, and that helps funnel units, because they can only enter through the small break in the fort, like we saw here on the battle at Yusin Fortress. So either I get a lovely fight like this where they all have to huddle through here, and that makes them a great choke point for me casting loads of electrical attacks, or we just fight them on the open, which ain't that great. I think I'll still fight them on the open, because that'll allow me to bring in a lot more evokers. And like I say, I love using air magic, so let's let one more turn pass, and then next turn it's the big fight. To be absolutely certain, I can give... who would I give it to? Probably give it to Santi. Santi's got better protection. I would hate for my my guy using the thing to get one shot. Oh, come to think of it, you've got pretty crappy protection on you. I should take this opportunity to forge you some kind of protective gear. Who could do such a thing? Sakiness? What would I even want for you? The Cloak of Astral Storms. This spell protects units from damage and stun effects caused by lightning and thunder. Only 15 though, and we don't know who it's going to affect. 4 temporary air gems is pretty badass though. But this thing comes at a hefty cost. Temporary air gems 4 now, that is nice. That is really nice. It's not cursed or anything either. I would want this down the line anyway. Oh, but it gives no protection whatsoever. No, I'm looking at something that I can make that actually gives some protection. Lightweight scale mail, weightless scale mail, chainmail displacement, blue dragon mail. I'm not too worried about encumbrance. Morale, cold resistance. Yeah, it only costs water, and I'm drowning enough in water. Yeah, there you go. I'll make some blue dragon scale mail for you. And that's just to keep you alive whilst... Oh yeah, you're also invulnerable, which is cool. But this will keep you alive enough to not get one shot, because you're going to be carrying this staff, and that staff is very necessary for keeping Storm up, because if you die, Storm goes away. Although I wonder if that reduces the empowered +1 air. Right, so Western Roman Empire, holy moly. Loads of gems, every gem I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yep. 35 gold and snake bladder stick. I don't often see that used effectively, it causes a lot of poison around you and isn't that great. More earth gems, that's good, because I am hungry for earth gems and I just got +10 due to good events. And we are breached, so now we must fight. This is gonna suck, but I'm actually gonna take the quill pens off. I mean, if I lose, I at least want to have my quill pens to bump up my defense. Not defense, my research. Because all these quill pens add up to a hefty amount of research per turn. But yeah, you just gotta one at a time this. You know, you couldn't just like right-click on this to instantly one turn move it over to your magic item thing, and maybe have the magic item thing auto-sort by type of good it is. You could have several screens. Click, I want it sorted by primary magic type, or I want it sorted by where you equip it. Or maybe even the level of research needed. Just anything, so it's not just thrown in there like a... It's like cleaning up the house for a move, and you have that box of miscellaneous crap. And you know you should have sorted it out a bit better, but you really couldn't be bothered. It's a single-handed weapon, down you go. So now I've got these to sort out, so it's at 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12. It's even 13 wide. God knows, I don't know, UX is their passion over at Dominions. Right, my many complaints aside, I want to make sure that these quill pens are held by people who are right now strictly researching. I should have done this earlier, but you know, I didn't want to cause myself extra pain, and now I have extra pain. Researchers, grab your quills, because our current research is about to go down the toilet. Researching. Finest code made in a garage in northern Sweden. Oh, so they are northern Sweden. I thought they would have been down south. Then they would have hated themselves for being Danes. Research. Good. It doesn't really matter that these aren't my strict research guys. The owl quill pen does not care. As long as you're capable of research, it boosts your research by a flat amount. It doesn't care about drain scale or magic scale. It just gives +6. And it's not even the best. Lightless Lantern is the best booster. Tasty. Right. So... Oh yeah, a bunch of you guys have quill pens as well. Not you, Odious. You get to live another day regardless how this goes. I don't think I'll assign these quill pens. Yeah, we have priestly research on a certain kind of our priests. Sadly, they're not as cost efficient as just using my my one single air guys, because these guys have 7 research, boosted to 10 by my magic scales. Come to think of it, we have drain scales where we're going. Casting magic is going to be painful for us. There we go. Move, and, well, you'll instantly attack on that move. You guys, grab whatever units you can, and move on in. All of you guys, I don't care what you're doing, I need you to move on in as well. Sadly, we can't grab the... Wait, wasn't I meant to move these guys with me? Sadly, they can't make this journey because of the swamp, but yeah, I should have brought them over to Corin's Isle, and I forgot about them. Well, hopefully it's not a battle that comes down to having 32 additional cavalry. That would bone me pretty hard. Right, look to the sky, grab the flies and head on over. I'm not gonna grab one extra fly from here. I'll have to make all these incredibly cheap guys though, man. They cost so little. There's no good reason not to just constantly recruit those guys anywhere that can recruit them. Unless, of course, I'm already recruiting my slave knights. I like my slave knights. Looks like I messed them up with some other Swedish indie. Actually, they're from Lund, next to Malmö. I knew it in my heart of hearts. I knew they were southern Swedes. You can make light of them like you make light of southern Scots. Like, oh, Dark, oh, you're from the English part of Scotland. Even though he talks more Scottish than I do. Well, he sounds it at least. Okay, you guys going in. There, you know, there is an argument to be made for bringing in the painfully Germanic channel member. I do have the million-mile stride boots, but I'd be putting you under immense risk of dying in combat. And then I would lose some very expensive globals. Gift of Health and Mother Oak combined 100 gem input there. Also, the real decoy can almost cast Earthblood Deepwell. Almost. Oh, we're so close. Right. It pains me to mulch down death gems, so I won't. Screw water gems. No one in the history of Dominions has ever settled a game based on how many water gems they have. You, on the other hand, can finally get me some Earthblood Deepwell. 20 more earth gems, which means in 4 turns you can then cast riches from beneath, and I really want those extra resources. I could have gotten this sooner, but Earthblood Deepwell will fuel a lot of earth things down the line, unless someone gets rid of it. Sometimes the AI gets it in their head that they want to dispel every single freaking global you put up, and I swear the AI just knows the amount of gems that you put into them, so they put in the exact amount to dispel it. Which, strictly speaking, isn't an exact amount, because there is some variance to it with DRN, blah blah blah, but they know. I am quite certain they know, because the AI in this game is a cheating bastard. Hey, Peter Molyneux. In fact, I've been bringing out quite a few of you. If you can't research, then you're defending, and if you're defending, I want you preach. Actually, mistakes were made here, because some of you got your quill pens that you don't really need. In that case, you guys preach, you guys research. That seems fine. Right, now for the orders. Everybody here, and I mean everybody, is going to have to step out and take part in this fight. Do I really want the profit? Yeah, I guess I do. Every single one of you are on Break Siege, and now I have a lot of orders to give out. I kind of want to stall them out a bit, because they're going to cause me a lot of problems. So, what do I do in that regard? I can't actually give you formation, which is painful. But I do want to be back a good bit. What are you doing at the back? You should... Oh, man. I want all of my generals, like, here. But moving every single one of them is... Well, I guess it needs to be done. I'll get you guys off of here. Move the Atlantians to the side for now. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Dominion's UI. Like, this is the first UI I saw in the game that really made me... You know that feeling that you've bitten off more than you should chew? This was the UI that made me feel that way. I was looking at it thinking, what does this mean? Like, what am I even looking at here? What you're looking at is the formation of all of your units, and you can fine-tune it as much as you want, but you better believe the interface for doing so is unpleasant. So I want all of my mages a bit further back, because the further they are away from the front line, the less that they are likely to be shot or suffer ill from all of this. And I want to lag my opponent out a bit, so I'm generally bringing my whole line back. But they have to be done one commander at a time and one, not unit per time, but unit formation per time. I'm just always selecting a commander from the center and moving them back a bit. Not you. Oh, actually, yes, you. That's my profit. High quality point and click UI gameplay. Exactly. Another thing that I hope they tidy up. But it would take quite a bit of work to make this UI better, right? If it were to accommodate, say, click and drag selection. Oh my days, James, how would you bring that in? That sounds like a lot of work. How long is this going to take? How many commanders am I moving in here? Probably about 130 if I had to guess. This is almost every student, and I'm pretty much taking students, right? I'm rocking up to the University of Abertay, and I'm grabbing all of the students and saying, "Hey, you've been researching air magic, right? Oh yeah, look at this!" And he shows me, waves his hand, and suddenly, like a tiny little cloud appears. I'm like, "Great! You are now conscripted for the fight that lives or kills our nation." And they just look at me and go, "What?" Yep. Here's your, well, not giving you anything, just wear your best robes and get stuck in. Right, now for, well, everybody. If you are a level 1 mage, I want for you to cast Summon Storm Power, and then Whilst there are a bunch of self-buffs I could have you do, I do very specifically want you to cast Lightning Bolt and nothing but Lightning Bolt. It already costs... Oh, it's actually not very fatiguing. Cool. Well, that's great. You do that, and then continue to cast spells, and that's it. Unless... Did I copy it? Yeah, I did copy it. Is there anything I could conceivably want them to also cast? I don't actually know if aim helps with aiming these lightning strikes. But even if they miss, what does it matter? You're just going to hit other Fomorians, so... Yeah, just keep lightning bolting. So, no, I still need to select everyone here. Let's do all of the Air 1 mages first. And then I'll go through for the non-standard commanders. Oh god, let's not have you retreat. No, you sit there and you cast spells. I will figure out what spells later. Oh my god, you do copy-paste on battle orders? This game has some viable... Yeah, imagine having to put that command in for everyone individually. There was something I was wanting to look into here, but I can't remember. Oh yeah, it was range. But a range of 40 means you're always going to have a valid target, so don't worry about it. Risky Boots, Persian Logistics Officer... No, wrong person. I told you nothing. They all got wings, so... It's throwing me off. Fortunately, the game told me that it was an invalid order. I mean, they could still be given the order, but they wouldn't know what to do with it. Well, they'd just do none of it and they'd instantly off-script on spells. Off-script is just not following a script that you've given them. Anyone keeping count how many commanders I've got here? It's a lot. Don't often have to fight with this many commanders against the AI, but... I suppose I should have seen this coming, and in a way I did. Remember, like, 4 hours ago when I said, if my back is to the wall, I need a plan, and my plan is storm, storm power, then lightning bolt with my mass of pretty low-level mages? And I said, you know, it's only if I need it. Well, now I need it, and now it's being put to use. I just need a drink there. Dominions takes a lot of talking from me, and I get very thirsty playing this game. Right, on top of that, I'm just going to tell my mages to cast spells. Since I'm fighting against, what's her name again? Chaligi? Something like that. They have death magic. They already have some shades there, which are undead, but their death mages could also summon more undead, and I think we saw them ritually summoning some banes. Lots of undead, and these guys right here are going to banish them. I don't have sacred units that they're going to probably cast much blessing on. They might bless themselves to begin with. I'm not too annoyed if they do, but I just generally want them casting spells. Spells, 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 spells. Spells? Yeah, but I specifically want you to cast Divine Blessing at the start so no one else gets any funny ideas about casting Blessing. Other than that, you can figure out which of those are best to cast. I won't hold it against you. Your armour isn't great. I would really hate to lose my profit in this fight, but profit is a lot less important in this fight than it is for this nation than many others. Because I haven't given myself a big bless, I don't need to care about constantly blessing my sacreds, which is actually quite liberating. It means I can just move around fairly standard armies here, right? Utter Dark. I mean, I would like you to cast something special. I need to look into Utter Dark and the other high-level mage. So we're going to come away from this. I'm going to grab Utter Dark and Santi and consider what I can do with them. Because they do have the possibility of doing some cool anything here. If I had a bit of blood magic, oh man, I could do some... no, I wouldn't want Blood Rain. That would make my own scaredy cat troops run away. That would actually be bad for me. But Wailing Winds would hit the enemy, but that's a Death Air combi, and I don't have Death. Speaking of armor, don't forget to give that guy the Blue Dragon Scale Armor. Excellent memory there. I thought I had already done that, but I evidently had not. There you go. You've already got a cap on your head, which is decent head protection, but now it would take a hell of a shot to kill you. Although, you know, an armor negating or armor piercing evocation could still kill you. It's just there are many other units out there. It's unlikely that you're going to be targeted. Don't think there's anything else worth giving you at this point. But yes, any cool spells. We do have water. We got astral. We got air, and we got a touch of blood. Summoning air elemental is a pretty standard thing that I could do. I can summon storm power on both of them, and then they're going to be considered air 4, and that would make it very easy for them to summon air elementals. I really want Santi to stay alive, so I'm going to have him cast probably personal luck. In fact, both of you I want you to live, so let's first consider how you keep yourselves alive with personal luck. The storm and the base amount of protection. Well, you're not very protected, are you? Keeper of choking traditions, but you're replaceable. Phantasmal Army could work for stalling. I don't know much about Phantasmal Army. So it creates 25... Yeah, but it's going to be created at the back row. And I have a massive front row. I don't think these phantasms would actually help. Could be wrong, but I don't think they do. Or would. Celestial Chastisement. Could keep casting that and enslave my enemies. You know, if that were to hit a good commander, that'd be cool. But I'm pretty sure... Yeah, enslave would drop them out of being a commander. Not probably worth it. Friendly Currents wouldn't help. Quagmire would slow down all the fighting, but that would hurt them as much as it hurts me. Grip of Winter would freeze everyone, but I'm not cold resistant. Solar Brilliance. All units have a chance of being blinded. All undead units would create armor piercing with an easy negation, but I'm pretty sure that affects even my troops. All soldiers on the battlefield, so probably mine as well. Mass Flight would work against me. Hi Jake, after your Factorio shenanigans, I had to watch others. I saw a YouTuber called Michael... Oh yeah. I'm a big fan of his work, and I have watched, I think all of his... I didn't watch his island one. I watched all of his recent Factorio stuff. It's very inspiring, but he very specifically doesn't do what I'm wanting to see, which is Death World 100%. His current 100% run, well, sadly it's not 100%, and also 100% at the start isn't quite the same as Death World. It's harder in a lot of ways, but in some other ways it's not quite as oppressive. I'm having a hard time seeing anything else that's worth casting here. So once you have these, you are going to need to throw down air elementals. You should be able to crank out 3 of them without too much bother, and I'm going to give you 5 air gems each to figure that out. There's an argument to be said for giving them a lot more than 5, so I will. I mean, hey, what's the cost of 16 air gems in the face of saving my entire nation? Which might be a bit of an overstatement, right? This isn't even my land. Oh, we did get our own dominion. That's going to boost the morale of our troops. That's fantastic. Okay, excellent. So, everyone's going in there. Everyone knows what they're doing. You stay behind the troops, that's fine. There's nothing I really want you to do. You're just there to give your morale bonus to these otherwise scaredy cat units. Lots of storm power and lightning bolts. Holy spells. Yeah. If this looks like a lot of preparation, if you're big on the multiplayer scene, like every turn is like this. And it's not just one fight, it's many fights. And it's not in one province, it's in like every province. I haven't given the proper fights to proper orders to my units yet, but I will now. I'll take it from the top. Everyone is just hold. Hold and attack, hold and attack, hold and attack. Rear, hold and attack, hold and attack closest, hold and attack rear, hold and attack rear, hold and attack rear. And of course I will need to sort these out later on. Just hold and attack, hold and attack. Don't bother going for the rear. I'm going to hope that my electric attacks hit them there. Hold and attack rear. If you fat finger G, then you can mess things up. If I hit G here, they'd become bodyguards. It would limit it to 5, and then the rest would be spat out in their province, and then, oh, the pain to go and grab them back. Hold and attack rear, hold and attack rear. I should take solace in no— oh, hold on, doesn't my enemy have flight? Oh, crap, I'm pretty sure they have flight. That could be a problem for me. Maybe you guys should be here. I'm pretty sure they have flight when blessed. And to make matters significantly worse, their tramplers take bless. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Are they immune to storm? Oh, excellent point. That's probably not storm immune flight. Oh, man. Thank God for that. Will I still keep these guys out front? They are my most disposable units, so yeah, you're... and they have the best protection, so you guys go out front. Right. Time for it. No one else has any orders that they need to take. Chat, how do you think this is going to go? Honestly, I'm quite... I mean, sure, there are 310 of them, but I think we could do it, unless I've messed something up with my orders here, but everyone here is breaking siege, and everyone else is just moving on in, so it should be okay. With that many mages, you should win. Precisely. Troops protect mages, and mages protect troops. Let's go for it. It's going to be electrifying, the most electrifying name in sports edutainment. That's probably the battle. It's going pretty slowly, and it went on for 33 turns, so it was definitely decisive. Alright, here we go. Finally, an actual army. And my mages are so plentiful that my attempt to wrap them around in regular chaff units failed. So now they are really vulnerable. In fact, you're just hoping that the mage next to you takes any hit that's intended for you. But immediately we have Storm. So even... oh god. Even if these annoying tramply buggers get their bless with flight, and I'm pretty sure they have... I'm actually going to double check. I'm thinking it was Chostrow that sent... no, it was Dedicati that sent me the build for... you know what, why don't I just show it here? This is how I was sent my builds. I was given a screenshot and I remade them in the game. And this is the build for the people we're fighting right now. Reinvigoration, Undying, Regeneration 24%, Flight when blessed, Heat Aura, Fire resistant. Terrifying, and they don't even have awful scales for that. 2 order, 1 production, triple cold, triple death, misfortune, triple drain. And I'm pretty sure the AI doesn't care about drain. They got so many resources and just crank out mages to the end of times. The god is dead, so that bless won't do much. That's an excellent point. The Undying and Regeneration and Flight and Heat Aura are all gone with their god. Aha! I knew past Jake had my back. Killing that god killed their bless, except for rejuvenation. Alright, sweet. Okay, forget what I just said then. That bless of theirs is shut down, and that terrifying 25% regen every turn on these guys. Not a problem. Let's have at. Let's play it slowly. So first off, the storm is up, which is going to cause rain, and if they have projectiles... do they have projectile users? Yes, they do. They have not even slaves, just longbow users. 50% of those will just be lost, so that's going to help keep my mages alive. My mages still could get shot, but they've got decent health. All of the ones that flew in from the capital have 21 hit points due to Gift of Health, so that's useful. And now, well, they come. We're waiting. Don't like those shots coming in, but there we go. There's all the storm power coming in, making my 1 air guys 2 air guys. There's the 1 retinue of undead charging in. A lot of those arrows getting lost, which is good. Although 1 arrow made it in and hit nobody. It's a lot of them. Weird how future Jake thinks past Jake makes good decisions when past Jake constantly passes the problems of the day to future Jake. Right, lightning bolt. Let's see it in action. Nice. So, armor negating damage, and a lot of them will get hit by it stunned. So we should actually be drip-fed in attackers rather than having coming in as one big bulk. And these other lights from above are banishing the dispossessed spirits. Sadly, the magic... Why is the magic bonus so high? Is it because of Drain? I think they actually got some kind of anti-magic spell off. Anyway, banishing them isn't going to work very well. They're very resistant to our banishment. Anyway, the Tramplers are my big concern. And they are everywhere in the enemy army, so I have to hope that they come in piecemeal. Or that we can zap them. Your armies can only be told to hold for 2 turns, unless it's a commander. They can hold for 5. And now, they fight. So, those are just cataphracts, that's not a problem. It's the Tramplers that are a problem. We're about to engage them there. They have Sun Awe, but the Awe power has been reduced thanks to the snow. So, I will still be able to hit them. And that's what I'm talking about. You just got immediately stunned there. Unable to take actions, lasts about 1 combat round, don't know how long truly it lasts. Bajoot, bajoot, bajoot! And now, in come the Tramplers, and boy, do they hurt me with their trampling. Trample, trample, and look, you just got Sun Awed there. So, there we go. Awe negated the attack. Awe rolled 28, your morale only rolled 27. Awe is morale versus their Awe power. And because we're slaves, our morale is pretty low. I've boosted it as much as I can. Friendly Dominion, experience, morale, but in the end, they were only slaves, Ramesses. Okay, what else is up? Thank God they're only slaves that are engaging there. Come on, mages! I know you're not tired out. Although the drain scale is tiring you faster. Look at that, already 43 fatigue, and we've only just started. Come on! Zap them! Yes! Come on, more of that. A lot more of that. Bury the bastards. Okay, right. Well, they have pretty good skills, and they can hit us, but we have pretty good defense. And there is some crossfire here, so this guy actually did get zapped by my own unit. So the follower hit the Atlantian slave with the lightning bolt for 5 damage. Ouch. But what are our... Oh, right, my guys, my Ironflies are not storm immune. I just assumed they were, but they're not. Ah, damn, I should have thought about that and put them up front. But oh well, they will still go in and attack. In a way, this is good. They're protecting my flank. If these guys weren't here, then the Tramplers could just come in and squish my, my casters. But as it happens, this is bogging the enemy down to something fierce. And there's our air elemental summons. These cost me a air gem apiece, so they better do some good work. They have 0 protection, but they're ethereal, so they ignore 75% of benign attacks. And my enemies don't use magical weapons, so... Oh god, what's he casting there? Mist form? Oh, god knows. He did something on his units, though. More lightning, more clogging up the enemy. My iron flies continue to nibble away at the Tramplers. Tramplers are getting tuckered out. Good, good. The slave core is being punished hard here. But again, they are only slaves. The friendly fire, the giants shanking them. Protect the mages, and the mages will protect you. They still have a lot of people in the back line, especially their archers, but we've negated 50% of their archers. And my units that are probably within longbow range are very resistant to archers. Good protection on the ground slaves, shields on the elk slaves. We're seeing retreating on the enemy side. We have this battle. It's like I've just gone and torched the Wu... what the hell's the supply compound? Wu Chao? Yeah, look at that. Their best units are retreating. Unfortunately, their mage core is surviving. I haven't been able to damage them because my storm shut down my own iron flyers, but still, pretty good. Pretty good. The nice thing is these air elementals that I've summoned, they are storm resistant. They can fly. Look, one's flying right now, and I really want them to get back and destroy as many enemy mages as I can. Kill the leaders. Okay, they have leaders that are stamina'd out. That's an excellent opportunity to kill them. It's a combination of I don't know what the funk is going on and Jake is constantly moving the camera around. There's a lot to look at. You can't get everything just by looking up here. Sometimes you gotta look at the nitty-gritty. What's this single air elemental doing? Well, he's crushing the undead. And he just did. He went and trampled... I don't know how a cloud can trample something to death, but in one trample, it killed 3 units. The mass rout of the archers, they are getting the heck out of dodge. Even the tramplers are trying to run away, but you have been never healing wounded. Yellow bad, blue greyish good. My units are these ones and these ones. Their units are these ones. Oh, that was good. We're going to replay this fight in with a fixed camera once we're done here. Yeah, good. Every one of these buggers that I kill is so valuable to them because they cost a lot of money. My units don't cost jack. My flies are free and my slaves are cheap. Also, this is one of their big daddies. This guy right here, he's so good. This guy is the reason I wanted to play as this nation. He has a lot of magic access. Fire, Astral, Death, Blood, Holy 3. Good researching, but researching is a waste of his time. He is invulnerable to a power of 10. He comes with free armour. That eye catcher is a weapon that's been given to him. He normally has a very long spear. Rejuvenating, ethereal. This guy is just a one-man army, and he's their prophet. But he's about to die. Damn me. You're getting killed by freaking elks, man. There we go. That's victory for Tanner. That was excellent. Whew. And that was a real battle, right? None of this just throwing my fancy sacreds at the enemy. None of this, here's a super combatant. None of this, oh, I'll drown you undead. That was combined arms, mages, magic. It had the works. And I want to see it again. That was a great battle. And let's just watch it normally from here. Here. So when you hear the bong sound, that's a banishment, us attempting to just kill off their undeads. That zapping is obviously my air mages hitting them with lightning strikes that they had to self-boost in the storm for. And then on we go. Oh man, just chewing up the enemy army before they even reach us is great, especially since they have all those damn tramplers. We should be able to do a count on the amount of friendly fire that we have once this is done. I don't know what that spell is that made everything glitter and white there, but it was a buff that the enemy cast on their own army. I'm glad it wasn't Fog Warriors, that would have been a problem for me, but he doesn't have air access like I do. Well, not to my knowledge, I guess he could have. You can see why I did the stalling tactics though, because when our units fight, when our units meet, there's a lot of friendly fire where my electricity is hitting my own units. Again, they're only slaves, who gives a damn, but I'd still rather keep them than lose them. This is friendly fire for ants, gifts of heaven, and your cavalry chasing routing enemy. That's the real stuff. Oh, we are chasing the routing enemy with our elks. Are they elks? Yeah, I think they're elks. I mistook them for mooses earlier. This is a Dominions fight. And it gets it gets arbitrarily bigger than this. I've seen a fight with literally thousands on both sides, with the top row just filling up with globals. You know, there's just one ritual in the spell, and that's Natural Storm. But you can fill up, and you can fight over these, like try and pinpoint the guy that's casting one of these and kill him off. What were the body counts there? Oof, I feel for my slave knights. I lost over a third of them. The slave impalers did surprisingly well. I only lost a single iron fly. And of my mage corps, only one of them died. Probably to an arrow. I can't think of anything else that would have hit him. The master bishops banished 77 of the undead. And my mages killed 133 with their zaps. For some reason... Oh, my prophet banished 7 of theirs. This errant priest banished 1. Not a lot of killing done by my front line, and this is testament to how much better their troops are than mine. You know, my actual army that spent a lot of time engaging the enemy, the weakened enemy, only killed 18. As for them, though, 364 of their units died, which I think is more than I killed, so they must have shot some of their own guys with their archers. They lost every dispossessed spirit they had, every skeleton died, half their militia's gone, all their shade beasts died, but this is the real core of their army. And I want these guys dead. Almost all their swordsmen are dead, almost all their spears are dead, almost all their axes died, almost all their falchineers died. Many of their champions retreated, but these are archers. Of course they ran, and they were the closest to the backline to retreat. The cataphracts are dead, their behemoth died. These guys are scary, they're tramplers, they're awe-inspiring sacred tramplers, and most of them died. However, their commander corps largely survived. I killed a Bane. Don't know if he got banished or zapped or whatever, it's not important. Regular crappy commander here is not worth writing home about. But they only had 1 Harbinger, and I killed him. And that was their prophet. This guy is slow to recruit, monstrously expensive, but he's so damn good. And he gets even better. Their particular guy rolled fire, which means you can have a guy that has Soul Vortex and Phoenix Pyre. Almost unkillable combination. It's so good. Anyway, safe to say that was a massive victory for us. 7 red suns, the Zenken follower, retreated into the fort, as did Boku, the bishop. I don't know what spooked them. Maybe they took an arrow or something, but as long as they survived. Yeah, lightning doesn't seem to be all that good now. I know why air is used mostly for elementals. I mean, they still killed 133 of these guys, and these guys have a lot of health to chew through. And it's not just the killing; it's the stunning them, so they don't come in full force to attack us. I actually do think lightning is good, and this was the weakest lightning attack. There's a better one. There's Thunder Strike, which I think you need 3 air for. I need to check that. Alexandria has given us extra income and defenses, and the Isles here, unrest and misfortune. How can this be? Gamer Monkey died of a disease. Okay, so one of my fighters there got shot, diseased, and immediately died. Well, too bad for them. Thunderstrike is Air 3, Evo 4. Yeah, Thunderstrike is something fierce, though. Oh, Air 3, not Alteration 3. Isn't it an evocation? Yeah, here it is. So here's Lightning Bolt. This is what I've been casting. 14 armor negating damage. That's pretty good. And it also does 1 capped bit of damage for anyone else in the square, but that didn't matter much against those giants because they are their square. But Thunder Strike, 26 armor negating damage, but it's very fatiguing. This is the kind of stuff that you want communions for. I'd rather use the cheaper one because at least I can spam that out. But yeah, and then it's 2 uncapped armor negating, area of effect 6 damage. This is some serious attacks. I like it. I like it a lot. And of course it gets even better with some addeds. Don't forget the fact that Thunderstrike is AoE 1 as well. Well, the Thunderstrike is area of effect 1. Lightning Bolt is just 1 person, so it doesn't strike the whole square. The Shock does. But yeah, Thunderstrike is so good against smaller units. Let's say you have a bunch of little Hallbergs and there's like 6 coming at you per square for a bunch of squares. Well, 1 square is just eradicated. They're not surviving this. And then in 6 squares around them, they're going to take 2 plus whatever damage, armor negating. Delicious. Anyway, that was a fantastic fight. Probably won't see a fight as good for the rest of this run, but we have really broken the back of Shalidi. He retreated everywhere. The question is, how do I chase him down? Also, do I chase him down? I'm already wishing I'd made some supply boosters, because this was a good opportunity to rush over and take Tarentum. The sad truth is that I'm not very well equipped for chasing these guys down individually, but I might do it anyway. No, see the problem is that he has... Well, one of the other problems is I don't have province defense here. One of the problems is he probably has massive amounts of province defense around here. If I had, say, my Wraith Lords, I'd send out the Wraith Lords to each of these provinces and take them over no problem. But I don't have Wraith Lords. I have lots of mages. A hell of a lot of mages. Oh, no Wraith Lords. AoE is not all adjacent squares, it's just one square. AoE works by number of squares, not distance in this game. Right, what do I do here then? I don't want to just risk throwing away my core here. I might retreat them all back to Zenken and have them research there. Or I could focus down the Dominion here and keep them in Loggy. Yeah, I think I will keep them here. Keep them here and researching. I mean, sure, their research is a lot worse than it could be back here. There's a swing of 5 research points. With the amount of damage I've done, I don't think I need the added bonus of even more of my mages, though. I think I can get by with just sending in my regular army, especially the Iron Flies. So yeah, I am going to send them back to Zenken now for researching. And then Utter Dark and Shanty can continue to research here. I'll keep them close at hand. I want my preachers preaching. And I need to crank out even more preachers constantly here, because the Dominion is weak. And aside from that, I need you, and probably a couple of you, to hoover up all of the units. Oh yeah, you as well, Pentende. There you are, Pentende. Just hover up all the units, and then seek and destroy. They used every gem I gave them, but that stands to reason. If you don't tell them to call canny on their gem usage, they will use every gem they can. Right. Like I said, everybody just dump your units. I will sort them out. There's a hotkey for moving them instantly into the garrison, and I can't remember what it is. A selects all. P for garrison. Oh man, A and P? That's at the opposite end of the freaking keyboard. You think I have 3 hands here? What do I do? AP, 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 AP. Oh, whoever designed these key bindings must have been the person behind the Nintendo 64 controller. Right. I'll keep you on you because I know I want you there anyway. There's a lot of Iron Flies. My god, I never thought they'd be such a strategy in and themselves. And you can't even take them all. There's a limit to my magical command, but I did consider this. When I built my Bless, I specifically gave these people magic leadership plus 50. And that was a good call for me. Very good call. Outer Loper, grab these guys. Although they might be better under Pentente's command, because he gives them... he would give them more morale. Maybe that's not true. You have inspirational +1 and +1. You have +0 and +3. But the difference is that you can give formations, and I like formations, so yeah, you'll keep these guys. Looking at wounds, yeah, there's a fair amount of wounds, but honestly not a whole lot. Okay. Right, what are we going to do with you? I could immediately move you over to Tarentum and siege that down. That way I actually grab 2 forts here. My problem with splitting up is... Actually, no, this is pretty good, actually. As long as I have good fort defense or province defense over here in Conus Isle, they are really badly split. I don't know who owns Lutetia and Eden Prime, but these guys cannot come together with these guys because they're split, and their only way is through their ex-capital, which yours truly holds, or Conus Isle, which is well defended. So, I'm actually going to chase them down in Tarentum. I'm going to siege Tarentum down and just take it for myself. Move on in for the kill. So coming on in here, keep Divine Blessing and spells, although Divine Blessing does like nothing for you, or anyone really. Just stops other people getting ideas of casting it. That might not even be a logical argument, but it's my argument. Line formation here. I'll keep you guys protected with my Shamblers. Keep the up-front Shamblers. There's a good argument to be said for splitting you guys into 2 groups. 21 and 22. And that way you can flank my core. And I'll have you guys on attack rear, you guys here on hold and attack. And I'm not even going to hold an attack with my lightning guys. I really like them. I like them just going in for the kill. So what about you guys? Hold and attack closest from here. Alright, this works pretty well. The only thing it's missing is a good amount of defense on you. There we go, you guys on guard commander. Alright, sweet. Now let's continue the fight. We're moving right into Tarentum. I'm going to get as many extra bishops as I can here. We preach. Bald Bull, are you the only... Yeah, I think you are the only regular priest here. You are going to train monsters here. Makoto, continue to preach over in Ashcan. I kind of forgot I had a rest of a nation here. Alexandria is now also suffering in terms of dominion. In fact, just overall our dominion is tiny and pathetic and dying. I know you like creating followers, but we need units here. 50 gold for you in upkeep. What's a regular crappy guy? 24, yeah, but I like being able to move you guys around really quickly. So I will actually pay for the privilege. My income is quite good right now for a change. Real Decoy. You've been sitting back all fat and toasty. With all these gems I have, wouldn't mind some extra ways of putting that to use. If I get the crystal cup... No, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't. Some extra dwarven hammers wouldn't go amiss, though. I've got a lot of research to catch up on. Who holds my dwarven hammer right now? Odysseus does. Odysseus, throw that dwarven hammer over to the Real Decoy. Real Decoy, use that dwarven hammer to make more dwarven hammers. And that way I have an option to just make more. Get researching. You go and help out Alexandria. Get researching. And I got all these owl quill pens and no one to reasonably give them to. Here you go, King K. Rool. Ah, of course! I've got all of these guys. I forgot I had my... Wow, I got a lot of them hanging around here. You shouldn't be here. This is way too vulnerable. Get into Zenken. These guys can have them. Like I said, a quill pen does not care who holds it. As long as they know how to research, they will boost their research by a flat 6 points. And all that attacking took a bite out of my ability to research, so anyone, if you're researching, research better. My research was at 1000, and now it's at 702. Ow. A lot of that is because these guys are moving instead of researching. If they were researching, it'd be up to over 1000, so I'm going to forgo 300 research in favor of having you research back at Zenken. Good idea or not? You know what? Maybe it's a bad idea. Continue researching here. The flexibility of having my entire mage corps able to jump and help me in a fight here is very valuable. More valuable than... I mean, how many of you are there? Like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. There's about 50 of them. So that's about 100 and... Well, that's 50 times 5, so that's like 250 research per turn I'm losing by keeping them here. But I will keep them here, because let's say if Loggy says, "Ha, that was only half of one of my armies, I have several," then I want these guys to be able to jump in and save me. Besides, I'm recruiting more air mages over here. They can jump in and help out. So yeah, I will keep them there. Okay. Shotan the Honest Merchant. Why are you not Oh, right, you're not a researcher at all. I keep trying to make you research, but you can't. You are someone for preaching, most likely. You can't research because there's no Dominion here, and you can only research based on that. So give your Owl Quill over to Rick Astley, and preach that Dominion back, please. Yeah, man, I need a lot of preachers here. Tell you what, I got a bunch of people preaching right here. Let's have them help out in Alexandria. Okay. Rosalina is a very powerful prophet who has won the Astral Plane tournament twice, and now they've got the Throne of Pestilence. That's a shame, that can spread diseases, so I'd rather not see that. We fought in Tarentum, now let's see how we do without our Mage Corps. However, the enemy is severely weakened from last time, and a lot of that I think is provincial defense. Well, I know it's provincial defense. So in we go, and... Zap! Kind of surprising that you survived, but there you go. I rather like these flies. Some of them even fly around the back to harass. People flying into a place like this ask for a lot of trouble, but the thing is I shock a lot of my enemies, don't I? Yeah, look at that. Stunned, the grey guys, or the extra grey guys. Too stunned to fight back. And that severely reduces the amount that my slaves have to deal with, and on top of that, you came and fought the closest. Oh man, I love fighting with electricity. It's so annoying, because it negates armor entirely. No amount of armor you have is going to help you against shock damage. The only thing that will help you is having shock resistance, or very good luck. Because you still get a random roll on your defense against shock. Can I grab someone for an example? Yeah, here we go. So this swordsman got hit by the relatively benign damage for nothing, but then the shock hits. We roll 5 plus 11, he has no protection, but he rolls 14, so he does negate most of the damage, but that's okay. Good job, Iron Flies, this is why we have you. I lost 10 of them, but I make probably about 10 a turn now, so that's okay. It's going to be besieged, largely by my decent siege strength Iron Flies. Huh, that was pretty pitiful. Down you go, though. Are they preaching about microtransactions? No, I've ditched that animation throwdown game, and I didn't pay any money in it. Right, Captain Olmar the Master Bishop foresaw great disaster. Alright, we have really taken very few negative events. And yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Throne of Pestilence has caused disease. Now we have Gift of Healing, so a lot of my diseased units are going to be healed. The walls are moderately damaged in Tarentum. Might take a couple of turns to get rid of it, but I highly doubt they're going to be able to resist this. They are mounting up. These are the retreated archers. And I would love to chase them down and kill them, but I don't have a particularly good setup for doing that. Well, I mean, I have some units here, but yeah. Right. The ones that are not researching should be preaching here. Lots of preaching. Please keep Alexandria a sacred place. Chief Irons, help out with Alexandria. You should be researching. All of you guys should be researching. However, I did say earlier that I wish I had some extra things for making... Ooh, words, Jake. Use your words. They're really good. God, what are you guys doing not in Zenken? Yeah, I'd rather not have them sitting there asking to die. I want to have Khufu give this over to Leon S. Kennedy, and I want you to grab one of my Dwarven Hammers, and I want you to forge monthly bags of wine. I don't need them right now, but it's so good to just have them available. Real Decoy, forge me another hammer. Now I did send him to monthly forging, but it cancels out of monthly forging if at the turn of the month they don't have enough earth gems to do it. So he stops going, oh, I don't have enough earth gems, and then I get my plus 20 earth gems from the, well, everything really. Kind of a shame that it does that. Hello, we've been rolling some blood whilst I've been distracted. Right, the blood harvesting begins now. Actually, before it begins now, Always a good idea to... Ugh, God, I don't even have the blood mages to do what I want to do here. Right, never mind then. Morgana, go to Timbuktu. Get me some blood mages, and then with those blood mages, we're going to... blood slaves, rather. I'm going to make myself some sanguine dowsing rods in order to get more. We will blood slave hunt in Timbuktu. Third Rome. Probably Providence Ridge as well. Hyrule's a bit of a waste. Corin's Isle is good. Basically, I look for somewhere that is not farmland and has a population between 5,000 and 10,000. If it's under 5,000, there's a chance that the blood hunt will fail due to low population. If it's above 10,000, you're proportionally doing a lot of damage to the province, because growth accelerates because it's based on the percentage of existing population. So you want to hit somewhere that isn't growing that hard to begin with. If I blood hunted in my capital, then that's going to do proportionally quite a bit of damage. But it's not just that. By adding unrest to the province, which you do generate by blood hunting, the unrest impacts your income even more. So, blood hunt between 5 and 10,000 province places. That's my Dom 5 advice. And maybe it's rich because I'm not a great player at this. But I'm a good player at this. Okay. They might be mounting up for an attack back on Chaligay, but that's fine. That'll keep them tied up for a while. It'll prevent my recruitment, but that's okay. Speaking of my recruitment, more slave knights, please. You get all my latest pickup tactics right here. Man, we've actually got some pretty good slave armies hanging around here. If push came to shove and I had to shove back, I actually have an army with which to do so. But we're focused down on Chaligay right now. Man, I could really bring these units over to the Fray Bentos. Believe me, it's tempting. The thing is, everywhere is busy recruiting the units that they should be recruiting, so I'm not super keen on also crowning out some commanders. I mean, I'm still rolling for as much blood as I can. To be fair, I got 3 rolls of blood here, which is pretty good, and I've got some Astral 3s. I love Astral 3, it's a nice cutoff. My thought is bringing in more units here so I can actually attack more. But I think... Oh man, look at this. Yasan is out for blood. They're going for Sarmazega-Tuza. I actually hope that you actually go south and deal with that, because if Yasan crushes the rest of your lands... Oh my god, there's so much swamp here. Swamp, 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 swamp. Swamp, swamp, swamp. Swamp provinces are ghastly bad. I mean, they're good for finding sites, but not that great. Here's my death income, my astral income, and there's certainly more site hunting to be done here. And a strong argument to be made for doing said hunting as soon as I can, but let's clear this area out first, shall we? If you have Blood and Fire, you can go for Soul Contract Free Spawn. I don't like Soul Contract Free Spawn because you can just get... It's pretty expensive to begin with. And whoever gets it can just get horror marked and attacked in a couple of turns, and that always bums me out. Generally speaking, I don't take horror marks. The only time I take horror marks are on very disposable mages that research with lightless lanterns. Anyway, they were trying to counterattack me in Tarentum. These guys seem like they were a little late to the party. So, oh, well, there we go. There's some raised dead, if you like skeletons. Evidently we don't. Goodbye. Just goodbye. Those undead couldn't do anything anymore. Their leaders had been routed. He didn't even hurt any of us. And we stole his scale mail. That's pretty cool. Who stole it? Penitente, you already had better armor, so Penitente, give that mail over to the Prophet, because I think it's better than Ashigaru armor. It is not. Okay, then give it to my radar car. There we go. Yeah, your meteorite armor was better than that mail, but it's better than robes, so there you go. And it's lightweight, so the encumbrance is minuscule. Swell. Nice to see we would advance 3 provinces since I tuned in 3 hours. You missed the fight, Dennis! Oh my god! How could you miss the fight? Honestly, how? Right, get blood hunting. And I'm going to upgrade the... Oh god, I don't have as much money as I thought. I'm spending a lot of money on mages, I think. Well, it's not just mages. These guys don't come cheap. Maybe I should exchange them out for mages since they're so expensive. I'm already bringing in the generic mages quickly enough, so I don't think I need more. Just keep sending them out there and there. Ivor, what are you not researching for? I feel like they're switching up who does the research every now and then. Give your quill pens to the people that are researching. They need it more than you. And then you guys get preaching, because that we certainly do need. And look at you there. Again, quill pen to the researcher, and you get preaching. I really wonder if it's changing up who's researching each time. There we go. Got to maintain the preaching. Even though we have loads of dominion, we're getting battered back on the preaching, so we have to do something about it. Again, pass that over to a researcher and just get preaching yourself. Is that all right? Research. Okay, that's fine. The Win Lobby and Co. are here. The Win Lobby is going to get me those bags of endless wine, by the way. Where are you? There we go. You just get back to researching. Take a quill if you must. The reason I'm switching them out is because the Win Lobby is a worse researcher. So better to have you forge me my bags of wine. It's only costing me 3 nature gems a turn, and I already make 13, so I think that's worth having the access to supply items. Love my dwarven hammers. And I can use them for forging my quill pens that bit better. Big chubby guy here should continue to forge me those dwarven hammers until we're able to get Earthblood Deepwell. Now these dwarven hammers do eat into my ability to do Earthblood Deepwell, so there's something to be said for just calling canny on them for now. But what else could he forge me that wouldn't be a waste of time? I don't know. Can you cast anything cool? Stellar Focus does bring in a few Astral Pearls, but it's only 5. I seldom find this worth casting. Still want my Eyes of God, though. Just research for now. Sora, get actually you and all your kind except the Forger of Endless Wine. Continue to research for me. Yeah, the monthly cost is starting to really pile up due to all the mages that I have. Mages tend to be your biggest cost. Tend to be. It doesn't give you a breakdown, at least not that I know of. And these are cheap mages. They're cheap because they're relatively low level and they're sacred. The ones that are not are very expensive. So that's why I like low levels for doing all of my research. But high levels are needed for the boosting, the supporting, all of that. Right, critically damaged. Next turn we will crack Tarentum. Then we will take Tarentum. And then... you know what? Get me the word on Sarmazagattusa, please. Then I have to decide where I go from here. I mean, his provinces are awful. Really bloody awful. I guess I'd take Deception Island, it's right there to be taken, but the problem is the waters are really dominated by... what's his face here? There's a lot going on. Alright. Alteration completed. Only 3 slaves in Timbuktu, that is sad. But to be fair, you have nothing boosting you up there. He is trying to dislodge me from Tarentum. You know, that just doesn't work. Not against my iron flies. Gotta love those things. Bob on Battlefield gets Dominion up. Hyrule gets me some gems. Rogue Survivor was attacked. Oh man. Over in Cool Mountain. Ah, you'll not get to Sarmazagattusa then. We will never know what goes on down there. And Tarentum is breached. Okay. Favorite start for this game? Middle age. I never tend to bother with early or late age. That's why I play with 1 age. It rolls all the factions into middle age. Oh, you mean favorite strategy? I like to mix all sorts of strategies. I suppose my least favourite strategy is communions, because it's a lot of work to set up, and it can go wrong horribly. Or it can go right and just be in the wrong place. The enemy outmaneuvers your communion, just feels like you've wasted your time, and I hate feeling like I've wasted my time. Right, we're going to go and take down Tarentum and then put these guys out for good. But for, I think, the first time in any of my dominions, this is going to be a two-parter, because we've been playing for 7 hours, and we still have a lot to deal with. And to be honest, I'm already pretty tired and hungry. I will continue this on tomorrow, and even though there is a win condition for the Thrones of Ascension, we are going to go for total victory. So we won't be allowed more than 11 points. And what this will allow us is to do a lot of summons that we never normally do or never normally have access to. I really want to see Miss Netherlands deployed, and what we'll do is if we have some people that request certain kinds of summons that we never normally see, we'll go out of our way to do it, because after that stunning victory, I am somewhat confident in my position here. So we will carry this on tomorrow, so I'll change out the wildcard to be more Dominions 5, and we shall actually see some gameplay starting in the mid-game. We've actually got some research done, we've got an army, we'll continue on and crush them all. Decoy says, nice, I'll hopefully be around to catch it. Well, I intend for it to start at 10 AM tomorrow. But we're not done, because this... Oh my, it's almost like I planned this. I didn't, but... the long play vote was scheduled for right now, and we're going to